are tuning in from in the world, welcome to Viseu in Portugal, to the World Cheese Awards, where, Nigel, things are kicking off.
Bem-vindo a Portugal. Welcome to Portugal. Nigel Barden, Leila Kazim, we are so delighted to be involved with. You can hear the drummers behind us as our judges come through. This is so exciting. We've assembled them from all over the world. Never mind the fact we've got just under 5,000 cheeses to taste. Our judges, we've got nearly 300 of those, and they're from 40-odd countries, and they're coming through. We've got the dignitaries, we've got the military, we've got all these. We've got a hall of cheese, and it's beginning to smell gorgeous.
And it is an absolutely incredible atmosphere. The buzz already. People are coming in, people are seeing the spectacle of these cheeses and they can't quite believe it, which is kind of what I was thinking as well when I first got here. 'Cause it's my first year. Nigel, I mean, it's just an incredible event when you think about what's gone into it and just what's here. Thousands of cheeses.
Yeah. Layla, I'm normally crying by this stage, and there are people on the balconies as well. You can see them above there. They're all watching. We've got a 3-day cheese festival as well, taking place in what has to be Portugal's biggest temporary erection, because there's a massive marquee outside. But here, these judges are assembled from all over the world. Never mind the cheeses. Can you imagine bringing them to all the different 20 assembly points? Could be in Australasia, could be the Far East, could be Africa, obviously all over Europe. But not only the cheeses, but also the judges to go with them. It's pretty special. Portugal have made us feel really welcome, and this is genuinely palpably exciting, Layla.
It's very exciting. And what we're reporting on today is we're going to show you the judging process. So for the next few hours, Nigel and I are going to be walking around, speaking to the judges, finding out the actual process of scoring these cheeses, because there are thousands to get through. Our judges do it all completely blind tasting. They don't know the country that the cheese is from, they don't know the name of the cheese, and they really use their expertise to objectively score all these incredible cheeses. And that's what we're going to show you today, because the process is incredible.
Yeah, 104 tables. Each of those will be coming up with a super gold. They'll be awarding bronze, silver and gold as well. We'll be finding out about the criteria that they have. They'll be keeping their palates cleansed as well with apples and there'll be water, but apples is really good. You need the acidity to cut down with it all. So again, we've got these amazing judges, but also we will be finding out about the process. I can see Marcus Brigstock here is amongst us. Here you go. Mark, as you do, the vision in mustard. Yeah, how are you doing?
Exactly.
Actually, I'm going to use
the cheese.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Good.
Hi, Marcus.
How is everybody?
Good. Well,
Shall I hold that?
Yeah, you did. There you go.
You haven't got a microphone now.
You can interview me. That will also work.
You're good at this. You've done it better than all of us.
How are you feeling, Marcus?
I'm so excited. This is every single time I've been to this, it just blows my mind that there are cheeses here from all over the world. Where are we? 4,786
well
cheeses.
Done. Well done.
Locked in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm thrilled. I'm really excited and a tiny bit nervous because I am a team coordinator this year. I'm really good at eating cheese and talking about it, but in terms of running things, we'll see.
That sounds quite grown up. And also the fact is, obviously a very fine comedian, great stand-up, but also you've incorporated cheese into your material.
I have. I've been doing a show called Cheese and Wine spelled W-H-I-N-E, where I pair cheeses with people's complaints, and it works surprisingly well. I thought, that might be a thing. Is it a thing? Maybe it's a thing. And then I did it, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. So yeah, I've been touring that.
Yeah. And also, it's like the world family of cheese. These are the relatives you want to see, because they're all gathered here. And for the years that you've been doing it, the familiar faces, it is pretty special. We'll get everyone together. That's what makes it almost as much as tasting the cheese.
I totally agree. It's extraordinary. And you know, running into people at this year on year and finding out what their year's been like and how they've weathered the various ups and downs and all the rest of it. It's so lovely.
Yeah.
And meeting new people from all over the world too.
Yeah, well,
it's great stuff.
It's lovely to see you. Well done. The beard's looking good. I'm loving the vision in mustard. Marcus
I've got
Brigstock.
my winter pelt on.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
On that note, on that bombshell, we should probably move on.
Indeed.
Cheers,
guys.
Mark. Have fun.
Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, there you go.
Right, so I'm just looking around and seeing what's going on and what's happening as the judges are
Can we
making...
see here?
Well,
Look at this in the garb, but I'm feeling very underdressed now. But
this.
thank you, that's brilliant. Absolutely, we're going to get run over by people in capes, and there you go. It's a bit like a tasty Harry Potter convention. There are a lot of robes and little tester vans as well. And now, of course, you can probably tell that the drummers are kicking in.
The drummers are coming. Okay,
yeah.
here we go. Oh, fabulous! And while all of this commotion is happening, the judges are getting ready because they need to start soon, kind of unpacking the cheeses. But what a kind of setting to begin such an important day. All of this.
And it has taken days to get to this point because the cheeses have literally come from all over the world, and that's been a very difficult thing to make sure they arrive in as good condition as possible. Not easy as well, and the judges will bear that in mind. But if a cheese looks a little bit weary, it's because it's travelled from the other side of the world. I mean, I was telling Layla before we started that I've tasted cheeses with ants on them from Australia, which are fed on eucalyptus. So when you bite into them, they are dead ants, by the way.
It's
the
quite
eucalyptus comes through into the cheese. But I mean, just enjoy this spectacle for a moment. There you go. Fantastic. That I'm just filming all that. That's pretty amazing because hey, well,
it was so good I was trying to film it on my phone.
Yeah, welcome to Viseu. Here we are. We're about 130 kilometers southeast of Porto, which I've not been to before, but it's a beautiful city, and obviously there's a magnificent history and heritage of food and drink as we've endured today. Oh, here we go. Now, where's Katia when you want her? Because we have a translator. Katia! Here you go. Katia is our translator. She's rather brilliant. So just roughly, could you just tell us what the gentleman said? Yes, yeah.
Okay. It's just because we are starting with our firemen. They are being a small, how to say in English?
I don't know, you're the translator.
No, it is not easy. They are singing the music from the firemen in Portugal.
Okay, yes.
Because this here what's a little bit difficult with a lot of fires all over the country. So it's like we say, a big thank you to our firemen.
Yeah. So are the firefighters the ones playing the instruments, or is this to them?
Sorry?
The musicians, they're not firefighters.
No, they are not. No, they are not. They are playing a Portuguese kind of music.
Yeah, okay. This is
Guitar. It's a kind of. It's not fado, but it's a kind of.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, when I drove here, I could see there's been big problems with fires in the region as well. A lot of burnt out the agricultural land and what have you. So this is a bit of a tribute to the firefighters of the region and for all the hard work they've done. And
it's our way to say thank you very much. We need you. We appreciate you.
Yeah, as we do, Katia. We need you and we appreciate you. And look at this outfit. I'm suddenly feeling. There you go.
Thank you very much.
In the disco later on when we relax suitably, Katia, I know what you'll be looking good. But brilliant! What a great day ahead. How exciting you! This is your first World Cheese Awards.
I'm really, really exciting. It is the first time that World Cheese Awards is in Portugal, and special in my city, in Viseu. So this is a big, a huge event.
Okay.
We are so proud of it.
Can you summarise that in one sentence in Portuguese? Can you just say?
É a primeira vez que o World Cheese Awards está em Portugal. Estamos muito felizes, muito orgulhosos por ter aqui este evento, até porque em Viseu é uma das regiões que é rica, que tem uma longa tradição nesta arte queijeira em Portugal.
There you go. I couldn't have put it better myself. Katia, Layla, what a day ahead we have. Welcome to the World Cheese Awards for 36th edition in Viseu in Portugal. What a great day we're going to have. Stay with us.
Stay with us, please.
E também dizer-lhe, Sr. Secretário de Estado, do seu importante e decisivo papel no compromisso para esta possibilidade. Outra saudação também que gostaria de enfatizar tem a ver com o promotor nacional, com o Bruno Costa, que esteve aqui presente há pouco, por ter atendido à nossa solicitação para realizar este evento aqui entre nós, e também, naturalmente, ao promotor internacional, ao Mr. John, da Gallion Final Food, responsável por estas realizações a nível mundial. Eu quero saudar com amizade os colegas da CIMES presentes, bem assim como todos os colegas das câmaras que as compõem, aos senhores diretores dos vários serviços aqui presentes, e são muitos, às entidades civis e militares presentes, as minhas saudações amigas. Queria saudar igualmente todos os produtores vindos das várias partes do globo e sem os quais seguramente não haveria este importantíssimo produto, que é tão relevante entre nós e tão importante para as nossas economias regionais. Cumprimento também todos os elementos do júri, antevendo, por aquilo que já presenciámos, que não terão tarefa fácil nas escolhas que terão que fazer. Saúdo ainda os responsáveis pela produção de outros produtos que ajudarão à degustação dos queijos, em especial os produtores de vinho, a quem esta região muito deve no seu desenvolvimento. Por fim, queria cumprimentar os visitantes, os muitos visitantes que aqui são esperados, e desejo-lhes que degustem o queijo e os produtos associados, mas que aproveitem também para degustar e para aprender a gostar desta magnífica e única que é a cidade de Viseu. Bem-aja a todos. Nós sabemos que há um crescimento de cerca de 7% de inscrições em relação à edição anterior. Sabemos também que haverá 4.784 queijos que são provenientes de 47 países, sendo, e esta é a parte, digamos, mais importante, 182 queijos de proveniência nacional, 182 queijos portugueses. O júri é constituído por 250 especialistas de 40 nacionalidades e penso que com isto e com este número podemos também fazer uma justa homenagem aos produtores e aos queijeiros nacionais. Penso que o país em especial, ou melhor, o país de uma forma geral, e esta região em particular, devem muito à sua atividade que fazem de uma forma quantas vezes anónima, isolada, e dizer também, por último, é a primeira vez que se realiza este evento em Portugal, e resultou exatamente desta disponibilidade que vários serviços que se juntaram para o poder fazer, e é, por fim, um tributo aos queijeiros portugueses. Muito obrigado pela vossa presença, espero que se sintam bem no coração do país, espero que seja mais um evento que, tanto como outros que temos realizado, nos dignifica a região, e espero, sobretudo, que seja o primeiro de muitos que devemos realizar no nosso país e, fundamentalmente, nesta zona tão conhecida e com tanta abundância, inclusivamente, de feiras do queijo. Muito obrigado a todos pela vossa presença e um bom evento é o que eu desejo. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Gostava de chamar agora John Finalist, da Organização Internacional do World Cheese Awards.
Bon dia. I'm afraid I'm going to speak in English. My apologies for my lack of Portuguese. I have a very simple thing to say, which is thank you very much for having us, Viseu and Portugal and the region. Thank you to the Minister, the Mayor, and also to the Secretary of State for allowing us to bring this wonderfully colourful, powerful and important event to this part of Portugal. My job is simple. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, John. gostava de chamar agora o Sr. Ministro da Presidência a dar-vos umas palavras. Muito obrigado.
Bom dia a todos. Isto promete ser uma cerimónia de abertura das mais rápidas que participamos. Eu vou tentar contribuir. Sr. Presidente da Câmara Municipal de Viseu, Sr. Secretário de Estado do Turismo, Srs. Presidentes de Câmara da região, não apenas do Distrito de Viseu ou da CIM Viseu Dom Lafões, mas também da região centro, de uma forma mais ampla, autoridades civis, militares, dirigentes de várias associações, dear John, dear members of the jury, dear producers, welcome to Portugal and welcome to Viseu. It's good to have you here and not picking only the capital, Lisbon, to organize such an important event. I will deliver most of my speech in Portuguese. I hope you understand, but I have just one clear and straight message. We have great cheese in Portugal. It's a great product, one of our great products, and it's an amazing opportunity to use this event to promote the quality of our products and the great conditions of our tourism as well. Viseu is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I hope that you have plenty of time to enjoy not only the cheese that smells great, at least, but to enjoy the city, enjoy the wine. This is also a wine region down that is near another great wine region, which is Douro, and of sparkling wine, Tavra Varosa. So we are surrounded of wine and an event of cheese. Great combination. I love on Friday evenings or Sunday evenings to taste. Portuguese wine and Portuguese cheese are marvelous. Thank you very much for coming. Voltando ao português agora, e desculpem-me o uso do inglês, mas para receber bem os nossos convidados, dizer também 3 coisas simples. Em primeiro lugar, um agradecimento a todos os que se envolveram na organização, aos organizadores portugueses, Bruno, à Câmara Municipal de Viseu por se ter disponibilizado a receber mais um grande evento, que é a CIM Viseu Dom Lafões, e permitam-me também ao Sr. Secretário de Estado do Turismo que, num outro papel, conseguiu trabalhar e mobilizar apoios para este evento. Ele é importante da perspectiva turística.
We're underway. The League of Nations, Jeffrey Babcock from America, and fantastic long time Beatrice Costa from Argentina, wherever she is. We're having a few problems just getting registered on the tap. But Jeffrey, your first World Cheese Award, I think you are losing your World Cheese virginity today. Is that right?
That's true.
Well, we'll be gentle with you. And
Thank you.
but just, I mean, this is absolutely messes with your head.
It does. It's a lot to take in.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Tell us a little bit about what you get up to in the US.
Distribute cheese all over the United States, mostly for food service. So we do a lot with restaurants and hotels and things like that. So.
And this could be produced in the US or anywhere in the world?
Anywhere in the world,
yeah.
yeah. That's all just whatever we decide to, what to bring in, yeah.
Yeah, and just tell us about the process. What do you understand the judging, how it will work for you today on table 53?
Well, I'm learning the ropes as we go along here, so just getting unpacked a little bit, and going to judge each cheese on its own merits and take a look at the quality standalone by itself and see how it fits in overall. And it'll be a great day.
And what weaponry do you have with you?
Just the tools supplied. I didn't end up bringing any of the tools.
Do you want to hold that up and talk us through it?
Well, it's a thin flat knife, so it's going to be good for opening up the packages and taking some scrapings, but we've got some other tools over there as well, so have a lot of ability to get into the cheese.
Yeah, well, again, cheese irons are very useful. Tell us what a cheese iron is. You're going to have to describe it because I don't think we've got one in front of you.
I don't see one, but it's we call it a trier as well, so you're able to plug the cheese and pull out a little bit from the core. You can see the length of the cheese going into a wheel or what have you, and see the different gradations in the age and how it's maturing along the way, and also allows you to taste from the rind all the way to the core of the cheese. So it's a really nice aspect to it. Yeah.
Well, that's what we call a cheese iron, and it's normally made from gunmetal as well, because it's that type of a rifle or something like that. And you clean it, and it's just a really good implement to have. And we'll see a lot of those being used today. And what about the awarding of accolades? I know there's a super gold, but you've got the provision to award other gongs.
Yeah, there's bronze, silver, and gold, and then each table will have a super gold, and that'll be our pick, and it'll go to the main judging to get the champion of overall contest. So it's a pretty cool part to put one piece cheese before all the super panel, and one of those will get picked as the best cheese in the whole show.
So. It's a remarkable feat of tasting. I mean, judges, nearly 300 judges from 40 countries, the cheeses from even more countries. But to get all that judging process done, whittle it down to 104 super golds, and then eventually the final 14.
Yeah, that's a lot, and it's a lot on your palate. It's packed into 3 hours to get all these cheeses done. So I think that's going to be a big event. So.
And I think we've made the purpose being that you're not tasting the same style of cheeses, so you've got a bit of variety to keep your palate in good nick.
I've done other judging, and this is much better, so you're not stuck in one category tasting the same thing over and over again. So I think that allows your palate to differentiate a little bit there.
And I noticed we've got some good Portuguese apples, again, to keep your palate in trim. You need that acidity, don't you, to cut through some of the cheese.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's great to clean your palate, and apples are great with a little acidity, gets the fattiness out of your mouth, and really can cleanse you up there, so it's great. Yeah.
Beatrice Costa from Argentina. You met before. Today's the day.
Today's the day. I just met. So.
Well, I hope you get online, and I know you're just prepping. So basically, you're going to be unwrapping your cheeses, getting them ready. And have you looked at the order that would suit your palate to taste them in? What descriptions do you get of each cheese? Is that a very loose one?
It's pretty loose. I don't have a vocabulary set ready to mark them off, but we'll just go as we can. Right?
Yeah. But would they say like it's a hard cow's milk cheese or something like that, or unpasteurized? Well, maybe you haven't even seen your tablets, so you don't know yet.
I haven't even seen anything yet. It's straight up, right?
Well, Jeffrey, you've done very well. For your first time ever, you've done remarkably well. Anyway, Layla, what are you up to? Where are you? Well, I know where you are, but what are you doing? Who are you speaking to?
Oh my goodness, how exciting. I am at the first table of the day, and even more exciting, I am chatting to seasoned judge Victoria from the Basque Country. Victoria, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here.
Is it wonderful to be here again?
Absolutely wonderful. This is something that is in my calendar, fixed there every year, and I cannot feel happier.
And can you tell me how many times you have been to the World Cheese Awards as a judge?
Right. This is my 15th time. I started in 2008 in Dublin. That was my first one until now, here.
Okay, so there must be a reason why you keep coming back. What is this reason? What is so wonderful about these awards that brings you back 15 years in a row?
Coming to the World Cheese Awards and being part of the cheese world makes me happy. Here I meet cheeses, all kinds from everywhere, things that I know, but so many new things that I discover and makes me happy again, and also people. Majority of the faces here are friends for so many years before. People very enthusiastic about cheese as I am. So all in all, that's great to be here and coming back.
Now, you mentioned that you discover new things at these awards, and we've come across a quite unusual cheese. Victoria, you've opened it up. Shall we have a look at it? Rob, get in there close. Let's have a look at this cheese. And I mean, Victoria, explain to me why. Are you okay with that? Right. Explain to me what is in this, because it looks unusual.
Well, apparently it has meat inside, in the paste. It's all I can say so far.
Yeah.
We haven't get into analyze the whole thing yet, but it's strange. It's unusual, very unusual.
And I'm just thinking, why might a cheesemaker add meat to a cheese? Is it for flavour? Is it a seasoning, or just to be a bit maverick, a little bit different, to stand out maybe?
God knows why. But probably to be original, I don't know, maybe. And I don't know, he wants to have something different. Probably to experience if the mixture is all right. I just don't know. It's something very new. What is true is sometimes these things surprise you for good. And we expect that from this cheese. But
I love that you have an open mind about it. I tell you what, Victoria, I'd love to understand a little bit about the process of how you actually approach a cheese to figure out if it's a potential world champion cheese, to figure out if it's worth an award. What is your process? Like, what are the things that you're looking for?
Well, first of all, I understand that the cheeses which are coming here are something that the producer appreciate in their home and decide to bring it here. So I have open and positive approach to the cheeses in general. And then...
Oh, there's a photo. Do you want to wave? Let's wave. Fabulous. Got to get the group photo. Sorry. Oh, one more. And Rob, you're in it as well. Sorry, Victoria, carry on.
Yes, I say. My approach is positive in the sense that I understand that the cheeses are selected by the producer as a good cheese to take it here. And then we always approach from the outside, the appearance of the cheese from the outside, see what we feel about that, and then we go to the inside to appreciate the aroma, the smell, the taste, the aftertaste, which is always taken into consideration as well. And this, to start with, and in general terms, this is what the way we approach to the cheeses.
And I mean, so this is your table. You've got a few hours to taste all of these cheeses. How do you approach it? Do you like set a certain time? Like, I'm going to spend 5 minutes on this cheese and then move on? Or if one is really good, do you just linger on for a bit more and try a bit more of that cheese? How does it work for you?
When a cheese is really good, you see it from the very beginning, straightforward. And it's not just my opinion. Normally the team has the same opinion, and we say, wow. And that's important. That's something. Sometimes you say, okay, I'm not sure about this. Let's go back later. And the funny thing is that sometimes they develop a little bit as the time passes.
A little bit like when you open a bottle of wine and you let it breathe for a bit and then it tastes a bit different later on.
That's the same thing. And when you're not sure, you think, let's think about this. You go back and you have a surprise. So it depends on the cheeses. It depends how the morning goes. You approach differently with every category because they are divided in categories as well.
Victoria, it's been such a pleasure to talk to you. I will let you get on because you've got a lot of cheeses to get through, and I think it's over to Nigel. Nigel, what do you got?
Here we go, Ernesto Colombo from Ecuador, and then Karina Reckers from Germany. I know, I didn't want to, but well done, you're here. It's lovely to see you again.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I love this place. The Portuguese are very, very important for the cheeses.
Yeah.
And these cheeses right now is very important.
But we love having you here. You've travelled all the way from Ecuador.
Oh, yes.
I mean, and cheeses from Ecuador as well. It's very special. But great that you're here. I mean, and recognise so many people. You are now a very special member of our family of cheese.
Oh, yes, Andean cheeses.
Yes.
The Andean cheeses is very important. You made it with cow milk.
Yes.
Yeah, only because ripening in the Andean region.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
The volcans, the mountains.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
But that's enough about you. What about the cheese? Yes. No. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Indeed.
yes.
Indeed. And Karina, again, just fantastic that you're here. Again, it is a bit of a breathtaking gathering.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm kind of still on a high. We've just finished Cheese Berlin, and then we almost directly came here. First cheese we tasted is already so incredible. Yeah,
Talk us
very
through it. Tell us
excited.
about that cheese then and what
It's
it was. Did you have
it's-
to cheese iron it?
Yes, we did. So it's fairly young. It's like
put it in again.
3 to 6 months. We have a mix of cow, sheep, and goat's milk. It's rubbed in extra virgin olive oil. And it's so pleasant.
Yeah.
It was like really a warm welcome that we got on our table.
Yeah, well, I love it. We're just saying these cheese irons, you've got to be careful with them, because the edges can be quite sharp. You don't want to cut yourself. Go on, there you go. That's the whole. Right. So just tell us about the actual tasting process. Eduardo doing a great job of nosing it, but what are you looking for?
I mean, first of all, we kind of look at the visual aspects of it. We see if there's any faults, any discolorations, but this one is just really pretty, really beautiful. Then we kind of take it to the nose. We see what we perceive there. I like to also have a look at the paste, maybe crumble it a little bit in between your fingers so you get an idea about the texture already. And this is just sweet,
gorgeous
warm,
nose, really
milky.
enticing. Yeah.
I mean, we're really lucky to have this as the first cheese.
Yeah, no. Ernesto, it's a good start. Well done. It's a fantastic cheese. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
And tell us a bit about you when you're back home in Germany, what you're getting up to in your business.
So I work for Markthalle 9, a bit like Borough Market, but small, historic market hall. And one of our highlights, apart from the daily market life, is Cheese Berlin. So we do a big gathering. We invite cheese makers, cheesemongers, affineurs to all get together for a big market. We have a huge program surrounding it. We do panel talks, tastings, and the day before a big get-together. So all of the cheesemakers also get to exchange, get to meet each other.
Wow.
It's just a beautiful, beautiful gathering.
And you just finished it now?
Exactly. 3rd of November was Cheese Berlin. Next year, 9th of November.
Good.
And we're already pretty excited.
Well, you are a great ambassador for it, and we're going to be doing cheese tours here as well. Charlie Turnbull and Patrick McGuigan will be taking people amongst this amazing hall and tasting cheeses amongst it. I mean, because it is a remarkable opportunity. And what's incredible for us, we're obviously used to some great cheeses from Europe, but continental Europe, but also fantastic as well. But Ecuador and different parts of the world, and Australia and India and Japan, we've got cheeses coming from everywhere.
It's a privilege to be able to taste all of that, and then ideally also, afterwards try to find out what the cheesemakers are and find out more about their work. I think. And
we're going to put that the little plug back into the cheese now because then it won't dry out. So Ernesto's going to do that, and he'll put it back in, and then we can relax. We know we're going to go to Layla. Over to you, lovely Layla.
I'm just loving seeing all of these cheeses getting unwrapped and them being displayed in their beauty. I'm very excited to be with Sherry from the USA. Sherry, please could you tell me where you're from and also a little bit about your discipline, because I think it's very interesting.
Oh, thank you. I live currently in St. Petersburg, Florida, so I came from Florida to be here. And my discipline, I'm an educator. I'm also a promoter for several different cheese agencies. U.S. Dairy Export Council, their USA Cheese Guild is a sponsor here. I do work with California Milk Advisory Board. So I go and do events promoting, educating. I provide education to gastronomy organizations. I belong to the Chaîne de Rôtisseurs. It's an old gastronomy organization out of Paris, and I'm a member of the Guilde de Fromager.
Wonderful.
So I spend my time educating people and doing wine and cheese pairings, and I mean, who doesn't love cheese?
I mean, who doesn't love cheese? I think everyone here, we can safely say everyone here loves cheese.
Exactly.
And sensory analysis, is that a thing that
Yes, and I
expert?
provide sensory analysis classes. Last year, before we had the judging in Trondheim, I provided a class for a couple of new judges that were going to be judging. But I like to teach classes, tell people how to assess and judge a cheese and what to look for in taste.
Well, I mean, and I love that you've got some cheese.
I do, and it's just melting away in my hand.
Exactly. Liquefying in your hand. And okay, so this kind of a cheese, which is clearly a soft cheese, how do you go about experiencing this cheese in a way that allows you to, you know, figure out if it's worthy of an award? How do you approach it?
Exactly. So we look at the exterior of the wheel before we cut into it, and we're noticing the texture, the colors on the rind, but then when we cut into it, we're examining the paste within, and it starts out fairly soft but firm looking, but as you can see as it's sitting here on my fingers, it's just melting and oozing. But when you first cut that piece out, you can look at the little breakdown of the fats and proteins just under the very thin rind.
Wow.
And this would be lovely on a cheese board. I mean, can you imagine having a piece of this with some fig jam?
I really can. So,
yeah.
So have you tasted it yet?
I haven't yet.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I haven't got to that point yet with...
We got to show just with it on your hand, about to taste it, not actually tasting it, therefore it's now become part of your hand.
It's become part of my hand.
Yeah.
We'll probably cut another piece out since this has been resting here a bit.
But actually, is feeling it with your hand an important part?
Yeah, feeling it is actually an important part with any cheese, especially some of the hard ones. You want to, the harder, semi-firm ones, you want to squish it between your fingers because you want to smell the aroma. That was the first thing we did when we brought this piece out, was to put it up to our nose and take a whiff, because it's your olfactory, nose that's going to tell you what you're tasting.
Sure. And Sherry, I know you've been at the Cheese Awards a few times.
Yes.
What does it mean to you to be here and to be a judge?
This is probably one of the greatest honors that people in the cheese industry could have, is to be invited to come and judge. And many judges here have been in the industry many years and have strived to hone in their skills to be able to effectively judge the cheese and, give honor to the cheesemakers and what because this is a labor of love for them. They've spent a lot to get it here, and now we have to give it its proper attention.
And I think when thinking about the judging process, because the judging process is completely blind, right? You don't know. You don't know anything about cheese. You don't know the name. You don't know where it's come from.
I don't know where it's come from. All I know is it's a bloomy rind. It's a rennet set. The milk comes from a local farm. That's all I know about this cheese.
And I think because the judges are from all different disciplines, different expertise, some even, from like olive oil and wine industries, so you get that really rounded assessment. I think it's kind of unique when it comes to cheese awards around the world. I feel like the judging process in this one is really rigorous.
Yes, it is. It is. It will take us several hours to work through this table that we have here. You can see how many cheeses that we have.
And do you start from one end of the table and basically work through, or are there certain
more
types?
or less. We decided to start with these ones because they're fresher, they're soft ripened. At the very end is blue cheese, and typically blue cheese comes at the last because it's much stronger on your palate. So you want to start with a fresher palate with these more gentle cheeses.
And I mean, you really got to consider the palate today, because all of these judges are getting, I think you have about 40 cheeses on your table.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cheese, it's a lot of flavors.
A lot of different styles. So you have to know the styles and what they're supposed to be like, what their organoleptics are supposed to look like.
Sherry, I'm going to let you get on because I think you've got so many cheeses to do.
We do.
And we're going to go over to Nigel over there. Okay.
Oh, cool, Nigel. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to see you.
So nice to chat to you.
No, it's really wonderful. I was talking with Nigel last year.
Here we go.
He's going to
it's the League of Nations. Don't worry, João. We're in good company here. João Dias as well. Fantastic. It's great. I mean, obviously, we're in Portugal. We've got lots of Portuguese judges as well. And then someone who we know and love already and is great, which is here, Ursula Heinzelmann. Thank you. Well done. We're here, World Cheese Awards. How exciting.
How could we not? It is so exciting. And it's beautiful for you again to get this all together. I know what it means. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
So we unwrapped all our cheeses. We're very excited. And I'm happy to have somebody from Portugal
Just hold up your money belt. Come on, talk us through that cheese.
Well, I don't know yet. We haven't tasted anything yet, but this is obviously a very young little pasta filata. But it's made. They tell us it's made from Holstein cows.
Right.
So I'm interested what to expect here. And
do you know what the starter might be, to kickstart the proceedings?
Well, did they tell us anything?
No. If not, what do you think it normally would be? This is basically to start the coagulation to turn into a cheese. Because we've got even thistle ones
yes.
here.
No. This
one
certainly not. No, I don't think. It's either animal rennet, which I would hope for, or microbial.
Yeah. An animal rennet just gives
but
it a few more layers of
cute
flavour.
little thing?
It's beautiful.
Isn't it?
Yeah. And tell us a bit about you when you're not here, the World Cheese Awards.
When I'm not here,
work-wise,
I write about cheese and other things, but I also organize tastings. I love doing tastings to introduce people to this wide world of cheese, and I do an annual event, a cheese festival called Cheese Berlin in Berlin, my hometown, which just happened.
Rebecca's just been with us. She's been telling us all about it.
Yeah, and it's all about the community. It's getting about the message out there, and it's about this beautiful worldwide cheese community, about real cheese, and about making people realize how important this is.
Yeah. Oh, you really eulogized that brilliantly. By the way, Babylon Berlin, Berlin Babylon, I love as a TV series. It really shows off your great city.
Nice.
So thank you. Very good. João, there you go. Well, thank you for having us in Portugal. We're really delighted. It's the 8th time we've been overseas.
Very
but great. Tell us a bit about you and how far away you live from here.
Well, my name is João Dias. I am teacher in the Polytechnic Institute of Beja in the South Portugal. And I have some projects related with cheese and innovation in cheese, like the technology, for example, using renewable energy sources in the production of cheese. And I'm a cheese lover, so I can say that I am in heaven now.
Yeah, well, literally. I mean, it's almost, not quite. Let's hope not. But also, tell us about the cheeses of Portugal again. Whether sheep, goats, alongside cows. What's the other breakdown?
Well, we have a long history in producing cheese. We have, especially in the small ruminants like goat and cheese and sheep, we have a very strong legacy for hundreds of years. There are references of the production of cheese in documents over 700 years. And especially in the inner region of Portugal, there is a long tradition in using sisal, using cheap cheese. And I can say that we are very lucky for having all those generations that bring all that knowledge. And nowadays it's possible for people to taste the cheese like was made many centuries ago. So it's especially those goat and cheese. The cow is more in the islands. It's a very strong and very good cheese in the islands using raw cow milk.
Fantastic. You can't beat a good ruminant on a Friday morning but it is fantastic as well. And also, it takes a lot of organising to put an event like this together. And that you've got a whole cheese festival as well that's taking place alongside it.
Well, yes, I have not been in the work of the organisation, but as far as I arrived here in Viseu yesterday, I could see that there is a lot, many works, including the politician part, like the mayors. Everything is involved. The whole region and your country is involved in participating, and I can say judges from Portugal that are here are from the four corners of Portugal. So everybody was mobilized and everybody was willing to participate in this big event.
Well done. And João, you can see how mobilized he is. And I'm pretty certain that Leila Kazan will also be mobilized.
Thanks, Nigel. I'm here with Chris Lloyd, who, let me tell you, is the only judge here from Australia. Chris, welcome.
How about that? That's amazing. It's so good to be here.
I mean, I feel like you've had a bit of a journey.
It was a very long trip, but do you know what? It's absolutely worthwhile to come here and be with my once-a-year big cheese family. I love it.
Do you know how many times I've heard the term cheese family so far? And I think it is testament to what this event means to all of you guys who come.
It's extraordinary, honestly. I mean, you can look at my
look at this
lineup of badges. It's just such a pleasure to come and meet and greet and taste and smell. And for me, this is just this really wonderful experience where I see all of the cheeses from right across the world all in one room, and it's just such a thrill.
Let's move over this way a little bit, Chris, because, well, you are a cheesemaker.
I am a cheesemaker.
From Adelaide.
Yes, from South Australia.
And we've just come across a couple of interesting-looking cheeses.
Yes, we have.
Tell me, I mean, there are leaves on this one here.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And I think they're walnut leaves.
Yeah, I haven't tasted this cheese yet, but I'm really excited. I just love the idea that cheesemakers can be just a little bit creative and just add a few little sort of touches that is going to change the flavour profile and the look of the cheese. Something that I do a lot of, and I love seeing other cheesemakers do it as well.
So what kind of interesting things would you add to your cheeses, for example?
Well, do you really want me to tell you?
Yeah, I want to know.
Oh my God! Okay.
Give me one example.
Native Australian green ants.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Nigel was telling me about this cheese earlier. You are the person who had the green ants that gave a whiff of eucalyptus.
Correct, yeah. A little bit of kaffir lime, lemongrass, and it actually got a Super Gold medal in San Sebastian in 2016, and I was kicked off the judging panel, the super jury, because I obviously couldn't judge my own cheese.
Oh my goodness.
Yes,
I
know.
I mean, also, I would just love to understand the thought process of a cheesemaker when they go, you know what would really make this cheese? Green ants. Explain this process to me.
Well, I mean, it's something that we have native in Australia, and I guess one of the things I've always tried to do with my cheese making is make sure that I'm looking in my own backyard. What ingredients do we have? How do they taste? Our Indigenous people have been eating native green ants for years and years. What do they taste like? Can I make that work on a cheese? I think I can. And obviously, winning a Super Gold in 2016 was just a testament to, maybe creativity and a tenacity to want to just do things a bit different and talk about my country, Australia.
I think that's such a lovely thing to do. Okay, back to this cheese with walnuts. Let's crack into it, because I kind of want to understand how the judges just get up in that cheese. Do you just literally go at it with a knife?
Absolutely. You've got to get in there. For me, I love to see the interior of the cheese. It tells a lot. You can see here you've got this sort of opaqueness going on around the outside. So that's going to give me a little bit of an idea of how old the cheese is, because it's losing moisture. So it never stops developing, maturing, and so on. So maybe I should just try it.
Yeah, come on,
Do you
let's
like
get
to
in,
have a little?
I mean, I am hoping to try a few cheeses today.
Do you think this is one that you'd like to try?
I think I would like to try it.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Guys, I'm at the World Cheese Awards. This is the first cheeses I've tried. Should we try it together?
We should. I always like to smell a cheese. I always like to smell it before I try it, because then it prepares my mouth for maybe what I'm going to taste.
I'm already salivating. Is that a good sign?
It's a great sign.
Okay, shall we? I mean, I'm so not a pro. I'm just going to copy Chris. Ooh, it's really crumbly.
It is crumbly, so that would be due to the age of the cheese. I think it's really lovely. It's got some really interesting characteristics. Obviously, around the rind is a little bit stronger, but it is quite a dry. It is quite a dry paste. I kind of like it, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's got some really interesting flavour profiles there. And maybe that comes from the leaves.
And so when you cut open a cheese, do you want the centre to breathe at all before you try it?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you can, but I think the thing is that these cheeses have actually been placed out and given enough time to breathe so that they're ready for us to judge, so that we're not having to wait around. That's really important, and serving them at the right temperature is equally important.
Chris, thank you so much. Also, a pleasure to try my first cheese with Chris today. Also, we must note, fabulous hat. Over to Nigel.
Eleonora Borgonovi, Italy representing, and from Brazil, Christian Salva. So they're here. I'm going to interrupt you. Sorry to do this, but welcome back. It's been a few years. You haven't been to the World Cheese Awards, but gosh, you were very young. And can you remember when you did your first World Cheese, where it was?
I think it was 2012 in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Yes,
so,
it was. It was a BBC Good Food show in Birmingham, which is pretty good. But it is pretty special being here in Viseu, here in Portugal.
I love being in Portugal. This is a great chance to meet all my cheese fellow judges and, you know, the cheese family. I'm back, so this is great. Great to have a good time here with you guys.
Well, we were laughing last night. We were just saying to Eleonora, this is the family of cheese, but it's like these are the relatives you really want to see, you like, ones you get on with.
Yeah.
But just tell us a little bit about what you get up to in Italy.
So actually I'm working for a cheese producer in Italy, producing very special, typical Italian cheeses, Grana Padano and Parmigiano Reggiano. And I'm in charge of exports, so we are exporting our cheeses to 70 different countries around the world. So pretty exciting.
And you must be maybe coming away for a bit of a break because you've still got quite a young family. Is your daughter 10?
Yeah, my daughter is 10, and so she's a super fan, very passionate about World Cheese Awards. She's following us.
Yeah, well, it's great because you're live on World Cheese Awards TV as ever, Eleonora. It's so nice to see you. And welcome back to this remarkable event. And where is that shy Brazilian? There he is.
He's
taking some pictures.
Please.
Come on, Christian. Over you come. He's taking pictures. And also, here you go. I know you are. You're doing great, but you look great. And this World Cheese Awards, first time for you?
First time.
Yeah. How does it feel?
Very happy and tense.
Yes, I bet. Yeah, all the way from Brazil. How long are you in Europe for on this trip? How long is your stay this time? A few
5 days.
5 days, great. And tell us...
just this proof and go to home.
Yeah, but at least good. I mean, I know Brazilian Portuguese is a little bit different linguistically, but at least, you know, the language is good. Tell me about what you do for business back in Brazil, you know, your company.
In Brazil, I have a shop.
Yeah.
I'm a cheesemonger, queijista. In Portuguese.
Yeah, absolutely. A purveyor of cheese, and fantastic indeed. And are you able to get many cheeses from outside Brazil as well, from Europe and South America and North America? Are you able to sell those? You've got
for me?
Yeah.
For me, Brazil.
Yeah. Okay. That's mainly Brazilian cheeses that you're selling.
Brazilian cheese is very good.
Yeah, fantastic. And I know you've got some of your colleagues, the gentleman in the hat.
Uruguay.
Uruguay. Yeah. Just remind me his name.
Christian.
We're going to have a quick chat with Christian because he's a very interesting man. I'm sorry about that. Shauna is on camera here and Isla's behind. But Christian, hi. The cat in the hat. Come on, we promise I'd grab you. He speaks better English than I do. But now, when you walked through the arch with all the drums and everything, I mean,
fantastic.
Yes.
I thought I was getting into a castle or something like that. Maybe this is a castle, kind of.
You're in a dream. You're in a dream of cheese.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, well, here we are, and lots of cheeses to try. We have like 4 minutes per cheese if we want to do it in time.
Yeah.
So, we're very, very happy.
Yeah, well, we're very happy to have you. Tell us a bit about you and what you do back home and in the business.
Okay. Well, I live in Uruguay, South America, and I make cheese. I am a cheesemaker. And also a writer. I wrote a book about cheese making, which fortunately won the best in the world last year in the Gourmand Awards.
What was it called?
La Viña Láctea.
The journey, the life of lactic.
Yeah, exactly, more or less. And it's also called cheese architecture. I'm an architect that makes cheese.
Of course you are.
I make sheep, goat, and Jersey cow, all certified organic cheese. Yeah. So that's what I make there.
Yeah, but really special. I mean, to be here for you to see this, and also the people from all around the world that have come together. Because you've lived quite in different places. You've been in Europe before, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been living in Italy, in Torino, some time. That's where I studied architecture. I lived some time in California. I lived some time in Mexico. So yeah, traveling a lot. And well, I love this this story of cheeses.
And you have a very exotic surname. What is it, Christian?
Battellini.
Yeah.
Agustin Battellini.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Italian.
Good Italian roots. There you go. But we're going to let you go. Get on the cat in the hat. Christian Battellini. Leila, follow that if you can.
Peruvian Amazonian cheese.
I'm literally going to the Peruvian Amazonian in 2 weeks.
I'll show you pictures.
Oh, sorry. Right. Oh, we're on. We're on. I am with Jason Hines and Nesha Bibet. Jason, lovely to see you here.
It's lovely to be here.
And we're going to have to share this mic.
I'm very happy. Yes, this organization is very perfect. It's good. Everything is good. My partner is a very good person.
Nesha is from Turkey. Jason is from the UK, from Neil's Yard Dairy. And Nesha, you have your own cheese shop in Istanbul.
Entree Gourmet.
And I've heard great things about it. And what I love is that I've turned up at your table. Yeah. And you've both got an incredible energy already.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we are ready.
Nesha, this is is it your first year? Have you been before?
It's
your first year. You've been here many times, Jason. How is it when you end up on a table with a new judge that you perhaps haven't met before? How does it work? Do you kind of gauge each other's energy and think, right, we've got a big task ahead of us today. How are we going to work together?
First of all, I'm always really excited to meet new people in the cheese business, and they're not here by chance. They're here because they are qualified and deserve to be here. So that already tells you that, you're going to meet someone new, someone exciting that's going to know about them. But it's not like you have to teach them how to suck eggs. They know how to suck eggs already. But if they're the first time here, then there is a certain amount of, calibration that needs to happen. So we've already done a couple of cheeses to kind of get into sync, and then we're away. We eat and talk and eat cheese for a living. So that's in a way just straightforward. Calibrated we are, and we're off.
So you've tasted, I guess, maybe a couple so far because we're still quite early. Did your opinions match? Did you both think the same thing? Or did you think differently? Yeah?
Same thing.
But that's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I think with a certain amount of experience that I know Nesha has had, and I think I have too, a great cheese tells its own story, and a cheese that's got a more kind of, not dodgy background, but one that's maybe not as balanced as some that you would hope that it would be. They tell you what they are, and so we're just responding to what we're tasting, and I think the main thing is that we are calibrated.
So you've both got huge amounts of experience. I would like to understand, because, everything in this room is a cheese, so we should note that the World Cheese Awards is only cheese. There's no other dairies, there's no butters, yogurts, or anything like that. Everything here is a cheese, right? And yet they couldn't look more different. It's incredible to see the variety of things that are indeed cheese. So when you start judging, is the look of the cheese one of the first things that you assess, how a cheese looks?
This table?
Yeah.
Yeah. This cheese.
Any cheese. When you are judging the cheese, you think, the rind looks good, the colour. Are those the kind of things that you look at?
First, two cheese, bronze category, and we find it.
Oh, have you already awarded?
We have, yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. You've given some bronzes already.
We're
only about half an hour in. That's promising.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get a run, sometimes you might go quite a lot of cheeses on the run and not award anything at all. So it is a little bit luck of the draw, but ultimately, if there's a sequence of great cheeses, you have to award them. And I think to answer your question about the visual, I think a cheese is like a human. You are immediately attracted to it. Sometimes it's not necessarily because it's absolutely pristine and beautiful. It could be attractive for other reasons. But I do think that the visual is important because it's your first engagement with the cheese. But then, that's not the only hurdle. It's not just about a visual. We know in relationships there's a lot more depth that you're looking for. Will that arrive or not? Time will tell.
I love that you are comparing cheese to people. So then my next question is, have you ever had love at first sight, Jason, when it comes to a cheese?
Well, I actually did, and I actually judged a cheese on the super jury, and it was the cheese that won. And that's exactly how I described it.
Really?
Yeah, that like it was. I had an emotional feeling with it, and you know, it was the kind of cheese that I suggested I might even share a bed with.
Oh my goodness! So we are finding out a lot about Jason today, and
it was a sensual experience. All I can tell you is that, and so that's how it expressed itself to me, and so the rest was history, and it won.
That's incredible. We should also mention that the both of these two are on the super jury later. So that's 14 judges assessing the final 14 cheeses to find out the world champion cheese. Thank you both so much.
Very welcome.
Over to Nigel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. From the Ukraine, Oksana Chernova, brilliant, long-standing judge for us for the awards. I'm going to interrupt a second. Portugal meets Ukraine, meets Italy, very exciting. Oksana, wow. And what a great bunch of judges you have with you.
Yes, you have a great team today. It's very from different countries, and we have some cheeses so excited and unexpected taste, and we are very good discussing about this. And I hope we find one cheese would be perfect and get it red and super gold.
Yeah. Have you found anything yet that you thought, wow, that's pretty good, or are you still? Is it still a journey?
It's still a journey.
Yeah. And tell us a bit about you and your business. And it's great, you know, from Ukraine. I can see we've got Ukrainian flags all around the hall
because
as well.
Today it's like coming big team with me, and I'm very proud of their support. And we bring some cheeses for introduce our international judging. And of course it's a little bit difficult, but we will still work, and we're very strong team.
Yeah, well, good.
But we were very happy to be there in any case, and always like with enjoying waiting for World Cheese Awards.
It's great that you're
because
here.
I very miss speaking with international judges, speaking with cheese languages. I was incredible, and Ukrainian and the World Cheese was very commendable.
I mean, the language of cheese, but your English is pretty good as well.
Yes.
And Alberto, brilliant, nice to see you, fantastic.
For me, it's a fantastic experience.
Yes. Your first time?
The first time for me,
yes.
like judges. Do you know that we organized in Bergamo?
We did indeed. It was brilliant. That was so special.
Yes, my dream is that in the future we can organize another time the World Cheese Award is fantastic for us.
Yeah.
It's fantastic for Italy.
Yes.
Fantastic, because we have many cheeses, and an event like this is the best for us.
Yeah, and it's great to get everyone
for our country.
Yeah, and you're very good at promoting it overseas as well. You know, I don't know what the percentage of Italian cheese is exported, but it must be very high because we're so used to eating Italian cheese all over the world.
Sorry, I don't
you export a lot of Italian cheese, goes overseas because it is so well made and consistent.
Yes, it's important. It's very important for us, and I hope that in the future we can organize this.
Italian cheese spread it everywhere. I think over all countries in the world. Each country know Italian cheese, like Parmigiano or mozzarella. Everybody knows.
Mozzarella. We have 53 DOP in Italy, and 2,500 different type of cheeses. It's very important.
It's
in a event like this, is very important.
I mean, I know sheep, goats, cows, the whole thing.
All the animals, all the milk.
And we have a very special cheesemaker here, Alberto Enrique, as well. Greetings, and thank you for having us in Portugal.
I'm Portuguese, and I'm producer of cheese.
Yes, I know, and you're very good at it, and it's very brilliant cheese, and everyone loves your cheese.
Yes.
But
and it's the first time that I try to this experience.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for welcoming us to your beautiful country, your cheese will be enjoyed all around the world as it already is. But it's fantastic, and you had two special judges as well from the Ukraine and Italy. It's great.
Try cheeses, and it's very interesting. Listen how Portuguese experts were talking about the cheese. We some discussion about flavors, because we sometimes we need to find solution.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's like we find solution for one cheeses there.
Yeah.
This was very good.
Yes, thank you for that,
Okay.
Adele.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. And while you're going, just while we look at this for a beautiful cheese.
Yes, it looked beautiful, but like visual.
Yeah.
They have some problem inside, unfortunately.
Okay. Well,
but we didn't give this cheese any score because like taste has inside a little bit raw mistakes.
Okay.
Mistakes.
Well, that's the trouble. It's come from.
But visual, it's very excited.
It's a bit like me. I'm marvellous exterior, slightly damaged interior. There you go. Enough about me. It's a joke, by the way. Hopefully, well done, team. Thank you very much. Portugal, Italy, and Ukraine all happily represented on this trade table. Layla, over to you.
Okay, I'm with Sangeeta Trina, and Sangeeta, we are looking at a cheese that is a very interesting colour.
It is.
What does this mean?
Well, we're a bit confused what it means, to be honest, because it's a 12-month-old cheese, it's sheep's milk, and that's all the information we've got, so we don't know what gives it that colour. The texture as well, it just kind of looks really dry when you first cut it, but there's a lot of water, liquid coming out of it. And when you cut it up or break it in your hands, it's a little dusty. So it's got everything. It's got a little bit of colour, interest. As for flavour, we're working on that one.
I mean, would they have added colourants to that? Because it's really, it almost looks like crystal. You know what I mean? Like an orange crystal.
Exactly. It should be somewhere in a mountain. But
looks like it's been hacked out of the earth.
These guys, they make cheese, and they couldn't explain the colour. So
you guys can't explain it either. It's a quite unusual thing, and you guys you are cheese makers, and you don't understand this colour.
Could be a colorant added. But not that much.
To make it stand out in some way.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the orange cheese?
I guess I agree with him. I guess it's a Colorado cheese, but as it's a sheep milk cheese, a long ripened sheep milk cheese, has an interesting body. The surface, it's very interesting, and we just need to taste it and to see how the taste is.
There's a leaf on the outside.
There is a leaf on the outside.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
We didn't.
I mean, look at that. And as a cheesemaker, why would you add leaves to the outside of your cheese? For what reason?
Yeah, for the aesthetics, but also to get some aromas in it.
It imparts some flavour.
Yeah.
There's also a cheese behind this one, which you also said was interesting.
See, as a cheese retailer, something with interest in the cheese counter, the shape, really helps sell the cheese. And when you cut it, the contrast between the dark outside and the creamy inside, it's an easy sell. But then when you get into the taste of it, we expected a little bit more because it does look that kind of deep, lovely, creamy colour, and you don't get that through the textures.
And what about the flavour? Because I'm looking at that and I'm like, this looks like it would taste good.
It let us down a little bit. It could have been more sheepy.
More sheepy.
More sheepy.
I mean, that is what you kind of want from a sheep's cheese, right? Do you want a bit of farm?
You want yeah.
Yeah, I love a bit of farm in my cheese.
You don't want to be licking the sheep, but you want to at least kind of get the aromas of the sheep.
Okay. Now, so the three of you, you've got a lot of cheeses to get through.
Yes.
How do you sort of prepare between each tasting, between one cheese and the other? Because I mean, there's a lot going on in the mouth.
Well, I guess it's important that you judge each cheese equally, that you don't compare with other cheeses, and the most important thing is that you have a clear mouth feeling, and that you drink some water or get an apple.
I mean,
I can neutralize.
I can see apples.
Yes.
And we all know that cheese and apple go great together. But actually, does it help with the palate cleansing?
Helps to flatten the taste out. Yeah.
How many times have you guys been to the awards?
This is my second time.
Okay,
yes.
So we've got to go. And yourself, Sangeeta?
Probably 7 or 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And yourself?
For me, it's easy. It's my first time.
Oh, me and you are both. we're the newbies. There's a few of us here. And okay, so as a new judge, how are you? I mean, what did you think when you first came into the hall? Because I think everyone tells you, it's a spectacle, it's incredible, but you don't really get it. You don't really get a sense until you actually walk in. What did you think?
For me, it was quite interesting to see. It was enormous to see how many cheese are produced in the world. It's about 4,700 cheeses on the tables. We have we can taste 50 or close to 50 of them, and it's just interesting to see the worldwide variety of cheese you have from different animals, the milk from different animals, and the style of the cheeses. That's really interesting to me. From Switzerland, we have our Alpine style cheeses, and that's great to see how many different cheeses in the world get produced.
So as cheesemakers, when you come to the awards, do you get inspiration? Or do you have a way that you make cheese and that's your way? Or do you kind of think, oh, this is quite a good idea, I'm going to start adding leaves or colourant, maybe not, to my cheese?
Yeah, inspiration you get, but it's sometimes difficult to implement in your own style cheeses. We produce in the Netherlands mainly Gouda cheeses. Mm-hmm. And there we are famous for, and we are good in it, and we stick to that.
You don't want to try and fix something that is not broken, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I love that the three of you have just met today. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when you arrive at your tables, you're kind of like introducing yourselves to each other and then finding out a little bit about each other. But because there's three of you, there's more potential of disagreements. So what happens in this situation? And from the energy vibes, do you think that's the potential today? Do you think someone might have different opinions to the others?
I think these guys are more knowledgeable on certain things than they could win on certain things, but you hold your own. You hold your own.
Guys, thank you so much for chatting to me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Always great to track down Dennis Primaggi because although I love working in radio and everything, he's got a much more interesting voice than I'll ever have. And here he is. And here we go again, Dennis.
Hello,
what a great day in Prospect. And I was just saying, what a lovely voice you have, but also a great palate for cheese, because you've done a few of these World Cheese Awards now.
Yes, it's like 6 or 7 for me. And it's a great pleasure to be here, and all these people who are, they are the geeks, the real fans of cheeses, and I see how do they enjoy that the process, the tasting, and how all the epithets and nice words that they use for explaining all this. So it inspires very much.
Tell us a bit about your business, what you get up to when you're not here.
Well, so I'm from Ukraine, so we are facing now with aggression from Russia for sure, and the cheeses that we import, they are quite. Few people who may let themselves to have them on the table, which is quite painful for us. Like business-wise, and for sure emotionally, people are very much distressed and depressed even. But we keep going, and we try to make some kind of a. To open a window onto other world that not that they see like every day from the news, and they do appreciate that very much. They come and continue visiting shops, saying that they're thanking us for keeping business and for having such a place where they may have like something good for their mood, for the senses, and something nice to serve on a table. So it's difficult.
Yeah, it is, I'm sure, indeed, but it's great that you're carrying on. You're still making cheese in the country and importing, but it's really brilliant. And I know that you've got a great judge. She's actually, we've just lost her for a minute, but we will come back with, Rosana Tassitano from Brazil. She's judging with you today.
Yes, Rosana.
Yeah, what, are you speaking in English together?
No, we're speaking using Google Translator because her English is... maybe not so good, and but she speaks perfect Portuguese. So I'm translating English and Ukrainian to Portuguese and vice versa. So we have very fluent and nice conversation, and she's very good in judging.
And what about any cheeses that have particularly excited you that you've had to tell us about some of the ones you've tried?
So at the very beginning we have here the variety of goat cheeses. So my favorite type of cheese is brown cheese, probably this is from Norway. I do like this very much, and surprisingly, soft, fresh cheeses with additives, with a truffle, for example, or with this one with lavender, and this one with olive oil. So they have, and this one, for example, with mango and jalapeno spices.
So you've given these awards already?
Yes, we have already awarded them.
Yeah, bronze.
And this one with the truffle inspires us.
So that's the silver.
Yes, that got silver. And
got this one. Yeah. I mean,
it's maybe not the cheese from the. The professional cheese makers would say that it's too simple to make this kind of cheese, but it's not simple to make this cheese. It's like it has a very balanced. All of them, they have very balanced flavor and aroma, and spices usually they are dominating. But in this very cases, they are very well balanced. So no bad aftertaste. I mean, everything is very, very much in a combination, very much balanced.
Okay.
So this is what we like.
Like you, a nice balance. Well,
thank you very much,
Thank you for giving us an update on Ukraine. Not easy at the moment, but also timings for the day as well. We're going to be doing this till about 1 o'clock, and I think at 2 o'clock we've got the super goals. So we're going to choose a super goal from each table. So there's going to be 104 of those. They'll be then whittled down to the super jury of 14, where 14 judges from 14 countries, different countries, will be championing a cheese each. So between 5 and 6, we'll be finding out. They'll be tasting those. It'll all be live on World Cheese Awards TV, and we'll be finding out who's the supreme champion for 2024. What a day in prospect. If you've got to go and do it now, but make sure you come back sharpish.
And I'm now with Judge Bruno Cabral, all the way from Brazil. Welcome, Bruno.
Thank you.
Welcome again to the World Cheese Awards.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me.
Because you've been here before.
Yeah.
How many times?
Oh, 9 times.
Wow.
Since 2013.
And you keep coming back, even though the journey is very long.
Yeah. Yeah, I live in Spain now.
Oh, you live in Spain?
Yeah,
okay.
I have a cheese shop in Spain. Not so long, not so long.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm Brazilian.
Yes.
I live in Spain since 2019, and I have cheese shop there.
Okay, whereabouts? Where in Spain?
Like Vic, near from Barcelona, Catalonia.
And you have previously been on the super jury.
Yeah.
What kind of an experience is that? On stage, tasting the final cheeses. It must be a lot of pressure.
Too much responsibility.
So much responsibility.
Yeah. My last time in Super Judge, I chose the winner.
Did you?
Yeah, in Bergamo, Italia. That's very special for me.
That's
I
incredible.
think that's special for the producer too, the American.
Of course. And did you get to speak to the producer?
Yeah.
And did they thank you?
Yeah, and I say thank you for you.
Yeah.
For him, because I taste this special cheese, her special cheese for me. It's a beautiful cheese, perfect cheese.
So you have previously identified a world champion cheese. When you first taste a world champion cheese, how do you know it's a world champion? Is it like an incredible...
Wow.
Yeah. Tell me what that feels like.
I don't know. I just don't live this experience. I have 4,000 cheeses to taste. I just want to taste every cheese.
Yeah.
I know from where and how taste the different cheese, like Brazilian cheese is not here. But this incredible experience. I'm so thankful to Guide of Fine Food to invite me to be here.
It's so nice to have you here. And how important is it to you to see all of these other people in the industry once every year, to catch up with them, to connect, to do business?
That's too much important to be networked, to talk about the cheese in the industry and cheese shop with cheesemongers from everywhere. That's too much important to us, too much.
And tell me a little bit about how you taste cheese, because you have a cheese shop.
Yeah.
And so you buy cheese.
Yeah.
How do you decide what cheeses to sell in your shop?
We need the different kinds of cheese, not only the cheese who I like.
Yes.
We need to choose the different tastes, animals, goat, sheep, cow, buffalo, and taste difference. We need at least the client say me, I like this cheese. We need different too. I don't know, my concept, we like to work local cheese. In Catalonia we have only Catalan cheese. In Brazil only Brazilian cheese, but this is a very good experience for us.
And you know, I've been looking at the cheeses on your table, and I can see some of them look like, let's be frank, Christmas presents, because they're wrapped in, you see the one at the end, it's wrapped in foil. Yeah. Hi, Roz. We've also got Roz from the Cheese Academy. Hi, how are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
It's very exciting.
Sticky fingers.
I bet sticky, clammy, cheesy fingers. But the Young Cheese Monger of the year.
Yeah, happening this afternoon. Kind of, we're filling in that gap when everybody's done their judging and before we get to the super jury. And we've got 6 fantastic youngsters who are starting out on their cheese journey. We had some wonderful CVs coming through, and these were the ones that we felt were the best. So we're going to be interviewing them, finding about their passion for cheese, and getting them to tell us about some of their favourite cheeses. So it's going to be fun. And they also have to do some big competitions, cutting, wrapping, the core skills that you would expect of a good cheesemonger.
I mean, how wonderful that we are celebrating the young people in the industry. Thank you so much, Rose. Over to
Pleasure.
Now, I've been lucky enough to hand out some type of achievement awards to people who've done a great deal for the cheese fraternity. And Monica Linton of Brindisa, she used to live in Spain. When she came back to the UK, she really missed all the marvellous ingredients that she was able to access when she lived in Spain. So she set up Brindisa, a business 20 years ago, and has been importing, well, obviously great Spanish cheeses, but also olive oils and olives and a whole host of dried meats and fruits and everything that goes with it. So here she is. It's going to be really... This is your moment. Monica Linton, here we go. I've just been eulogising about me handing over accolades to you. And she really was genuinely surprised, because she's a very unassuming person. But we're lucky enough, because we've been in Spain, we've been Donostia, San Sebastian, and then we were in Oviedo in Asturias.
Yeah. And now great. Portugal is like...
Yes.
All on the Iberian Peninsula has got the most incredible cheeses. Yeah. Incredible cheeses. So I'm so glad.
That's why you set your business 20 years ago. You were about 10.
Little bit.
12.
And it was more than 20. It was 37 years ago. We're going to turn 38 in January.
So we're celebrating also... okay.
We're celebrating 20 years of the restaurants.
Yes.
But the wholesale business, the cheese selection and import business started in 1988.
Wow.
And we're also celebrating one of our other little businesses, which is the olive business, the Perelló, which was founded 60 years ago by the owner.
You're on a roll at the moment, and you're here, which is always, but not just you, family members.
Yeah, my husband's here. He looks after our cheese program.
Yeah.
And to be in Portugal is wonderful. He speaks a bit of Portuguese, so he was at university here in Lisbon years and years ago. So it's really brilliant to come back. And we've been to the Azores as well. We've been to see Saint George.
What, this trip?
Yeah. Oh. We went hiking and we visited a cheese dairy. I mean, we have to see a dairy.
Yeah. No wonder you look so animated. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. No, it's been an amazing trip. 3 days in Lisbon, and then we've got Oporto on Sunday. So I feel very, very lucky.
Yeah.
Very lucky.
Have you been to Viseu before?
Viseu? No.
Yeah, no.
Never been to Viseu. This is the first time for all of us, I think, or for many of us.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah. I think Portugal is a really stunning country.
And talking of beautiful places and beautiful people, you've got a very special judge with you.
I've got João, whose family is third generation.
Here we go. We're talking about you. Come on, don't be shy now. Yes.
Mantegueria Silva.
Yeah.
Silva.
Great.
Yeah.
It's the first time here. I love try taste cheese. I love my colleague Monica.
We're having
Well, are you conversing in many languages?
No, I speak Portuguese, Spanish, Italy. English not so my first language, but I love cheese.
And tell us a bit about you and the business and what you get up to when you're not judging cheese.
Perfect. It's the family shop, 135 years old in the Lisbon family shop in historic, and all Portuguese products, bacalhau, cheese, ham, sausage is very famous in Portugal. So congratulations.
Yeah, and also great the first time we've been in Portugal for the World Cheese Awards. How exciting! Thank you for having us.
Yes, it's amazing. Portugal products, cheese culture, cheese for us is so important. This World Cheese Awards in Portugal. Thank you so much.
It's the 8th time that we've been overseas, but 9th country. If you Wales, we went there when we couldn't get to Kyiv a few years ago. So it just gets more remarkable. But the organisation, I mean, to put it together.
Yeah. It's amazing to get all these cheeses and all these judges, and to be in the heartland of thistle cheese. We do thistle cheese from Spain, and one day I dream of doing thistle cheese from Portugal. It would be really, really amazing. The cardoon.
Yes, just tell people about that. I mean, what it is, the starter, how it works, and why it's pretty unique to these type of cheeses.
Well, not being a cheesemaker, but
as a starter,
as a starter culture, it's what you coagulate the milk with. But the raw milk that gets selected in Spain and in Portugal then gets coagulated with this cardoon. It's like an infusion. It looks a little bit like treacle. It's a sort of very dark liquid, and you put this into the curds when the temperature's ready, and then you leave them there for 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and you just don't quite believe that this plant is going to separate the curds from the whey, but it does, and it makes these lovely creamy cheeses with a very, very touch of artichoke or sort of bitterness on the finish from the thistle.
And they tend to be what, sheep and goats cheeses predominantly?
No, mainly sheep.
Sheep, yeah.
All sheep. I haven't found a cardoon thistle cheese made with goat's milk yet.
No. But I know it doesn't work for cow's milk because makes the cow's milk too bitter, so it's particularly
Yes. Cow milk is more flavor. My favorite is sheep.
Yeah, good. Well, again, you see, thistle cheese is so much more as well. And also, we're going to look at the fact from Christabel, from the Guild of Fine Food, who put on the World Cheese Awards, just to basically to tell us, to give us some more information on how it all works.
This is our biggest ever World Cheese Awards. We have 4,786 cheeses. Over the last few weeks, cheeses have been making their way here from 47 different countries, and a lot of them have been coming via 20 consolidation shipment points. That means that the smallest cheesemakers can send their cheeses locally in their country, and we take care of all logistics, pay for the transport, and it means that this competition really is open to everybody. So once the cheese arrives, the team work really, really hard to check in every single cheese. And remember, the judging is completely blind. So the cheeses arrive with just a code on them. There's no branding, there's no name of the cheese. We check the cheeses in, the producer at the other end can see it's arrived, and then everything is ready on the tables, ready for the judges to taste.
One of the reasons that World Cheese Awards began in 1988 was to try and bring the cheese community, the cheese world, closer together. And what it does now every year is that it moves around Europe and hopefully beyond, and it continues to bring the very best cheese and the very best cheese people to one European city. And that is a very strong and powerful cultural affair, but also gently does some really good business. The real benefits for a country to host are that it raises the profile of their own cheesemakers, it brings trade and business at the week-long event, accommodation, restaurants, hotels. Of course, our host country benefits from the visibility that World Cheese Awards has, whether that's through World Cheese Awards TV, which streams the live event, afterwards, at various video and coverage that we do on social media, but also the press element, the interest in World Cheese Awards and cheese generally across the planet is huge. And every year our PR coverage, our social media coverage is truly impressive. We're always interested at the Guild of Fine Food to partners for the future. You can easily get in touch with us, gff.co.uk. There's always information about World Cheese Awards, how to get hold of us. We're always open to a chat to take this great event, enjoyable event, but important event to a new country, a new region, hopefully one day outside of Europe.
We have a panel of 244 judges that are going to be with us from 39 different nations. So we scour the world to try and find the best possible individuals in cheese, whether they are a producer or a retailer, a technologist, a grader, a milker. They understand cheese. We work really hard at building and putting the teams of judges together. Every single team has been looked at for their different qualifications, if you like, in cheese. So we will put a producer with a retailer, for example. They all bring something different to the table. And what we want them to do is to be able to bring their own expertise, but also they will be learning from their fellow judges as well. Judging at the World Cheese Awards is totally blind. So the judges know nothing about the cheeses that are in front of them. They'll have 45 cheeses and they are identified by a code. We want them to judge them blind and be as unbiased as possible and judge the cheese purely on taste. We know that due to our hard work and the diligence of finding these judges, that they are going to discover the best cheeses here today and ultimately the world champion cheese.
I'm so excited to be speaking to my first Portuguese judge. Maria, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Because
welcome you in Portugal.
Thank you so much. It is your first time at the World Cheese Awards.
Yes.
How does it feel to be judging at the awards that's in Portugal?
It's amazing. I've never been in a place with so many cheeses.
It's an incredible spectacle, and I think what's worth mentioning is this year has had the most number of Portuguese entries, 182 from 52 different producers. So I feel like Portugal is being well represented.
Yes, I think so, and I expect that there are good Portuguese cheese here.
I think there will be. Thank you so much, Maria.
Thank you.
This table is very interesting. John, come on over. Here's John. John from the UK. John, I'd like to speak to you about your table, yours and Maria's table, because I feel like you've been quite freewheeling with the awards. It's the table I've come across with the most bronzes, silvers and golds so far. Are you a very generous judge, John?
Most of my life, no. And just in the last few months, I've decided to turn things around and just be a more positive guy. But no, I think actually we've just been blessed with a really good table of cheese. There's been 2 or 3 that maybe have outright flaws, but we've been in constant, complete agreement with what those are. And if things are really strong and really good, then we're happy to push that information straight back to the producer. Like, good job. It's really great.
And I think that's really interesting because, there are 4,786 cheeses in this room. That doesn't necessarily mean there are 4,786 very good cheeses. So some of them are not going to be good. And I was speaking to the judges on the next table and I said, John and Maria here have given loads of awards. And they said, John is a harsh judge. So if he's given it, it must be worthy. So what I'm saying is some tables must just have better cheeses than others.
I think that's right. They've obviously done a really clever thing. They've started us with fresh through to stronger tasting things so we don't get things blocking our palate. They've also considered splitting up sections so that we're not all just tasting the same, and so there's a democracy that's working across the tables that's really wise. But yeah, I think we've just had a good batch. How can I say?
What I also love is there is some jeopardy on this table because there is a cheese. Oh, tell me.
So we swung out of strong, matured used milk cheeses, and they tend to be quite sweet, concentrated, quite high salt, quite sort of defined acids. And then we came into a Parmesan section. Mm-hmm. And so we had 3 cheeses here, of which we were quite clear that had a notional flaw of very light nature, but it was pretty decent. So it got itself a bronze, which we were really happy with. And then this we scored up and realised was a point off a gold, and thought to ourselves, are we maybe yet to be more generous to sort of bring another one to join the pack? So we thought, Maria said, why don't we try the 3rd and see where we're at? And then we got to compare the 2, and clearly that was the gold, and this then stayed down as a silver. So in a good sense, to have a few means you cross-reference and you get to pick up where the strengths are in one cheese and maybe lacking from another.
And John, we are approximately halfway through your judging day. Are you halfway through your cheeses?
We are.
Oh, well
we're
done.
over. Yeah, I think halfway was here. So it's tortoise and the hare. We're just going to flow into arrogance and then just be late right at the end. No, I think the other thing is the super golds are something that, well, the golds that we award, and choosing our table's super gold is to kind of have time to sort of discuss that as well. So we're aiming to finish before the time that we're supposed to finish the whole thing. So yeah.
Super gold from this table, still to come. Thanks, John. Lovely to speak to you.
Thanks very much.
Well done, well done. Great, great.
Ferrell Adidou, new judge to us from Algeria. Here she is. Ferrell, sorry to ambush you. I know you're in very good company with Carlos. Don't be shy. We'll come back to you in a second. First World Cheese Awards. How does it feel?
Je suis très contente et très heureuse d'être là au World Cheese Award.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, you were very content, as in very content. And I'm really interested, are you speaking French to each other, or which language are you liaising?
Lui me parle en anglais, moi je lui parle en français. C'est ça le mondial du fromage.
Pas de problème, pas de grave. It's easy, it's the language du fromage.
Voilà, exactement, on parle fromage.
Yeah, but it's great to have you here from Algeria as well.
I'm from Algeria.
Yeah, and also you're a vet, you're a veterinary, you have many, you are multi-talented.
I'm veterinarian and I have a shop online in Algeria. I'm the winner of the competition of cheesemonger in Algeria.
Ah, bravo. Qu'est-ce que c'est le nom de le magasin online?
Fadidou Fromagerie,
oui.
C'est tout moi.
Okay.
La Didou, et la fromagerie, c'est Fromagerie Fadidou.
Oh, parfait. Merci beaucoup. Absolutely. Carlos, wow. Did you know that Carlos here is officially, he's one of the hottest men, actually he's one of the hottest people in food and drink in the UK in the moment. By Waitrose have voted you that. That's official, because now you're a great ambassador also for all things from Newcastle.
That's good. Yeah, that's true. It's great to be back here. It's great to be with new judges and to teach them how to do it. And yeah.
But what a great life, Mexico, Boston, Newcastle. I mean, and then this family of cheese that you're such a really special part of.
Thank you so much. No, it's been amazing. I have been judging for so long, 15 years. I've been here in Italy and Norway, in all these places, and just seeing friends, meeting all the new people, and always because of cheese. Cheese is such a great way of connecting the world.
Yeah, and also I love Carlos is also very brave, because one year he never really made the World Cheese Awards in the UK because he had appendicitis, which became apparent. It was and you had to be operated on, didn't you?
Yes, in England, and they almost killed me.
I know, I didn't do a great job of it. I'm sorry about that, okay. But yeah,
but also, still went back though.
Yes, but yes, you did, but not. Yeah, you came back, but your appendix didn't. But also, tell us about, is it Spelunker? Well, tell us about the tours that you do.
Cheese Spelunkers. This is a new company that started about 4 years ago, and we now organize cheese tours for cheese professionals to visit cheesemakers in the country where the World Cheese Awards are happening. So this year we did one in Portugal, and we went to visit all size of manner of producers, small and big, of Queijo Serra de la Estrella. It was amazing, and just being able to bring cheese professionals from other part of the world and have the time to go see cheese making, meet other people just before the awards is perfect, because I think it teaches people of what we're expecting to see, specifically for Portuguese cheeses. It's like way, and I have done this in Norway. I did it in England when the awards were in Wales, and ended in Wales, and we have done it before in Spain and Italy. So yeah, cheese spelunkers.
Really, but excuse my arrogance, but where does the name come from?
So spelunking is to go about in the caves. So the sort of professional archaeologists, anthropologists that go into caves and look at the stalactites and the stalagmites and all that, they are called spelunkers. So it was just perfect that it was a cheese spelunker, right? Because we're going to caves as well.
Well, I love that you've actually got to then explain that to people, what a spelunker is, and you can do that better than anyone. Very quickly, because it's a family of cheese, but you've got your sis here again somewhere. I can sense Aurora.
Yeah, my sister is around
judging,
and she's also training some new judges, which is really good. So we're very happy.
And on the super jury later on. Carlos Yescas, fantastic, really brilliant as well. And again, what's great, it's from Algeria as well. We've got judges as well. It's fantastic. Variel, thank you so very much for being you.
Thank you for the invitation.
No, not at all. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
There you go, Leila. The League of Nations of Cheese is alive and well in this fantastic hall in Viseu.
Incredibly, we are about halfway through the judging day. So many cheeses have been tried so far, but there's still so much to go. It is my pleasure to be with Emma and Nicola. Emma from the UK, Nicola from Italy.
Italy, Spain.
Italy, Spain. Yeah, you're confused, but it's fine. Nicola, what I think is interesting is that you are from Le Gruyere.
Exactly.
A cheese which has previously won world champion cheese how many times? Like
5 times.
I mean that is incredible. So you are well aware of what the world's best cheese can taste like.
Exactly. But also it depends about like here we have like a lot of categories, a lot of different cheeses, so it's not about a special taste, but we are judging a little bit flavor and different things. No, with them we understand. I think that we have a very similar understanding about the category. No, we are strict, but we are fair, and so for me, very important, the mouth, how it finish the cheese in the mouth. No, so sometimes we try these cheeses they looks very good, everything is good, but at the end the taste is nothing. Sometimes the taste is very good, and we are surprised because the flour, etc., was not so nice. So it's like a surprise. You have to go slow. I think you have to respect a lot the work of these people that are making the cheese, because it's not easy. It's very easy here to say good, not good, but under this there are people that work in this industry. It's an industry. It's hard. It's hard to do it. So we do it with respect, no? But also we are judging in a nice way.
Well, Emma, have you guys met before?
No, first time.
Right.
We met about an hour and a half ago.
And so how's the judging energy between you?
It's great. I mean, as Nicola said, it's quite nice to calibrate. So we found on the first few cheeses we started to judge together, so where we stood in terms of if we were harsh or really generous judges, but yeah, we calibrated nicely, which is always a bonus.
That's handy.
Yes.
And Nicola, this is your second year, but Emma, you've been here how many years?
13.
I mean, I don't really understand how that computes.
So I'm only 12.
So you was basically still an infant when she first came to the World Cheese Awards. No. But you're very seasoned in the judging process. And with that in mind, how has your table been so far today, now that you're approximately halfway through?
Yeah, it's been incredibly varied. What I love about this competition is that you have lots of different categories on one table. We have had some very, very unique cheeses, a lot of what seem to be quite small scale and artisanal, and lots which have really surprised me both ways. So where you look at it and think it's going to be fabulous and the flavour's slightly flatter, and the other way around where they look gnarly and quite artisanal and taste absolutely incredible. So we've been surprised a few times. It's been varied, but we've had a few very, very standout good cheeses and some more fine and very all right.
And I can't help but notice this kind of mess of a cheese on the table. But there's a wheel and there's a lot of liquid. Do we know what this is?
Let me have a look. I just opened it.
For sure, it's not Swiss.
For sure,
it's not Swiss. I'm sure of it.
So how will you approach this? And what are you holding in your hand?
So this is an instrument, so we can do like this. And
I think this is called a cheese iron.
Exactly. So we can see, the texture. That it's a little bit.
So tell me what your initial thoughts are on taking
when
that
I saw
out.
When I saw this cheese, my first approach was like, what is this?
Yeah.
No, because I think it's sweet.
Some kind of fruity.
So it's fruity,
okay.
no? So it's strange. Then the cheese looks like typical manchego or something like this, no? And so let's see. I don't know. Let's see the effect on the taste, on the surface with this marmalade. I don't know.
Well,
you can come here.
Well then, I have actually just looked it up.
Tell
so
me, Emma.
It's not completely secret. We do get the judging notes beforehand. So I just hadn't looked. But it's figs.
Oh,
so
it's
a
figs.
hard sheep's milk cheese with some sort of fig compote puree looking thing on the outside. So it looks like it hasn't been soaked in it, but maybe just got it rubbed.
Okay, is this a usual thing to do to coat your cheese in like a fruit? No,
no.
Well,
It's not
do you know
regular.
what? Going around the tables, we've encountered some interesting things that cheesemakers are trying to do, and I feel like it's a good attempt to try and stand out from the crowds. Both of you, it's been wonderful to speak to you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Dominic Delago from America, Rory Buchanan from London. Here you go. I'm going to doorstep you, both of you. Sorry to do this to you, but well done. You're in good company. A long way from Portchester Place in London. Yeah.
Feels quite far.
Yeah, but well done. But again, now Dominic as well. This might be is this your first experience at the World Cheese
Here,
Awards?
yes, it is.
Yeah,
it
I
is.
mean, it's pretty incredible, is it not?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Some good products to try and a lot of diversity in products, and it's nice to see how many entries and how many countries are entering.
Yeah. You're based in the States, aren't you?
Correct.
Yeah,
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah, but I have a feeling you're not from, with a name like Delago as well, you're not from there originally.
I'm from Western France.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Brittany.
Okay, yeah.
Dairy country.
Yes, indeed it is.
Yeah.
But, and with Saputo, what do you get up to in America?
Well, I'm running the new product development and new business for Saputo in North America.
Yeah.
So we are in many categories: blue and goat and cheddar and mozzarella.
Yeah.
So
How long have you been in the States now?
30-some years.
Wow, gosh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a whole other story for another day.
That's
but
right, that's right.
Interesting times in the USA. Moving on, Rory, tell us about some of the cheese that you've tried and any that you would stock in Buchanan's as well that you think about, or are you still... Have you awarded many awards?
We've had some really good cheese. I mean, I think the best one we've had so far, actually, I don't know if that's maybe new for this year, but if they have a PDO or a protection, the cheeses, then we get the name, not the producer obviously, but the
PDO,
so we were told that this was an Osso-Orati, and that's the first goal we've given out.
Well, can we just look this coming back here, Shauna on camera? This is the Osso-Orati here. And just describe what it is that you really thought is worthy of a goal.
I think it was just tell it was quite balanced all the way through. It's a little bit the appearance, the rind slightly damaged. We did mark it down a little bit for that, but at the same time the paste, the texture was kind of smooth, buttery. The flavour was sweet, nutty, and it just had a kind of that typical kind of fudgy, nutty kind of tang you'd expect from a sheep's milk cheese. It just delivered all the way through in each step, I think, in each category, in a way that not many others so far had. So we were quite pleased to be able to give it a go.
And Dominique as well. I mean, Osso-Orati, so it's not a million miles from here, from the Basque Country, but some of the others have travelled from all around the world. I mean, we've obviously had USA winners before, Rogue River Blue, for instance, and quite a few from France over the years. But that's something I think you as judges take into consideration. But it's a difficult journey for cheese to get here, so sometimes that gives you maybe a little bit more latitude to be gentler on the marking, possibly.
Correct. We need to be.
Yeah.
We need to be. So some product come from Japan, and so you need to pay attention to that. And the soft product also, you need to see temperature abuse and some other things that could have happened with packaging. And so.
Well, thank you for your time, gents, and well done. Enjoy this remarkable. I don't know if you've ever been to Viseu before.
No, I haven't.
No, likewise, and it's beautiful. I've been to Porto a few times, but the Portuguese have made us welcome, and we can celebrate suitably of the dinner tonight, methinks.
Yes.
But merci beaucoup. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
and
you.
Rory, as ever.
Thanks.
I'm not sure that is in Gaelic, but anyway, but thank you. That'll do. Whoa, Layla. I hope you've got such good company as I have here. Fantastic. What a great way to spend a Friday.
Delighted to have another Portuguese judge here. I'm now with Jose and also Helen from La Gruyere. Jose, welcome to the World Cheese Awards, because whilst you are experienced, this is your first year.
It's amazing. Too many cheeses to taste it, and some quality also.
So it's a pleasure to have the World Cheese Awards in Portugal, especially here because this is a traditional area where we produce very good cheeses. So I think it's a good experience for all of, especially for me.
And do you know, this year has had the most number of Portuguese entries.
Yeah, I heard John.
182.
It's amazing. And I think it could be more, because all over the country you have completely different kind of cheeses from the south of Portugal to the north. So I think this is also a way to inspire the others to come to the other editions of the World Cheese Awards.
Now, of course, the tasting throughout the whole day is completely blind, so the judges don't know where the cheeses are from, the names of the cheeses. But do you think maybe you've tried a Portuguese cheese on your table? Do you think you would be able to tell?
I think.
Yeah?
I think I try already.
Oh, you think you've had one?
Yes, I think I already tried one because it's a very particular flavor, and that's the magic of this. Because all of us in our countries, we have a different palate, we have a different way to interpret the products, and this make you to have a completely open mind and open palate to the others. But I cannot say that is a good cheese, the Portuguese one I tasted.
Oh! Well, that I think demonstrates the genuine objectivity of the judges, because we should say that the process is so rigorous and it's completely blind, and all of the judges are from different disciplines around the world to bring their own element to it. Helen, so nice to meet you.
Hi, good to meet you too.
How has your table been today? Have you had any ones that have stood out? Any awards yet? Any duds?
The cheese is always fabulous in whichever shape or form it comes, but yeah, we've had a really good one particular standout on both ends of the spectrum, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's some of them made us smile and be very happy, and others made us want to move on perhaps a little more quickly than we would normally.
You know what I'm really interested to know is, what is a bad cheese? 1 hour left. That was a 1 hour left, Mark.
1 hour left.
Yeah. What is a bad cheese?
Chacun a son goût, as one says. You know, everybody to their own taste. But there are certain cheeses that, if they don't sit well on the palate, if they don't make you smile, if they make you consider whether or not they were having a bad day. Yes. And that's perhaps one of the cheeses that we had, but the vast majority so far have been of a very, very high standard.
That's
and I think we need to sort of concentrate on that.
For sure, and I'm so pleased to see that you've given some awards. Still to find the super gold, but I guess that happens at the end. You've got 1 hour. So I hope, I mean, I'll leave you to it, lots to get through.
I think we can do it.
Yeah, I think you can do it.
Thank you.
You are strong enough.
You are strong enough. Great,
there we go.
guys.
Again, what a trio. They have no idea I'm going to hijack them here, but here you go. Sorry to do this to you, but it's coming, all three of you. It's brilliant. I love the fact that, you know, we've got Portuguese, we've got press barons, we've got Paxton Whitfield's finest alumni, but also obviously from Ireland as well, and Espen Schoeningli, who is not only great on cheese but also a butcher in another life. You wear many hats.
Yeah, I'm a chef and a butcher, and love cheese, of course.
Yeah. And have you been, I presume you've been to Portugal before, but maybe not here? Or...
No, I've never been to Portugal.
Great.
But it's the third time in the competition, and it's really, really excited to be here.
Yeah, and you're in very good company as well. How are you?
Hi, I'm Avril. I'm from Ireland.
Yes, Avril Malloy. We've got a Malloy in the house.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I work for LaRousse Foods, and yeah, we're really enjoying the cheeses, some very good standards. The cheesemakers obviously put a lot of work into these cheeses, so you have to give it a lot of time to, you know, judge them. So we're really enjoying it.
Yeah, good. And you've got the matinee film god of the press world. Hey, tell us a bit about you.
So I work most with chefs in Portugal, and we have seen here beginning stages, middle, and upper. So it's been very enthusiastic. I'm very enthusiastic about it. Great experience.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having us in Portugal as well. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Bem-vindos a Portugal.
There you go. Welcome to Portugal. Even I picked that one up as well. So tell us about some of the cheeses, Avril, that you have excited you.
This one in particular, we actually gave it a gold. We thought the appearance was beautiful, that it's covered in paprika, but it doesn't overwhelm the flavour. But the paprika application is really even. The texture was buttery and soft, but the flavour was really, really complex. And you got all the milkiness and the sweetness, but a little hint of the paprika and a really long flavour profile at the end. So yeah, we just felt it ticked all the boxes.
Yeah, and this one behind you was also, I think that you've given that,
a
bronze, didn't you?
Yeah, would you like to?
Yeah, Paolo.
Well, it has something regarding the texture that it's very exciting, and the flavor, it was also very specific. But the thing that most, for the moment, that I did enjoy is, so we have in Portugal a strong tradition of fresh cheese. You do it and you eat it on the other day. And there's one over there that won the silver. It's very fresh. It's very
Go on,
milky.
let's go on. We're going to walk and talk. Excuse us, Avril. Here we go. Tell us about this. And you open it up, and there you go. You got a silver.
Yeah. So when we smell it, it looks like fresh milk. Do it.
Oh, it does. Absolutely. That's just freshly churned milk. I grew up on a farm, so it's a smell I recognise.
So, you know,
yeah.
So, and me being Portuguese, and all my fellow Jews did also agree with me that this was it's a beautiful ricotta that reminds us the fresh flavors of Portuguese cheese, which is again a strong category that we have in Portugal. Love it.
And we've got also a show going on here in this marvellous marquee outside.
Yeah,
tell us a bit about that.
So we have the show with Portuguese producers, but also Portuguese chefs doing recipes with cheese. That's quite there's one over there. There's a few of them that are also
Judging,
part of the judges, and so they will be challenged to do recipes with some cheeses that they might have choose, not in here, but from the exhibitor, because this is only for the judges.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be showcasing a little bit about Portugal, a few other countries, and then definitely on the recipes, a lot of Portugal going on over there.
Exciting time, food and drink, to be involved in Portugal.
Oh man!
I know you've
definitely
been out there for a few years, but that's
yeah. So we have been growing regarding cheese, but also wine. On the wine industry, we had a very classic industry, the port and the Douro, that is not regarding table wines. It's not that old, but as it has been growing, it's a lot of surprise.
Oh well, brilliant, delighted, and if you've never been up the Douro, do go, because it's not just about port. There are some fantastic wines coming out of Portugal. Paolo, brilliant, really, and Avril, and we've got Norway's finest butcher and cheese maker as well. Well done, Espen. Appreciate that. And we've got Bob. So are we going to go to Bob? We're going to go to Bob. Bob Farron, the man who set it all up, is here, alive and well, and the Gandalf, as I describe him, of the cheese world. Because many years ago, he was the foolish youth who decided to do this. And we have, by the way, I can scoop ace reporter Nige can tell you that a Super Gold has been awarded. I'm not sure on which table it is yet, but I know it's been awarded. And we've got just another 101 of those to hand out before the judges are finished. Here he is. I'm sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Bob Farron, again, every year you must think, this is the 8th time we've been overseas, but actually to other countries it's the 9th, because we went to Wales when they stepped in because we couldn't go to Kyiv, but gosh, all those years ago.
Dublin in that?
Dublin.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have overseas, because that's where, I think in my early days, when you gave me the call and said, Nige, we want you to get involved, you're a bit of a gob on a stick, you love cheese,
Did
you
I
grew
say
up on a
that?
farm.
I don't think I said that.
Whatever you did.
You talk a lot, I know.
Yes, and not that you don't, of course, but nothing wrong with that. But again, another great spectacle, and what's a gathering?
The one thing, I was just talking to Charlie about it, I've noticed this year that it's almost become an event in the lives of all these people that taste their cheese. They're looking forward to it, and they want to be working with somebody from halfway around the world, because then that shared love, that shared interest in cheese, it's just a magic atmosphere here. I think this is the best atmosphere I can remember, really.
Yeah,
Everyone I've talked to, they're just smiling and, yeah, we've had good cheese and, yes, we're getting on and we have had no arguments. I mean, it's perfect. It's so good.
It is. We just say this family of cheese, it's a bit of a cliche, but these are the relatives you get on and want to see.
Well, if you have a shared interest in food, you know this.
Yes.
I mean, food is as important to you as it is to me, and the wine, of course. But if you share something like that, it cuts down language, it cuts down barriers, it just unites people because we have a common interest. And what could be better than a bit of cheese?
This is our 36th edition of this. We missed one during COVID, and we've had a joint one year between France and Ireland. But the original cheese, which isn't even made nowadays, just tell us a bit about. There was like a military bearing on that one.
Oh, what you mean the Cheshire Blue?
Yes.
Blue Cheshire. Group Captain Hutchinson Smith, whose widow. He sadly passed on, but his widow is still alive. I heard from her, 97 she is now, and still enjoys a bit of cheese. But he was ex-RAF, and he kind of went into this. Somehow or another inherited this age-old recipe, because, I mean, Cheshire is reputed to be our oldest cheese, and of course, I guess in years gone by, the blue would have been something that happened by accident rather than by design. And he made this cheese, and the two of them, as a couple, who, to me then, they were quite old, but they're younger than I am now, I think. And but he'd come out of the RAF, and he'd inherited this recipe and somehow this little business, and put his heart and soul into it. But what I've noticed is that I live in the West Country, which is quite famous for having a lot of retired military people.
Okay.
They all remember the Blue Cheshire, and of course because of his contacts, group captain and all that bit, he was able to write to them and say, well, I'm making this cheese, and they stood with Linda and me on a counter for the entire show. I think this was at up in Wembley in 1988, I think. I think it was. And just talking to people about their cheese, and the bit I remember was that the number of times I heard somebody say to them, oh, thank goodness somebody's still making that. And of course now it isn't made.
No, well, that would be good if someone wants to. But for you as well, what was your reasoning behind it all, that you thought, I need to make this happen all those years, 8, whatever it was, years ago?
Well, because almost every nation that's into cheese has its own cheese competition. There was nothing that was truly international, which I never even considered it would end up like this, if I'm brutally honest. But, you know, if somebody doesn't have a crack at doing something like that, then it's never going to happen. And I thought, well, everything else, running, jumping, throwing discuses, they have Olympics. Why can't we have one for cheesemakers? And it just appealed to me. But also, I had been invited to judge up at Nantwich Cheese Show those years ago by Alex Williams, who was the first head judge I ever had, and he was super expert on Cheshire cheese. And I stood with him on the first day, and I hadn't judged cheese before at that stage. I'd graded it over the years, but I said, well, aren't you worried, Alex, that the cheesemaker is thinks you've made the wrong decision, and that his cheese should have won and not somebody else's? And he said, dear boy, just remember this: to everybody except the cheese that won, you're an idiot. and you have to go into this. I mean, you have to accept the fact that every cheesemaker puts it in thinking it's a gold. And I think we need to applaud that. More now, because British artisan cheesemaking was almost non-existent in '88. There was just a few people making it, but by and large it was big block cheeses that had no character, didn't change with the seasons.
No. Well, you are one of the reasons for the Renaissance for a lot of those as well. And also, he's a pretty dapper man with the shirt as well. I think as well, you might have rivaled me there. Bob Farron, we wouldn't be here otherwise without you, and I really salute you and appreciate that. You and Linda have done a great job, and John and Torty with Farrons have taken up the next generation. So thank you very much. Bob Farron, it's a privilege to interview you. Layla, beat that.
Well, Geo and I have been having our own great conversation, and Geo de Mexico.
Yes.
Welcome from Mexico. So wonderful to see you. And what I love is that we can tell you are from Mexico because I think this is the first time today I've seen a kind of personalized own set of whites. Look at this beautiful. Tell me about this embroidery.
It's embroidered in Oaxaca. So in Mexico we embroider a lot. The indigenous people embroider things. So I embroider all my jackets because I think it's important. It represents my country, and my cousin embroidered this for me.
We got to get a close up of the flower. Let's have a look at it again. So that's also hand embroidered.
Yeah, by my cousin. She made it for me.
And I know that representing Mexico means a lot to you, and also the women there. Tell us a little bit about what you do there.
Well, my company name is Lactography. It's mine and my brother's. And what we do is my first point is to help women that make artisanal cheese, because I think it's very important for women to understand that this is our century, this is our time, and this is the time that we can do whatever we want if we really want it. So I empower women in Mexico that make artisanal cheese making and sell it in my store. It's a specialty store that sells 70% of our cheese are Mexicans from small producers, rurals, and people that have like plants bigger, but mainly that and some European VOPs and Americans that are original cheeses.
So when you are looking for cheeses to supply in your store, you will have in mind the often underrepresented women producers.
Exactly. That's my point. I don't want to sell cheese from someone that doesn't need the help. What I'm looking for is people that actually need the help. Because when you are buying cheese from artisanal cheesemakers, you're also their psychologist. So you have to make them understand what they do is great and that they deserve that. So they deserve to have the cheese sell into maybe a place where they never thought they could be sell that cheese. So I love that. I love to tell the stories to my customers. I sell also to restaurants and hotels, and when they get excited about the cheeses that are not represented because they are so rural, it makes me so happy.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
And I mean, quite often those lesser known, smaller batch cheeses are the most interesting ones, the most incredible ones.
Exactly.
But they never get the opportunity to kind of get onto the big stage or get into shops. And because of the work you're doing, you're letting more people find out about this cheese, which I think is so brilliant.
Thank you.
It's really a powerful thing.
So today, 42 cheeses from Mexico are here, are representing us. Me and my brother and my company have done it for 6 years now. My first time here was in 2012, but this is my 10th time.
Wow, you're seasoned, Geo.
Yeah.
And also, you are on the super jury.
I am for the second time, and I'm so proud to be a woman, a colored woman from Latin America, representing women, because women can do everything.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the great things about the World Cheese Awards. The judges and the super jury are reviewed each year to see what they bring to the table and to ensure that there's genuine diversity with gender, with discipline, with where they are from in the world. And I think you're such a perfect representation of that.
Oh, thank you very much.
I mean, how do you feel about the fact it's going to be your second time on the super jury? You're having to, you have a real say in who the world champion cheese is. Does it feel... Is it a lot of pressure?
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. But last year I was very nervous. But this year I feel more empowered because I already know what's going on. And I'm just excited to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad that they chose me again.
I'm so glad they chose you as well. It's so nice to meet you. Now, I'm just looking, because we're standing next to a couple of cheeses which you said were particularly good.
Yeah.
And they've got 2 golds. Tell me a little bit about these cheeses.
And there were actually the one and second cheese, the first and second cheese that we tried. And these 2 cheeses move me. They are beautiful.
Like emotionally?
Emotionally.
Oh my
and
gosh.
one cheese that are down there also. But they move me. They make me feel alive again. You know, cheese that does for me. It warms my heart. It's my passion. It's the passion of my family. So I'm so happy that the first two were so good. These cheeses are amazing. Congrats to the people that make those cheeses.
I mean, you know, like you hear people being moved by art. And I guess this is like, food is an expression of a person and of a place and of skill and generations and everything. So I don't think it's weird that you can be moved by a cheese. Really.
No. Cheese move me. When I open a wheel of cotija cheese from Mexico, or when I open a cheese that is so special for my country, I always almost cry because it is what makes me feel alive. It's my passion. And it came also from my brother. So it's what bond us and make us what we are. So it makes me so happy.
I can see it. Absolute pleasure to meet you and to hear about your passion, which is so evident. I can't wait to hang out with you later.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it was lovely.
Oh, I love this.
Hendrik, Dominic and Joey. Texas happily collides with Switzerland with a bit of the Netherlands thrown in. There you go, team. I'm sorry, I'm going to doorstop you here. Joey, how's it going?
It's going great. This is wonderful. The Olympics of cheese, right?
Yeah, this could be better than Christmas, I think, couldn't it, officially?
Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
it just starts the Christmas season right.
Yeah, it does. But of course, you know, a little bit of Texas. I don't think you're from there originally.
No. I'm from North Carolina.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe things even mine with my accents. But we've got a little bit of Switzerland and the Netherlands thrown in as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, good. Well done, team. How's it going?
Two fabulous
nice.
judges.
Yeah. Your first time to the World Cheese. I mean, how does it feel?
Yeah, it's incredible to be here, to see so many cheeses, so many judges. It's very nice. Nice experience.
Yeah, it's almost overwhelming to have so many different amazing types of cheese. It's great to be here.
Yeah, well, good. We're lucky to have you here. It is like the extended family of cheese. Yes. And what about, Joey, some cheeses that have excited you so far?
We just tasted this beautiful goat's milk cheese right here. It got a very good high score, a gold medal. It's a
Henrika, why don't you hold it up and talk us through it as well and just say why it was? So we can come to you with the camera.
Yes, okay. Well, we really like this cheese on the surface with the coloration. With it looks very natural, but also the appearance looks very nice. We did not see any cracks or something like that. But also the taste was very creamy, full of taste, full of aroma. One complete cheese.
Yeah, no, it's great. It looks perfect. I mean, it's difficult. Some of these have I mean, Dominic, you've come from Switzerland, so not that far, but some of these other cheeses have come from the other side of the world. So it's not easy being a travelling cheese sometimes.
Yeah, of course. But most of them were in really good condition, and that was simply amazing, even though they traveled so far, those cheeses.
Yeah.
And really cool.
Yeah. And Joey, talking about that, I mean, Texas, Austin, all these places are incredibly cool at the moment. And interesting times in America, possibly. We don't need to go into that. We haven't got that many hours. But also for you, tell us a bit about your business, stateside.
I work for Whole Foods Market in the United States, and I oversee the specialty department's cheese programs, product development, and innovation. So I work with our producers to create new products for our stores.
Yeah. And does that mean you're on the road a fair amount, or are you basically there, people are coming to you?
It's a little combination of both, actually. So a lot of our supplier partners come to us, but we regularly go and spend a lot of time with our suppliers. We want to be on boots on the ground, being able to really see our producers, know our producers, see their production, see their animals, and it really cements that relationship that we think is so important at our company.
Yeah, well done. Whole Foods, great reputation all around the world. We're lucky enough to have them in Britain. Henrika, and for you, what was your background? Have you always been immersed in cheese, or is tell us a bit about you.
Yes, I'm for 24 years now in the cheese, working.
For
24 years. Yes, working at Lactalis Ledamme in the Netherlands, and taking care of at the R&D department in development as cheese technologist and product developer. So creating new type of cheese, new cheese kinds, new products for the market.
Yeah, that'll keep you busy without doubt. Yeah, it's an exciting time to be in cheese again.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And Dominic as well. I mean, Lidl, again, we know them all around the UK, certainly, but heck of a business. How long have you been with them?
Actually, in the business of cheese, just 4 years. So I have a lot of help from my experienced colleagues here. But yeah, I'm a purchasing manager at Little Switzerland, and of course it's very important for us to have to select the both best cheeses, and it's a perfect place here to scout new cheeses and also to reward those that really have that simply make great cheese.
Yeah. Well, it's brilliant. Welcome to Portugal and welcome to World Cheese Awards for both of you. And Joey will tell you we're going to have a right good dinner, as we say, in Texas and in Yorkshire tonight, and we're going to celebrate suitably. So,
yes. Come hungry, come happy.
Yeah, you very fine trio of judges. God, this is just... hey, I don't know how it's going with you, Layla, but it's going blooming well down our end of the cheese world.
I'm so pleased to be speaking to Aki, who's come all the way from Japan.
Yes,
Welcome, Aki.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here. It's a long journey.
Yes, it takes 15 or 17 hours.
It's a long journey, but you've been here before.
Yes.
And you've been on the Super Jury before.
Yes.
So, obviously, you must think it's worth coming all this way.
Thank you.
Why is the World Cheese Awards so important for you to attend?
I see many new type of cheese from all over the world, and I meet many people have passion with cheese.
And your job is, you're the president of the tell me.
Cheese Professional Association in Japan.
That's it, which basically means Aki is responsible for promoting cheeses from around the world in Japan.
Yes.
So, being here must be great for you.
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because where else would you have access to thousands of cheeses from all different places?
Yes.
So do you then, when you go back to Japan, do you have new cheeses in mind that you want to talk about when you get back to Japan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That's fine. Right. No, don't worry. Now, you've got a big table, as does everyone, and there was one thing that caught my eye. Because I don't think I've ever seen a sphere of cheese. It's a ball. I mean, you sometimes get little balls, but this is actually this is a big ball.
This is very interesting.
It is interesting.
With bay leaves and round shape and aroma from bay leaf. It's very interesting cheese.
Yeah. An unusual shape, because I think the great thing about cheeses is they come in all different shapes, sizes, colours. And honestly, this is the first kind of football-sized cheese that I've seen. Tom, you are also on this table. Welcome, Tom, from the UK. How has your day been so far? I mean, how have you done in terms... Have there been good cheeses? Have there been bad cheeses?
There have been a lot of great cheeses, actually.
Oh, fab.
Yeah. Sometimes you get some that are a little more challenging. We've actually had very few of those today, so...
Because I can see you've got some awards.
Yeah. Yeah, they're stacking up quite nicely, I think.
And, how many golds, silvers, bronzes have you given, do you know?
I think, 4 or 5 gold, maybe, and, 6 or 7 silver, so...
Can we have a little look
set.
at them?
Yeah, of course.
So where are your golds?
Well, we've got this Parmigiano here. So it's... Let me unwrap it so you can get a bit of the beauty. So we've got 4 or 5 palms. It can be pretty challenging to... We're looking for a lot of very subtle differences between these. This one really stood out because it had a kind of deep kind of cooked sugar flavour, lots of milky, buttery goodness. So, yeah, just easy to love.
I mean, how do you... Because I can also see that the cheese iron has been used. And is that a tool that you like to use when you're trying... because some people just get straight up in that cheese and cut it open.
Right.
Crack it open. Other people use the iron, which is that tool... It kind of goes into the wheel and then you pull a bit out.
Yeah.
Do you have a preferred way of doing things?
So if it comes to a wheel like this, the iron is great because then you can get the flavour right through that wheel, and you're going to get a very different flavour right in the middle through to the edge, and the texture as well will be drier. So yeah, I think the iron is preferred for wheels like that. And then if you're talking Parmigiano, you want to be flaking that off, so then you get the knife out.
And Tom, you and Aki are still yet to choose a Super Gold. Have you been to the Cheese Awards before?
Yes.
Is it a difficult thing to settle on that final cheese from your table?
It can be. I think Aki and I are of a similar mind, so hopefully it'll all go well.
Yeah, I mean, because, not to put pressure, but we're running out of time. You know, you've got, how long have we got left? I think I heard the 1 hour clock notice
maybe half an hour
little
ago.
bit. Yeah. How many more have you got?
Not many. We've just
Okay.
got a few mountain cheeses to go, basically.
So
and
I
that
think
thing with the Baileys on.
the Baileys. Well, maybe can we crack it open? Because I'd like to
why
see
not?
how you.
That'd be great.
How you would get into a sphere of cheese? Is it a cheese iron job? Okay, let's have a look because I want to see it in action. So it's.
So one twist normally does the job.
This is great, isn't it?
You want some cheese on the back of the iron.
Oh right.
Tells you about the fat in there, and then there's a little knack to getting it loose. So you can see it's a bit younger, a bit kind of pudgier.
How do you know that?
So if it sort of glides through the iron like a carrot, then it's going to be more aged. So that took a bit of easing out.
Oh, I see, because there's a little bit sticky to it, so it means it's younger. Oh, because it hasn't dried out as much, is that why?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's more moisture in it.
Yeah. Do you want to get involved?
Should I? Yeah. Let me tell you something, Tom. I've tried one cheese so far today.
Well, then you
thank you for the. Okay. Let's do this together.
Yeah, so
I'm your extra judge on your table. Tell me what to do because I want to do it professionally.
Aroma first.
Okay.
So we can sniff the core.
It smells great. It smells great. It smells good, huh?
Yeah.
It smells good.
It's kind of interesting that so much of the bay leaf carries through in that, right?
Yeah.
Even though it's just on the outside.
Okay, and then we just. There's such a way to do this. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. There's a flavour profile that seems interesting to me. My palate is not trained well enough, but there's something I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And a really nice tang. Oh, I like this one.
Yeah, so the tang is like the acidity. You've got like dairy notes in the kind of base of the flavour, and then those high notes from the bay leaf.
So, could you grade that now, or do you need more time? Would you take another bite?
We could do that. Yeah.
Really?
What do you think, Aki?
Are we gonna have a live grading?
Why not?
Go on then. You got about 5 seconds.
Yeah. So
but not to pressure you.
To summarise, I think the cheese is clearly well made. It's got a lovely mouthfeel. The bay is a little high, I think, so it's kind of crowding out some of the other flavours from the cheese itself.
Guys, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thanks. Over to Nigel. Well done.
It's Vanessa, isn't it? It is, absolutely, yes, I thought so. Hey, it is. I'm just double checking because again, it's a great trio of judges from the UK, from Brazil, from the Netherlands as well. So well done, Vanessa Alcali. How's it going?
Oh, it's very good. It's always good to see a lot of cheese and to know new people. Yeah. The good family of the cheese. The cheese family is very good. Yeah, of course, because we are in Portugal.
Yes.
Então é muito bom estar aqui. Yeah. Vanessa Alcolé. É muito bom estar aqui, conhecer novos membros da família queijeira, novos queijos, descobrir novos sabores. É sempre muito interessante, é um prazer estar aqui.
Yeah, I think that's basically you were having a great time. It's very interesting, all the range of cheeses. I might have got that completely wrong.
Yeah, of course.
But there you go. And also, again, Paul, we've known each other for quite a long time. Sorry. Yeah, what are you up to at the moment in your life? You've had a lifetime of cheese.
Yeah, no, still at Roadcliffe.
Yes.
Going through quite a lot of changes at the moment. So a lot of exciting things on the horizon for next year for us. So still pushing artisan cheeses, celebrating cheesemakers, championing what they do. Long may it continue.
Yeah, you will have seen them, since the World Cheese Awards have going maybe 30 odd years, but in the last 10 years, maybe in the UK as well, there has been the championing of artisan smaller producers as well.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, and necessarily so.
Yeah.
But they're producing so amazing, fantastic cheese. It's always creating, always innovative. So we're really lucky. We're blessed with a lot of really fantastic cheesemakers.
And we're very blessed with some great judges. Leonard, hello, how are you? Greetings. Tell us about some of the cheeses that have excited you so far, that the cheeses you've had today, that you thought, oh, I like that. That could be potentially a super gold. Which
one is a super gold?
Well, don't know.
They have different cheeses, very different flavors, very different soft cheese, hard cheese, extra hard cheese. It was very interesting to see the different flavors. And it's also interesting to discuss about the flavors with different people from different countries, because the flavor is different if you are living in Brazil or in Switzerland. So we are discussing together, and that's interesting. And I'm hoping that in this table was the Super Gold winner for the fine food.
Yeah, well, we did, and I love the fact that you're coming from different countries where you might not be familiar with these cheeses, but that's why we've picked you, Vanessa, because you're a very good judge because of your palate. You know, you are open to cheeses you might not be eating regularly. Tell us about one or two that have excited you so far.
Well, here we have a very good smoked cheese.
Which one are you show us which one you're talking about.
So, this is one. It's a very good smoked cheese, because it's very well balanced. You know, we have the smoke flavor, but it's light, and we have a sweetness with a very good texture, a very good curd. So this is a very good.
Can you just show Shauna that to the camera and the end on as well? If you just turn it this way, you'll just see how the smoke is affected. Yeah. Because you should taste the smoke, but you need to taste the cheese as well.
Yes, of course. And we have a very good one cheese here. Another one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'll come round to your side here.
Here.
Look at that baby.
This is a small baby, but it's very good. If you see, we have a lot of tyrosine crystals.
Yes, you can see that. It's lactate crystals.
Crystals from happiness. Yeah, it is. It is. And it's very well balanced. We have caramel and toffee flavors. And it's very good. It's really very good. Very well balanced.
We haven't got scratch and sniff TV or radio yet, but we will do, because it does smell lovely as well.
Yeah, of course.
Good. And obviously you awarded a few bronze, silver and golds as well.
Yes,
and then you've got to choose, the three of you, your super gold.
Yeah. So we still have 2 cheese to taste. Then we will vote for the super gold. Yeah.
Well, it's a joy having you here. Thank you so very much for coming.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh gosh, no, you are going. And our very best to. Obrigado. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we've got 3 super golds so far have been awarded out of the 204 that we're looking at. 104, get it right, Nige. But that's 4,786 cheeses today. We're not tasting them all, Vanessa, but maybe Layla's had a few. Let's find out.
Is this an old ape? Oh, you got it. Yeah. I'm so delighted to be with long-standing judge Regula. Regula is from the UK.
No, Belgium.
No, Belgium, but you live in the UK, right?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No.
I see you so often. I
know, but it's
like
only a Eurostar away, isn't it?
That's true. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Well, I am a food historian and a food writer, and I judge all types of competitions like Great Taste Awards, World Cheese Awards, but I'm also a judge on Bake Off in Belgium.
Yes.
So cakes as well.
Cakes and cheese.
Cakes and cheese.
There's no cakes here.
And let me tell you a secret. I prefer cheese to cakes any day.
I feel like you could ask a lot of people that question here today and would hopefully get the same answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tell me a bit about how your day has gone. Is it, because basically I speak to the judges and I say, do you have a good table? Do you have a bad table? I've had mixed responses. How's yours been?
Yeah, also a little bit of a mixed bag. We were judging and we had a couple of silvers, a lot of them with no medal at all, which is always very sad because you want to give people a medal. You want to give these producers a medal. They've all worked very hard. But if you can't, you can't. You have to be honest in your judging. But we had this one cheese that both of us, both me and my co-judge, we went silent. I got goosebumps all the way down the back of my back.
Wow.
All the way. I got goosebumps in my neck, everywhere, my arms. And we were like, both of us. That was the first thing we gasped out. And it's a Gouda.
Mm-hmm.
And I come from the land of Gouda, Belgium, the Netherlands. And this is one, it said on the note that it is caramelly And caramelly is fine, but it can be too much and it can be too sweet. And you don't want that. You just still want that savory. This one is so beautifully balanced. It's more like a light fudge.
Wow.
But you got so many nuttiness as well. There's so much fruitiness. There's this beautiful sensation in the mouth from the texture as well. It's wonderful to chew. It's kind of like you finished your piece and you really want to go back. And I think that's a star. If you want to go back, and if it's something that right now in the back of my head is still playing, saying, I need to go back to that piece of cheese, that's a winner. That's the cheese that your customers are going to come back for.
Do you know what I love is when I've been speaking to the judges and they say, they describe their favourite cheese that they've tried so far, they all express this kind of visceral emotion. And, you know, I'm not sure I was quite aware how emotional cheese can be. And people are literally moved when they try something that is so good. And you've just said exactly the same thing.
No, absolutely. We are so glad that we had this one on our table, because there's so many examples of this cheese, and people tend to kind of say, oh, it's a Gouda. But honestly, a good Gouda, I mean, we had winners here in the World Cheese Awards, Gouda winners. But a good Gouda, oh my God.
I'm so pleased you had a good cheese.
When it sings, it really goes all the way.
Now, Regular, as a seasoned judge, you've been here so many years, tell me what the World Cheese Awards means to you and what it means to the industry and why you think it's a great thing.
Well, I keep on describing it as Christmas. For me, World Cheese Awards is like the second Christmas in a year. I love it. It's beautiful to see all these passionate people come together over cheese and have these cheese conversations. We learn from each other. There's always a learning curve. It's always like, you know, you suddenly you're judging with someone from a certain country who's an expert in a certain type of cheese, and you learn more about that cheese. For example, someone told me about a Portuguese cheese. You know, there is not a Christmas or a New Year's Eve without this cheese in the middle of the table. And I like those stories. In Portugal.
Yes, nice.
So that's the thing that, I mean, a cheese can be so important to a culture. Like in Britain as well, you can't have Christmas without Stilton and Port.
No, yes.
I mean, it's part of this tradition. It's like what a birthday cake is to a birthday, that's what cheese is to all different types of celebrations.
And food culture is so important to you because there's so many books you've written about kind of the food cultures in different places, and I'm so glad that sense is here as well, how important cheeses are to a culture of a place. They really represent a place, and I think it's just so great that so many countries are represented. Because do you know how many countries? 47.
47, that's amazing.
4,786 cheeses from 47 countries, which actually get here because of 20 consolidation points around the world.
Wow.
You got them in Australasia, Asia, Africa, a new one in Chile.
Wow.
And so the local producers just have to get it to that point, and then from there on the transit is looked after.
Yeah.
And what's great about that is, you know, it reduces the barriers to entry, which means...
Exactly. I mean, and I think that's the beauty of these awards. It is something every cheesemaker can enter. And the amount of care and the amount of love that is being put into the organization of these awards, I think is extraordinary, because I've been judging for this organization for 11 years, so I know this is something that is done from the heart, and that is something which is very important. This comes from the heart. This comes from a place where they want to celebrate these cheese producers, and that's the most important thing in the world. And the most important thing in the world might be cheese as well.
I think you're probably right, Regular.
Yeah.
Your teammate Thomas Hurt, hello.
Hi,
welcome. Lovely to see you. Thomas, you're on the Super Jury later.
Yes.
Have you been on it before?
No.
Aha.
My first time.
Your first time. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm excited.
Because
very excited.
You're going to be trying several of the best cheeses in the world.
Yes,
and then you're going to be deciding which of those is world champion cheese. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal and a big honor for me. Big honor for me. Yes.
And where are you from?
I'm from Switzerland.
And
the land of cheese.
Yes.
Oh
my God.
land of cheese.
One of them.
Here is another question. How have you both operated as a team? Have there been any debates, any disagreements, or do you generally have a consensus?
You know, it's a funny thing. In the beginning, there's always kind of like the first date kind of feeling, you know? We needed to feel like, how do we judge? You know,
Who is this? What does she do? What does she think?
Yeah. And I started explaining what I tasted in a cheese, and he was looking at me like,
I
yes,
agree.
Yes.
This woman knows what she's talking about.
Yeah. And he knows what he's talking about,
that's
obviously, as well. So in the end, we started saying like, is it a 4? And he was like, yeah. And then in the end, it's something that we always agree on.
It's even weird. We look at us and ask, what is the score? We said together 4.
The same number.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like immediate response. So
yeah, we're on the same page.
Well, I mean, this is great because I guess, I mean, taste is objective, but then with anything, there's still a recognition of what is good and what is bad.
Yeah.
And I guess that's where the potential jeopardy is. But anyway, both of you, it's been absolutely wonderful to speak to you. I'll let you finish because you don't have long.
I know, and we are very far behind.
Okay, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You caught me with a mouthful of apple because it's really important that you do need to keep your palate cleansed, and you need the acidity of an apple or apple juice to cut through the richness of some of these cheeses. And I'll come back and I'll even tell you what the Portuguese variety is soon, because I'm going to find out, because they're really tasty. Now, what an amazing trio here. We've got from Lithuania, Austra Thokien, Arno Sperazza from France, who is coordinating here. So he's the man with the not the laptop, but the iPad. And then Mark Bethune from Canada. I'm going to interrupt the second team.
No problem.
Well done. And you're the coordinator. You've got tell us the grown-up job.
Yes, it's fantastic because we are testing this cheese with technical items, texture, taste, but in fact what we are looking for mostly is the emotion.
Yes.
And a cheese can have some defects, but be wow.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. So it's very difficult, and we are from different cultures, coming from Lithuania,
yes,
coming from Canada, coming from France. So it's very interesting, in fact, to confront our point of view.
That's the joy of the World Cheese Awards, isn't it? I mean, it's just fantastic. But you get all the different countries, but with different palates. You have different tastes. You come from different countries. Exciting.
Surely, but we work daily with the cheese, with a variety of cheese. So this is the fest of tasting, of getting to know this. Thank you. It's a fantastic fiesta of cheese lovers.
Yeah, well, great. I mean, you're from Lithuania. It's brilliant. I mean, some of these cheeses you will know, some you won't. But when you're a company of great judges, it's really nice to have your different palates, your different tastes.
Thank you. Yes, it's... knowing is learning every day. It's the cheese, the world of cheese is not in. Life is too short to know it.
No, absolutely. I think you've really nailed it there. But it does make life that much better. Mark, I know it's something for one still so young, but a lifetime of cheese. And tell us a bit about what you do when you're not here.
When I'm not here, I try to develop markets that are a little bit underdeveloped, primarily in the U.S. and in Canada. For Snowdonia Cheese Company. So what's wonderful about this event for me is the craftsmanship, the passion that you can feel and taste and see in the products that we have here. And I don't get to see that every day. It's a wonderful experience.
Well, that passion, I think, Mark, you absolutely, as you say, it's the emotion. Tell us about some of the cheeses that you might have tasted already that got you emotionally excited.
Yes. We are very... This cheese is a
when you hold it up?
Yes, it's a raw milk, sheep milk.
Here we go.
And, it's very explosive in mouth, very complex flavors, fruity. How do you say this? En français, fruits secs, le goût torréfié, le goût de caramel. So it was very complicated, and the texture was quite dry. But inside the mouth, it was melting very beautifully. So it's a great cheese. It's a good. I didn't expect that from that kind of cheese, this kind of presentation.
Yeah. And what milk do you think it's made from?
It's sheep.
Yeah, it's a sheep's milk cheese, and it's a beautiful-looking cheese. And you have to take my word yet, because we haven't got Scratch and Sniff World Cheese Awards TV yet. But it is, and I can tell you that there are 6 Super Golds so far. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, Mark, which one you choose as your Super Gold. But merci beaucoup for all of your, and the passion that you bring to this event. Oh, there you go. Passion and cheese. Yes, please, on a Friday.
This is our biggest ever World Cheese Awards. We have 4,786 cheeses. Over the last few weeks, cheeses have been making their way here from 47 different countries, and a lot of them have been coming via 20 consolidation shipment points. That means that the smallest cheesemakers can send their cheeses locally in their country, and we take care of all logistics, pay for the transport, and it means that this competition really is open to everybody. So once the cheese arrives, the team work really, really hard to check in every single cheese. And remember, the judging is completely blind. So the cheeses arrive with just a code on them. There's no branding, there's no name of the cheese. We check the cheeses in, the producer at the other end can see it's arrived, and then everything is ready on the tables, ready for the judges to taste.
One of the reasons that World Cheese Awards began in 1988 was to try and bring the cheese community, the cheese world, closer together. And what it does now every year is that it moves around Europe and hopefully beyond, and it continues to bring the very best cheese and the very best cheese people to one European city. And that is a very strong and powerful cultural affair, but also gently does some really good business. The real benefits for a country to host are that it raises the profile of their own cheesemakers, it brings trade and business at the week-long event, accommodation, restaurants, hotels. Of course, our host country benefits from the visibility that World Cheese Awards has, whether that's through World Cheese Awards TV, which streams the live event, afterwards a various video and coverage that we do on social media, but also the press element, the interest in World Cheese Awards and cheese generally across the planet is huge. And every year our PR coverage, our social media coverage is truly impressive. We're always interested at the Guild of Fine Food to talk to partners for the future. You can easily get in touch with us, gff.co.uk. There's always information about World Cheese Awards, how to get hold of us. We're always open to a chat to take this great event, enjoyable event, but important event to a new country, a new region, hopefully one day outside of Europe.
I'm with lovely Mansi Jasani, all the way from India. And Mansi, you're our only Indian judge.
Yes,
how does that feel?
I'm very proud and very honoured and grateful to be here.
And how has your table been? Because I immediately need to talk about this cheese, this veined cheese, because it actually just visually looks incredible.
It's stunning. It's beautiful visually. You can see a lot of a mold, and it looks like a blue-green river. All
it looks
around.
like a piece of art, and you've awarded
beautiful.
it a silver.
We've given it a silver, yes. It was creamy. It had like a beautiful piquantness to it, and the mold was just very, very beautifully balanced. Even though it's so much, but it was beautiful.
I'm 100% trying this one before I leave your table. Mansi, it's great to have you here. And I'd like to know a little bit about what you do in India, because you're a cheesemaker.
I'm a cheesemaker, but I'm a cheesemonger as well. I run this company called the Cheese Collective in Bombay, India. And we do everything related to cheese, from making, mongering, cheese education, cheese tables, cheese boards, platters, cheese education. Did I say that already? Cheese and wine, cheese and beer, cheese and tea.
Oh my God.
Cheese and gin.
If you didn't already know, that cheese goes with lots of things. And
goes
it's
with
suitable at all
everything.
times of the day with all meals.
Oh, definitely.
Nancy's the one to speak to. How many times have you been to the World Cheese Awards?
This is my 4th year. Yeah, this is my 4th time.
And you know, I love speaking to jurors or judges who've come from a long way, because it's a long journey, and you must think it's worth coming here. Can you tell me what these cheese awards means to you, and why do you keep coming back? What do you get from it? Why do you think they're special?
So the biggest thing that I look forward to every year is meeting everyone. It's the one place in the world where people from all over, cheese people from all over the world come together, and cheeses come together from so many different countries. It's that one passion, and it's like magic.
Also, Mansi, you are okay. Well, firstly, there are there's only a few minutes to go, right?
Yes.
Before judging
there's
ends.
like 10 minutes to go.
And each table, of course, needs to submit their Super Gold, which is their favourite cheese from the table. And so there's a real kind of slight chaos buzz about the place, because the tables are rushing to get their Super Gold in. Do you think you have it yet?
So we do have one that looks absolutely stunning. I want to show it to you.
Yeah, we've got to see it. Let's go. Where is it? Oh my gosh!
It looks gorgeous.
Look at, it's a clock.
It's a clock.
dial.
it's beautiful, and it just tastes amazing. It was really like sweet cooked milk. It had that nuttiness. It had the slight mushroominess, but it was also buttery, very well balanced, very fragrant. Fragrant cow's milk.
Wow, because when I've been speaking to judges today, some of them say, you get some cheeses that look great, and then you go into them and they disappoint. Some cheeses that don't look good, and they surprise you. But this one looks incredible.
Looks amazing and is great. We were still a little, unsure of how it's going to be inside, because I know it looks beautiful outside.
Yeah.
But we liked what's inside as well. So.
And was it a unanimous reaction?
Yeah, it was unanimous, right?
But your favourite cheese on the table, your potential Super Gold.
What did you think of this one?
Yes, it's
outside and inside.
A perfect cheese. Yeah.
A perfect cheese.
Yes.
It's a big claim.
For us, it's a big claim, but it's a reality. Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah.
And you enjoyed this cheese as well?
It's beautiful.
Beautiful, perfect.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was stunning. Yeah.
And then, how was the rest of your table today?
So we have some really other beautiful cheeses.
Let's have a little look.
Very.
It's like a delicate goat milk cheese, but again, it was so well balanced, and it has the springiness of goat milk, but also balanced with the mold, the ripened mold. Yeah.
And Mansi, you are on the super jury later.
Yes.
Is it your
Very
first
excited.
time?
It's my 4th time.
What, on the super jury?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Super Jury Pro. And so what does it feel like knowing that you're one of the few cheese experts who are going to determine the world champion cheese?
As Spider-Man said, with great power comes great responsibility.
Spider-Man? Did you just quote Spider-Man?
I just did. But it's true. It's a lot of responsibility, and you want you want to capture that moment that the cheese was made, the land it comes from, the animal, the effort that the cheesemakers have made, the affinage, everything. You want everything to be celebrated. So
I'm also really interested to know what the industry is like in India.
So it's definitely at a really, really amazing stage where it's growing beautifully. In fact, there's this artisanal cheesemakers association that we're starting.
Oh, fabulous!
So that's definitely something that everyone should look out for.
Yeah. And tell me a bit about the cheeses you make, and what kind of milk, and where are you, and how do you make it?
So I make a cow milk and water buffalo cream, like a cheese spread. So yeah, it's just a lovely, delicate, but yet that creaminess of the buffalo adds, that extra layer of fat.
I can imagine.
It's decadent but light at the same time.
Oh, okay. Ooh, update. We've got 16 super golds in so far.
Oh, great.
But guys, there are 104 tables.
Yeah, we have 5 minutes to go, guys.
You also need to. I feel like I mean, but you've got two other teammates who are working on your behalf. Okay,
Yeah.
and I am now going to leave you because you've got very important work to do. It was such a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you, Mansi.
Thank you so
See you
much.
later.
See you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mansi. That was great.
I can stare at a cheese and think about what the cheese has come through. In a cheese like this, I can even ask, why would we consider this to be food at all?
Cheese is an incredibly fascinating food. It's so complex. You observe with all of your 5 senses. First with your eyes, then with your nose.
It smells like a banana milkshake.
Then with your hands. And only when you've done that do you put it into your mouth.
It's a sensational trip.
When this cheese hits its sweet spot, it starts sprouting this gnarly mold, and it's startling.
Cheese is strange.
There is definitely a point at which cheeses will fall off the cliff, go to the dark side. Humans do that too. You know, our hair turns white.
Cheese is a parallel to our own mortality, decomposition, and death.
It makes one reflect on what is the perfect age.
When did you know that you achieved your ripeness? Life felt good. Everyone knew you for like who you were.
Every possible aspect of biology that you can imagine is happening on a wheel of cheese. They're creating these worlds.
Cheese is an artisanal food, but also a commodity at the same time.
In Egypt, they were bringing in cheese to eat for the hereafter.
Cheese means, for me, going through walls. That's pretty special. You know, not all food does that.
So I'm speaking to Pedro from Portugal, and the first question I asked Pedro is, have you found your super gold yet? And the answer was...
No, we are rushing to the end.
We're rushing to the end, but Pedro is being very generous and speaking to us anyway, even though you've got lots to do. But I just want to say, you're from Portugal.
Correct.
And how does it feel like to be here judging, you know, when the awards is in your home country?
So it is a great pleasure, and apart from being in my own country, this is my hometown.
Viseu.
Viseu is my hometown, so it's a pleasure and a reason of being proud to celebrate, you know, our cheese-making tradition as well. So.
Also, it's really interesting that you're from the town, because I'd like to get your perspective on what it brings to a town when the awards are held there.
So, in my opinion, it's a very obvious answer, because it literally brought the whole world into Viseu. Okay, so this is the center stage of the world for at least this weekend. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's an amazing thing.
All eyes are on Viseu.
All eyes.
Because we've been reporting live today. Thousands of people from around the world are watching. People who've maybe submitted their own cheese, or know someone who has, or people who've tuned in because they want to see maybe how their country performs.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's happening.
Yeah, and I feel like there are going to be a lot of Portuguese people tuning in as well.
It's a record here for Portuguese cheeses in the world.
It is.
Yes.
You know how many?
I believe we nearly reached 200.
Yeah, about 182 Portuguese cheeses, which I think really is a lovely thing, because the country is being well represented at the awards that's being held in their own country.
Oh yeah, totally. So it is another reason to be proud of our participation as a country and as a cheese-making country.
How has your table been?
Very positive. So we are very surprised, because the quality is high this year.
Okay.
Very high this year.
Pedro, I'm not going to keep you anymore.
Thank you.
Because you need to find your
Yeah,
super
get a
goals.
rush.
Okay. Speak to you later. Thanks.
Great team.
Okay, go ahead.
Now there you go. Originally from Durham, then grew up in Cambridge. Kay Brennan, now lucky that Tesco have got you. So when you're not here tasting cheese at the World Cheese Award, which is a tough gig in itself, what are you getting up to on behalf of Tesco?
Oh, we're getting up to loads at the moment. So we've just launched Christmas into store. So
my goodness.
Lots of first productions around the country and in Europe. To bring Christmas cheese to life in store.
Yeah, and then I mean, this event you've done it a few times, but gosh, this just feels pretty special getting everyone together, doesn't it?
Oh, it's phenomenal. There's just so many great cheeses, and we've got such a varied varieties of cheeses on the table. Quite a difficult choice to give awards to.
Good. Oh, that's nice. And then you've got a good playing partner, Michel Tinetto, which is fantastic. Dual tutelage. It's not just one country. It's an Italian name, but where's home? Where do you live?
Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yes, Switzerland, yes.
So you are, and converse in many languages, I know that. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing, again, for your day job.
My day job is actually try to sell. I must say that, try to sell.
Yeah.
Manufacturing plant for cheese manufacturing plant, actually. And starting from the milk, receiving milk, and then up to the brine. So in between we have the vats and presses. So this is my day job.
Yeah.
For small manufacturing plant and big manufacturing plant industrial ones. Yeah.
Good. Well, you're an ambassador for cheese. You're championing the artisans alongside the big boys and girls as well. So well done. Now, Kate, also tell us about a cheese that's really excited the two of you today. So we're going to move over. We're going to get it up. Shauna's going to just take it. If you hold it up, then Michel, and then talk us through it. What it was that you liked about it.
Well, it's a very unusual cheese.
It is. Can you get it up? But you got in on that number there?
It's a very unusual taste. You agree with me, right? So there are a lot of flowers inside, where you usually add if you have a normal cheese, but this is everything is inside. So that's a good thing about it.
Yeah. Okay, what do you think? Yeah, the origin of the milk might be what it's
So it's a soft goat's cheese, and it's been mixed with or blended with honey and fig. So it's got a really kind of luxurious, velvety texture in the mouth, but it's got the sweetness from the honey, and then it's got a little bit of texture from fig seed. So it's really unusual, really delicious.
And it must have been one of those moments when you opened it and you thought, what's this? This is, I'm not sure. But actually, that's the joy of it. It just took you to another place.
Yes, I mean, if you look at the cheese, it's also, it's not only the texture and the flour, but it's also the color. It's very unusual.
Yeah.
So, and well, that makes a little bit confusing for somebody who is not in this, let's say, in this métier. Let's say like that. But yeah, well, we were both surprised about the taste.
Yeah, good. Well, Michel, Italy's loss is Switzerland's gain. And Kay, you can take the last out of Durham, but you can find her in Cambridge. But today, you can find her in Viseu in northern Portugal. So that's very good as well. Oh, I can tell you, by the way, is that going? That's your Super Gold?
Yes, it's
okay, well, you are one of 26 Super Golds that we've actually put through from the 104 that are going to be chosen. And then they'll be whittled down to 14 for later on, and I'm delighted to say that Layla, lucky because even she is in amongst the Super Golds as we speak.
So Nigel's in the tables trying to get those last Super Golds in. I'm actually in the thick of the queue. Let me tell you, the buzz is incredible. What happens is the judges bring their Super Gold. They actually carry it, whatever the size it is, and queue up. And what they're doing is they are checking it in, and there are 104 squares on a couple of tables behind, and each of the 104 Super Golds are placed in each square. And when they're all filled in, because at the moment there are 26 in, when all these squares are filled in, it's going to look incredible because it's going to show just the variety and diversity of the types of the best cheeses in the world, because we are now talking about the best 104 cheeses in the world. Look at this queue. I mean, I just love that people just hold it in their hand. Maybe we can go, Rob, let's go and speak to some people. Let's go and see. Okay, let's speak to Emma. Emma, oh, you're going to... Sorry, hello. Hi. I just...
2 seconds.
Oh, you...
Like, literally.
Sure. Okay, I mean, Emma's holding a cheese, and this is her Super Gold. So it's got a... You can see it's got a gold sticker and also the Super Gold sticker. And they're posing for the photo. There's a long queue of people behind them. Each... Okay, here we go. Emma. Hi. Can you... Oh, no, you're in the shop.
For the photos, they keep
I see.
Move, sorry.
Can you just tell me? So this is your Super Gold.
This is very excitingly my Super Gold. So out of our table of 50 odd cheeses.
Tell me.
This was our Super Gold. So it is a Gouda. PGO Gouda, and some of these can be quite simple in their flavour profile, but this one is absolutely stunning, correctly made, really deep in flavour and perfect.
Was there any sort of jeopardy? Did you have any sort of close ones?
For the Super Gold, it was a no-brainer. For the Super Gold, this was by far the best cheese on the table. There was one which I adored as well, which was a hard goat's cheese with a lovely sort of complexity as well, cereal sort of sweetness to it, but this was the best made Gouda I've tasted in a long time. It's one that I didn't expect to have chosen as a Super Gold, but it was perfect.
Do you think it may make the top 14?
I mean, I want it to. I definitely want it to, but the competition in this room is really high, so it's hard to tell.
Okay, thank you so much, Emma.
No worries, thank you.
The buzz is still, I mean, there is a rush. There is a buzz going on. People are settling on their final scores, but of course it's not rushed. Don't forget they've been deliberating and deciding all day for hours. And what happens is they tend to work from one side of the table to the end, often starting with the fresh cheeses, moving to the hard, and comparing them with each other, giving awards, so there's bronze, silvers and gold where they feel they're deserved, and then settling on that final Super Gold is a really big deal, because what happens now, of course, is those 104 will be whittled down to 14. Okay, I've just got news in. We're on 34. If I point like this, does that work? 34. We've got 34 of the 104s in. Well, there's a long way to go, but to be honest, I think most people are ready, because they're actually, I mean, look at this snaking queue. They're all there. I mean, if you think about it, these people, this queue is representative of the best cheeses in the world. I mean, if you want to know what the top 104 cheeses are in the world, this is it. It's these cheeses that people are holding in their hands. And I love the fact that they're holding them in their hands, and so many different kinds. Hello, hi.
I don't speak English.
Oh, that's okay, you don't speak English. Hello. We're looking at these cheeses. So these are your Super Golds.
Yes.
Do you know this leaf?
Walnut leaf.
Walnut leaf. Okay, there's walnut leaf on this one. And tell me about...
So this is just two halves of the same cheese.
Oh, I see. You're on the same team.
Yeah,
and you're bringing them in. Okay. What I mean, it's wonderful that you've chosen this cheese. You're at the back of the queue, but don't worry, you're going to register soon. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Katia Aldiages, here we go. Great to see you here. But tonight is very exciting for you. Tell us about your role later on today.
So, hello everyone. I'm the co-presenter with you guys. Yeah. So I'm the lucky girl here. First of all, because I love her cheeses, so I'm in the right place. So tonight with you, I'm gonna present in Portuguese this amazing show. And I'm really happy to do that.
Yeah, well, we're delighted to have you here, and also thank you, Portugal, for hosting us, but also the fact that you can liaise with people, you can speak to them in Portuguese as well.
It's really important.
Yeah, really. And so when you're not doing shows like this, what are you, as a presenter, food and drink is a big side. Tell us a little bit about you.
I'm a presenter. I'm a presenter of a special program here in this region. It calls Aldeias com História in Portuguese, but it's about the story of the special village, old village. When I'm going to the village, I talk with people. I speak about food, about drink, about old stories. How was the village in old time and how it is now. So I'm a travel also in my own country. So it's a pleasure doing that. And also I'm present this kind of big events here in the region and sometimes abroad.
Yeah. So do you live in Viseu?
So this is a really nice story, because I'm not from here. I'm from the south. I'm from Alentejo. Do you?
Yes, I know. Great wine region.
Great wine and great cheese too.
Yes.
So I'm from Alentejo, and I was living in Lisbon 14 years, but my husband must move to Viseu, and okay, here I am. And do you know that it was the best thing that happened to us? Because it's a great city. We have 2 kids already that was born here. They were born here. So now my heart is from Viseu.
Good. How old are they, your cherubs?
5 and 3.
My goodness. Well,
So
you've come to work for a rest.
Yeah. That's enough for me.
But Katia, we're going to be, later on, we're going to be on stage, again, with the super jury of 14. It's going to be really exciting, each of them championing a cheese. And I can tell you that already out of 104 tables, we've got 34 super goals being declared so far. And I know that Layla has been amongst them. So it's, pretty exciting so far.
It is. And I'm really happy because it's the first time that we have 182 people, Portuguese people, also in being part of this competition, participating in this competition, and 35 members of the jury also are Portuguese. So it's a quite honor for us.
Yeah, well, we're delighted to have you, and it's just great that you are involved. But it does mean that we can bring the world of cheese, but to the Portuguese speaking. So obviously, people are watching this from all around the world. It is World Cheese Awards TV, but in Portugal, but in Brazil as well, because obviously we've got Brazilian cheese, we've got Brazilian judges, and we've got people speaking Portuguese. So maybe you could send a message to them around the world in Portuguese.
Então, em português, o que eu vos quero dizer é que hoje vamos ter o maior espetáculo, o espetáculo maior do mundo da competição de queijos internacionais. Nós estamos à vossa espera, porque daqui vai sair o melhor queijo de 2024. Esta aqui é uma festa onde celebramos tradição, gastronomia e identidade cultural. Portanto, preparem-se.
I can tell you 37 super goals have been awarded out of 104. So maybe you could just let people know that. 37 we've got.
Portanto, nós vamos ter 37 super goals, não é? Super medalhas de super ouro, portanto, a ser avaliadas, e mais tarde vamos ter 14 elementos do júri, que nós dizemos um super júri, vão avaliar no espetáculo 14 queijos super old. Vai ser uma festa em palco.
Katia, more of that later on, but I look forward to it. What a great day we're having. World Cheese Awards here in northern Portugal. Oh yes, thank you. Obrigada.
Obrigada.
Okay, 38 of 104 are in so far. I've been on that side of this very important table in the queue, but now I'm with Christabel from Guild of Fine Food, who's on this side of the table. And what I'd like to understand is what's happening?
What's going on? Yeah, well, so we're kind of at the sort of final end of it. So everybody has tasted all their cheeses, they've judged everything, and now they've all picked one super gold. So this is really exciting because this is the judges' favourite cheese from their table. So you can see behind me, there's a big queue of all the judging teams, and they are bringing their super gold cheese, their favourite cheese, and their super gold slip, we call it, so their paperwork, giving it to us, we cross-check everything, and then behind you there is a big table of all the super golds ready to go. So you can see we've got a number for every table, and we're just filling in the gaps now as the judges come and drop off their cheeses.
I mean, it's basically a checkerboard of the world's finest cheeses. But when this is full, when every square has a cheese in it, I mean, what a thing to behold.
Yeah,
the best cheeses in the world on 4 tables.
Exactly, and it's really exciting because you can already see there's some giant ones, there's some little ones, you can see all the different styles. There's some that are kind of oozing off their plates,
yeah.
And so the next bit of the process is that the super jury, so once we've logged everything, the super jury will come back and choose their favourite cheeses. So we're going to reallocate everything into groups of hard, soft, blue, that kind of thing. And they will come back and they will choose a cheese to champion. So each of the people that are up on stage later, favourite cheese, up on stage, and we'll find out more about it then.
And that's when the excitement levels, I think,
exactly. So I mean, at this point, you've already got 104 cheeses out of 4,786. So that's exciting enough. And then it's going to get reduced to 14 cheeses, and then ultimately that one world champion cheese.
And really, it's just, when you think about it, it's a mind-boggling amount of expertise and evaluation of so many cheeses in such a sort of short, concentrated, really intense, really important time. Because, as you say, started with thousands and thousands, some amongst which there will be some incredible ones, amongst which there'll be some kind of average ones, and then we get to the final 104. And Rob, I just think right behind you, you got to have a close-up look at this, because, I mean, what a beauty, what a beast.
Exactly. As I said, one oozing off the plate.
I mean, look at that. It's oozing off the plate. Yeah, and so on the laptops, you're just entering the details, ready for the next stage.
Exactly. So we've got everything's coded, and we are just double checking we get the right cheese with the right code. That's sort of, we're big fans of triple checking, double checking, etc. Because obviously this could change someone's life, someone's cheese making.
And I think it will. Christopher, thank you so much for explaining that. Thank you.
Alan Kirby, Lily Morris, it's a bit like This Is Your Life, so you don't notice I'm around, but we're talking the two of you. Alan, I'm lucky enough to know him for quite a few years, for one so young, obviously at Booze up in the northwest and at Lancashire, but also getting into Yorkshire now, much appreciated for that. And Lily Morris, young cheesemaker of the cheesemonger, get it right, and monger, as in basically someone who is retailing it and selling it and knowing all about it rather than making it. But tell us a little bit about that you're judging here, the journey you've been on, where you were when you won it, and who you were working for at the time.
Yeah, so I was working for my family's farm shop, still am. And
tell us where it is, don't be coy.
Morris Abask in South Wales.
Yes.
So I won last year at the World Cheese Wars in Norway, and it was just the best. It was such a buzz. Went on for so long as well, and had so much support from everyone, which is really good. And today it's just obviously to get the chance to judge is amazing, and to be with someone like Alan who's so knowledgeable. I've had a great time, and we've just picked our super gold. So
just talk us through it. Go on.
Well,
it's
actually down here, but it's sheep and goat. So we loved that kind of mix, didn't we? And had a lovely tang to it. So we're happy with it, aren't we?
The one's still so young, Alan. It's just great to see someone starting out on a lifetime of cheese from the farm shop in the beautiful Usk Valley in Wales. We won't mention the rugby at this stage, but there are some more matches this Saturday.
Is quite a celebrity,
Yeah, no, that's great. But actually, on the back of that, it's happened with chefs years ago, and then bakers, and why not cheesemongers and cheesemakers? For us, they're the superstars. It's an industry we've worked in for a long time, but great. But it's getting. I mean, Bob Farron has set these awards off. This is the 36th edition of the World Cheese Award. Pretty darn special.
Absolutely special, and just great to be here along with 250 other judges judging a record number of cheeses, which is 6% up on the year before. Tremendous to be able to do this, be part of it all.
Yeah, and Lily, there you go. So to be, and I know, breathtaking, but you were here last year, but now it's a slightly different perspective. Talk us through the Super Gold cheese, where it is, you go, and then we can find out what it is that titillated you about it.
So here you go. In all its glory. It's it's small but mighty. It's a mixture of sheep and goat. Got a nice tang to it. I get kind of flavours of coconut in it as well, which you get with the sheep and the goat's milk, that nuttiness. Have you got anything to add to?
Really balanced flavours for a mixed milk cheese, and that was the star of the show. It was tough really, because we narrowed down to 5. We had 2 parmesans with this mixed milk, and we had a couple of other hard used milk cheeses. So it was really tough, wasn't it, to get it down just to one cheese, wasn't it?
But we worked well as a good team, I feel like.
No, I think it is. Yeah, that's great. It's exactly what these awards are all about. Alan, tell us, where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Northern Ireland. So my father was from Ireland. My mother was from New Zealand. My paternal grandfather was from Kildare in the south of Ireland, and my paternal grandmother was from County Armagh in Northern Ireland. So real mixed bag of blood in there.
Well, it's great. No wonder you Celts get on so well.
Exactly.
That's absolutely. And but doing a great job. The amount of time people say to me, "Oh, I want to sell my cheese into," but there's only one company really I want to do it. If it's one with quite a few outlets, it's Booze. So well done. Lily and Alan, it's a joy. We've got to go because the Super Goals are coming in thick and fast.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Lovely.
What a great day.
Again.
Nice to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It's the Alan and Lily show.
Marcus.
Hello.
Am I correct in referring to you as a curd nerd?
A curd nerd, that's me. It literally says it on my documentation.
You are
comedian
officially.
/ curd nerd.
it's great to have you here, and you are from an interesting discipline, which is comedy.
Yes, but the crossover is huge.
Explain to me how you are here and how your day has gone, and a little bit about your Super Gold cheese.
Well, the most important thing is the day's been great. We've eaten too much cheese. Yeah. Even though I've done this several times before, I misjudged it. You hit the halfway mark and you're like, I shouldn't have second tasted those ones I liked, should I?
Because I've tried 2 cheeses today.
2?
Yeah.
Do you want a piece of this?
I'm definitely going to try a piece of this. I'm going through 104. I'm going to try them.
Yeah. But no, basically what happened is maybe 10 or so years ago, I started to meet a few cheesemakers, and they're just the good people. These are really good people, and the thing fundamentally I love cheese, but the thing I love about cheese, perhaps more than anything, is that all of it comes with a story. All the interesting cheeses is always all about story. And as soon as you start talking to these people, they're fascinating and they care so much.
But I tell you what's interesting, you mentioned story, which is so important, but of course, all of the judging today is completely blind.
It is
so
blind.
You've chosen your favourite cheese with no sort of story context,
exactly.
Which means just the flavour and the looks and the aroma alone is what has led you to choosing this.
Exactly, it stands up. But what's interesting, right? So this is a walnut-wrapped, unpasteurised cow's milk cheese,
looks
right?
Beautiful.
It's really beautiful. I mean, the way that the walnut leaves have left their mark on the cheese, even though I don't know the cheesemaker, this is the story. You know, that because there's a lot of cheeses on our table where they've done the extra thing, they've put something on it, they've added something to it, and sometimes that just messes with the cheese, or the cheese wasn't up to much anyway. But this is already a beautiful cheese, and then the cheesemaker's gone, I wonder what will happen if we just wrap this in walnut leaves. And so it's telling me a bit of a story, but fundamentally it was the most delicious cheese on our table. It's got a lovely long finish, it's a bit nutty, and then you get these sort of slightly sour, salty notes. Beautiful. You've only had 2 cheeses. I'm still able to rhapsodize about this despite having had
I'm definitely going to try
50 or so.
Was it clear cut for you? And
No.
Because you're quite far down the queue, which means you were quite late.
Yeah, we finished on the clock.
Oh, you finished on the clock?
Yeah, we got every last minute. No, it was extremely close. We tasted a very sweet goat's milk Gouda early on, and both of us, we'd had maybe 7 or 8 cheeses and we were up, oh, that's good. It got a gold straight away. And then we did the whole table. We've only given 2 golds, this and that goat's milk Gouda, and we went back and did a really direct comparison. We bumped up a few of our marks for others to make sure they were getting silvers and stuff.
Okay.
But in a straight comparison, this is the one.
So I think we got 55 cheeses. Thank you, Marcus.
My
see you
pleasure.
later.
Great to see you, pal.
I think we got 55 cheeses that have come in so far. And moving down the queue, let's see. So the process is people present their cheeses, they get a photograph with it, because of course we need to know who the judges are who have submitted their cheeses. And then it ends up registered behind then, and the next stage happens. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Nigel, see what he's up to.
No, I'm interviewing you both.
I think we'll just cut him out.
Do for me.
Yeah.
Perry Wakeman always sounds like a rock star's name to me, and it is indeed, Rennet and Rind, and the Cat in the Hat, Charlie Turnbull, my mucker, and Nemesis and everything. No, we're not having that, absolutely. But Perry, how was your table?
It was good, yeah, like a lot of traditional cheeses that we had, so we opted for a Manchego in the end, which normally I like for the Super Gold. We normally like to go for something a little bit out there and a little bit, but this Manchego was just so perfectly made. And because everyone understands what a Manchego is and how it should taste, it's really hard to elevate it to that extra level. And you could just taste the milk quality that was in there. So, yeah, lovely cheeses, some interesting ones, some not as interesting ones, some difficult ones, and some amazing ones. So yeah, well happy.
Now, some people watching World Cheese TV will know all about the cheese business, others won't. So, Affineur of the Year, not once but twice. Tell us a little bit about it and the process and what it actually means.
Yeah, so affineur or affinage is like literally to refine cheese. So we're brushing, washing, turning, controlling the time of cheese just to get it to that perfect profile in that timeline. So Affineur of the Year competition, which is held by Academy of Cheese, they basically give you a cheese and a couple of weeks old, you mature it for a whole year, and then everyone comes back together and then it's blind tasted. So the first year, one with a cheddar called Priscilla, and the second year, matured a cheese called Baron Byagod, but turned it into a Caerphilly. So, yes, yeah, and it was well happy with it. Yeah, it was.
It was amazing.
Oh,
those things. Well, you're amazing. But it was a grand experiment. When you do these things, you do not. This year was even more difficult because they had to predict what the outcome was going to be. They couldn't just say if it was good, that's fine. You had to, and so it was what you planned it to be, and that's hard.
Yeah, and to turn a Caerphilly in, Baron Byagod, naturally a soft Brie de Meaux style cheese, into a Caerphilly is really difficult. And we were using spruce bark to kind of get loads of moisture in the cheese at an early phase, and then loads of airspeed to kind of really dry it out as well, simultaneously. So I was really pleased with that. I actually thought it went all wrong. Like, when I picked it up, it felt really hard, but when I opened it, that, Montbéliard cow milk aroma was amazing. Yeah.
Good job.
Yes.
Charlie, you've been a great shirt as ever, but you've actually rolled. If there are any conundrums or problems, whatever, and the moustache, you have been the man to go to. Tell us about,
there have not been problems. They've been the most I've just had such a lovely day. So my job is going around, speaking to the judges, making sure, answering any sort of technical queries they've got. Maybe they've got concerns about the condition of the cheese and that kind of thing. Unfortunately, not too many. And I've tasted some astonishing cheeses. If this was the last day of my life, this would be lovely.
Well, let's hope you don't get run over by a bus or a tram in Viseu later on. But we've had a few years together over the years to test the tram avoidance schemes. Yeah. But no, it's great because different Robert, much loved, and also that must be great to be really appreciated by our family of cheese.
Meeting my friends here, and we call them colleagues, whatever. But there's 20, 30 people who I would want to be at my funeral after being run over by this tram. It's just really nice people.
Yeah, it seems more planned that now. It seems to be happening.
No, it's just a really good group of people who have the best of cheese at their heart.
And where can we find you on a regular basis nowadays?
My business is teaching people about cheese, using my technical skills, but all the way from people who don't know anything about cheese, right to the people at the top who want to reach that master of cheese level with, as Perry was saying, the Academy of Cheese. So we're building a community of knowledge around events like this.
And online now still?
Online. I do face-to-face. You can summon me if you like.
Where?
Rub the lamp twice and off I go.
Is that what it's called? Rub the lamp? No, what's your handle?
CharlieTurnbull.com or the Casellier School of Cheese and Wine.
Yeah, got there in the end. But I'm not going to let you go because James is over there. Come over here. We've got a Grant in the house.
Yes,
while we're here, just very quick.
The Cheese Project.
I've been trying to get absolutely. So thank you very much. You can stay here. James, come forward. James Grant, number 2 Pound Street in Wendover, a fantastic place. It just near Aylesbury, Tringway in England. But the Cheese Project, just give a chapter a quick one.
Oh, great, thanks, Nigel. Well, what we are doing, we've started a project called the Real Cheese Project, and what we aim to do is put small cheesemakers on the map to help direct people to find these great cheeses, talk about them every month as a hero cheese. We give them a front cover, we give them 4 pages, we talk about the animal husbandry, we look for sustainability, ethical cheeses, we look at cheeses that are made with the agroecology in mind, and what we're trying to achieve and what we are achieving and receiving great feedback now is just allowing people to understand why it's so important to champion these cheesemakers because of the passion and what they do. It's about subsistence. It's not about the big bucks. And what you taste in these cheeses it's an absolute pure joy. And we're working with some of the best cheesemakers in the UK. So it's the Real Cheese Project UK. 5% of what we raise, goes towards initiatives to champion and support cheesemaking. We've got a survey coming up for December, which will be a bit of a spoiler alert that we're paying. Somebody sponsored us for that, which is going to be very really interesting data and information, which is we're analysing lots of the way people think about cheese and hoping that's going to help people in the cheese world. And it's for the love of real cheese. It's the Real Cheese Project, and I hope a great initiative.
And every month you get a cheese, you get the magazine, or a zine, as they now call it. But tell us, what subscription roughly? What's it going to cost in pounds a month?
So it's £15 a month, or £13.50 a month if you buy for a year.
So in euros, we're talking about 11, 12. You want to go overseas, it might cost us a bit more, but we'll come back to that one. But it is number 2 Pound Street in Wendover. Go and check that out. Great restaurateur that you were as well in another life.
Backgrounds restaurants, but always in restaurants. It was the cheese board that I was always drawn to. So it's not run by number 2 Pound Street, it's run by the Real Cheese Project. It's a separate company with Sam, Bryce and Amy, Freshly Ground PR, and my business partners and my lovely wife Nicola, and it's great.
There you go.
We're looking forward to it.
He's good, gives good chat. James
Thank you very much.
Well done
Cheers.
for that.
Thank you.
Layla, follow that.
Thank you. Thanks, Nigel.
I am with Patrick McGuigan. And Patrick, I'm going to speak to you about 2 things. Firstly, about the cheese that you are cradling in your arms like an infant. Is this your Super Gold?
This is my Super Gold. My Super Gold that I chose. It was quite an easy decision, actually, amongst the team. We had lots of silvers, lots of bronzes, but we only had 3 golds. And this was the clear winner. It wasn't really a discussion at the end because it was everyone's favourite. We think it's a Gruyere cheese. We'll find out later on in the day. And what we loved about it was, with Gruyere you get this amazing range of flavours. They can be brothy and savoury, fruity, nutty. But this had all of that, but then had these kind of floral notes and high notes that made us think that maybe, these are cows that have been grazing on amazing pasture.
Oh, wow.
So we could sort of, think of Heidi in the mountains, skipping through flowers and herbs, and we were sort of tasting that in the cheese, and it was, I think we gave it, we knocked off 1 point.
Wow.
And I'm not even sure why we knocked that off,
Almost
actually.
a full house.
It was basically a perfect cheese,
Now, Patrick, there's a new thing at World Cheese Awards this year, and it is called the Cheese Corner, of which Patrick is at the helm of.
I will be in the cheese corner, not the naughty corner.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in the cheese corner with a cheese trolley, which I'm quite excited about. And so my job during the final is each cheese will come on. And before it's judged, I'll just explain it a little bit to the audience. I'll have tasted all of them, so I'll be able to talk about the flavour, the texture. I'm not going to influence the judges, so I'm not going to give my opinion on the cheese, but I'm just going to try and bring it to life for the people in the audience. So we've got a camera really close up on the cheese, so people can have a really good look at it.
And also the judges still at this stage, of course, don't know.
No.
Don't know where it's come from.
No.
The name of it.
No.
And neither do you?
No, but I'm going to taste them beforehand. But again, I won't know where they're from, who made them, but I will have tasted them so I can at least give people a bit more of an insight.
I think that's going to be a great addition to the final. I mean, I'm so excited. Patrick, this is my first time. This is my first time at the World Cheese Awards. And everyone tells me how great it is and what a sense of community and camaraderie and just having all of these incredible experts together in one room and so many cheeses, of which 104 of them are incredible at least.
Yeah.
And honestly, it is as people said it is very special and a privilege, because there is no other occasion on the planet, I'm pretty sure, where this many different cheeses from this many different countries are in one roof with this many different cheese industry experts. Oh, and we are on 67 out of 104 Super Golds that have been submitted. Patrick, lovely to chat to you.
Lovely to talk to you.
See you on the stage later.
See you later.
I've got to ask whether it's Ciano or Chiano. Are you giving, Stephanie, just giving your Italian or your American version of your name?
Ciano.
Oh, good. Ciano. Sì, grazie mille. Yes, that's
Italiana.
Good. Yeah, great. So tell us a bit about you, the business, where you are when you're not at the World Cheese Awards.
Sure. I work with World's Best Cheeses. I'm the vice president of the company in charge of all the imports and all the artisan domestic cheeses. So it's my 8th time judging World Cheese Awards.
Wow.
And we carry about 2,000 cheeses at work, so I have a kind of broad knowledge type of person, so I've seen a lot of cheese in my day, so it's wonderful to see the record number this year at World Cheese.
Where are you based?
Out of Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But we have a base also in New York and California, so we work with the whole United States, and we're trying to find the best in the world and bring it back to the States.
Wow, that's some brief.
Yeah,
and also,
so
that means you'll be doing a fair amount of travelling, both in the States and Canada and Europe.
Yeah, very much. And I've actually been doing a deep dive on Portuguese cheeses and visiting all the cheesemakers that we've been working with for a long time, and that was lovely, seeing artisan cheese production and cooperative dairies, so all different ones.
And great to catch up with great friends. Like Anne, I know that the idea next year.
Yeah, we met judging before.
Is that you want to be judging together next
we
year?
We would love to judge together because we are very curious about each other's opinion and how the discussion would go. So I think that would be very nice. So.
And tell us a bit about you, Anne, again, and your business.
Well, I'm also 8 years in the World Cheese Awards, so it was good to hear. And for me, I'm starting the very first Belgian Cheese Awards. And it's going to be in 2025 in February in the very most authentic Geuze brewery. It's the most authentic beer we have in Belgium. And we are going to do it in the brewery with cheese workshops and cheese dinner and everything. So, but it's the very first time that we do something like this in Belgium.
Yeah, L'Art du Fromage is the business.
L'Art du Fromage.
There you go. but absolutely, okay.
So everybody follow the Belgian Cheese Awards.
Yeah. And you always, with your berets, you always look incredibly, but it's great. I say 8 years for the two of you, but you think of all the different places. I was thinking this is the 8th time we've gone overseas from the UK, but 9 countries with Wales as well. I mean, originally it was in Ireland and Dublin, and then we've been Donostia, San Sebastian, Oviedo, Asturias, which was fantastic.
That was nice.
Beautiful.
And then twice in Norway, and Bergen and Trondheim as well. Bergamo in northern Italy, Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Yeah, I think I've nailed them all there, but and obviously in the UK. But it's I think 9 different countries have won. I think Switzerland, obviously, with Le Gruyere has done incredibly well. I think it could be 3 or 4, and I think it's even 4 now that they've won. But great, consistently good cheeses.
And it's interesting to go to a different country every time, because for us, that gives us the opportunity to just speak with cheesemakers, the mongers, the local people, and to understand more their culture and the way they look at cheese.
Yeah.
So I find it very interesting and enriching for me as a person.
Absolutely.
And for both of you as well, to come into Portugal, a lot of sheep and goat's milk cheeses here on the type of cows ones. And
my favorite, La Estrella.
Yeah.
Really my all-time favorite cheese, so I was a very happy camper when I heard it was Portugal.
It was like going to a pilgrimage for cheese, seeing the artisan Serra da Estrella production was lovely.
But with thistle, rennet starters that they use here, make it just great. As you say, it is a pilgrimage, but the techniques are ancient, some of them as well. So they've been doing it for a long time, and they do it really well.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Hands up for them.
And thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Italy and the US of A have been united, with Belgium, and good luck with the new show
Belgian
in February.
Awards.
There you go. Oh my! We could go on for all weeks, but we can't because Layla is she's awash with super golds.
What a day so far. We have gone from 4,786 cheeses to 104 super golds. Almost, because about 80 of them have been checked in so far. There's about 20 more teams left in the queue. While those lot are registering their super golds, everything's being set up for the next stage, which is the super gold judging. And you guys can tune in from about 2 o'clock to watch that, because it's where the excitement really starts. See you then. Great.
This is our biggest ever World Cheese Awards. We have 4,786 cheeses. Over the last few weeks, cheeses have been making their way here from 47 different countries, and a lot of them have been coming via 20 consolidation shipment points. That means that the smallest cheesemakers can send their cheeses locally in their country, and we take care of all logistics, pay for the transport, and it means that this competition really is open to everybody. So once the cheese arrives, the team work really, really hard to check in every single cheese. And remember, the judging is completely blind. So the cheeses arrive with just a code on them. There's no branding, there's no name of the cheese. We check the cheeses in, the producer at the other end can see it's arrived, and then everything is ready on the tables, ready for the judges to taste.
One of the reasons that World Cheese Awards began in 1988 was to try and bring the cheese community, the cheese world, closer together. And what it does now every year is that it moves around Europe and hopefully beyond, and it continues to bring the very best cheese and the very best cheese people to one European city. And that is a very strong and powerful cultural affair, but also gently does some really good business. The real benefits for a country to host are that it raises the profile of their own cheesemakers, it brings trade and business at the week-long event, accommodation, restaurants, hotels. Of course, our host country benefits from the visibility that World Cheese Awards has, whether that's through World Cheese Awards TV, which streams the live event, afterwards, at various video and coverage that we do on social media, but also the press element, the interest in World Cheese Awards and cheese generally across the planet is huge. And every year our PR coverage, our social media coverage is truly impressive. We're always interested at the Guild of Fine Food to talk to partners for the future. You can easily get in touch with us, gff.co.uk. There's always information about World Cheese Awards, how to get hold of us. We're always open to a chat to take this great event, enjoyable event, but important event to a new country, a new region, hopefully one day outside of Europe.
I can stare at a cheese and think about what the cheese has come through. In a cheese like this, I can even ask, why would we consider this to be food? At all.
Cheese is an incredibly fascinating food. It's so complex. You observe with all of your five senses. First with your eyes, then with your nose.
It smells like a banana milkshake.
Then with your hands. And only when you've done that do you put it into your mouth.
It's a sensational trip.
When this cheese hits its sweet spot, it starts sprouting this gnarly mold, and it's startling.
Cheese is strange.
There is definitely a point at which cheeses will fall off the cliff, go to the dark side. Humans do that too. You know, our hair turns white.
Cheese is a parallel to our own mortality, decomposition, and death.
What makes one reflect on what is the perfect age?
When did you know that you achieved your ripeness? Life felt good. Everyone knew you for like who you were.
Every possible aspect of biology that you can imagine is happening on a wheel of cheese. They're creating these worlds.
Cheese is an artisanal food, but also a commodity at the same time.
In Egypt, they were bringing in cheese to eat for the hereafter.
Cheese means, for me, going through walls. That's pretty special. You know, not all food does that.
We have a panel of 244 judges that are going to be with us from 39 different nations. So we scour the world to try and find the best possible individuals in cheese, whether they are a producer or a retailer, a technologist, a grader, a milker. They understand cheese. We work really hard at building and putting the teams of judges together. Every single team has been looked at for their different qualifications, if you like, in cheese. So we will put a producer with a retailer, for example. They all bring something different to the table, and what we want them to do is to be able to bring their own expertise, but also they will be learning from their fellow judges as well. Judging at the World Cheese Awards is totally blind. So the judges know nothing about the cheeses that are in front of them. They'll have 45 cheeses and they are identified by a code. We want them to judge them blind and be as unbiased as possible and judge the cheese purely on taste. We know that due to our hard work and the diligence of finding these judges, that they are going to discover the best cheeses here today and ultimately the world champion cheese.
Bem-vindos a Viseu, Portugal, para a 36ª ação dos Prémios do Queijos Mundiais.
That is a brilliant effort, Nigel. That roughly translates to welcome to Viseu in Portugal for the 36th World Cheese Awards.
Yes!
Woohoo! I have never seen so much cheese.
Every single time I've been to this, it just blows my mind.
Absolutely wonderful. This is something that is in my calendar, fixed there every year, and I cannot feel happier.
It was a very long trip, but do you know what? It's absolutely worthwhile to come here and be with my once-a-year big cheese family. I love it.
We have got 240 judges from 40 countries going to eat a lot of cheese.
It has meat inside, in the paste. Very unusual.
It's a beautiful ricotta that reminds us the fresh flavors of Portuguese cheese.
These two cheeses move me. They make me feel alive again.
Right now, in the back of my head, is still playing saying, I need to go back to that piece of cheese.
Yeah.
That's a winner. That's the cheese that your customers are going to come back for.
It let us down a little bit. It could have been more sheepy.
How many cheeses have we got?
4,786, approximately, from 47 different countries. And by 5 o'clock, we'll have narrowed them down to 14 cheeses to be judged by our super jury. And by 6 o'clock, we should know which is the supreme champion for #1 cheese in the world. Bem-vindos a Viseu, Portugal, para a 36ª ação dos Prémios do Queijos Mundiais.
That is a brilliant effort, Nigel. That roughly translates to welcome to Viseu in Portugal for the 36th World Cheese Awards.
Yes!
Woohoo! I have never seen so much cheese.
Every single time I've been to this, it just blows my mind.
Absolutely wonderful. This is something that is in my calendar, fixed there every year, and I cannot feel happier.
It was a very long trip, but do you know what? It's absolutely worthwhile to come here and be with my once-a-year big cheese family. I love it.
We have got 240 judges from 40 countries going to eat a lot of cheese.
It has meat inside, in the paste. Very unusual.
It's a beautiful ricotta that reminds us the fresh flavors of Portuguese cheese.
These two cheeses move me. They make me feel alive again.
That's a winner. That's the cheese that your customers are going to come back for.
It could have been more sheepy.
$104 tables. Each of those will be coming up with a Super Gold.
This is our Super Gold, so it is a Gouda. Absolutely stunning.
This is a walnut-wrapped, unpasteurised cow's milk cheese, right?
Beautiful. It's small but mighty.
We knocked off 1 point.
Wow.
And I'm not even sure why we knocked that off,
Almost
actually.
a full
It was
house.
basically a perfect cheese, yeah.
By 5 o'clock, we'll have narrowed them down to 14 cheeses to be judged by our super jury. And by 6 o'clock, we should know which is the supreme champion for #1 cheese in the world.
So now things get really serious in the world of cheese, because we whittle those down, all of those judges, nearly 5,000 of them, not the judges, but the cheeses the judges have been judging. And we're down to 104 Super Golds. So each of the judges probably has maybe 16 to taste. It's really crucial they don't taste cheeses that they put forward as a Super Gold. So they're tasting a variety of different cheeses, and then they're going to champion one of those cheeses, and that's what they're going to talk about later on the Super Jury. But they won't reveal that until it's been judged by the others later on. That's important. We don't want the judges to be swayed by what people might say about the cheese. So Peter Martinson, I've known for a long time, one of our Super Jury heroes. Hi. Now it gets quite exciting, doesn't it? And serious.
It is. I mean, this is, as always, a little bit of a dream for the cheesemonger and the cheese lover. But the closer we come to #1, the harder it gets, of course, because all these cheeses are very, very good. So,
and you know as well how much work goes into producing cheese like this.
Exactly, and so you should really appreciate all the effort, all the work that the cheese producer really puts into it, and also try to make as fair evaluation as possible for it.
And you've got a champion cheese, you've got to choose one, so you want to make sure you don't fall out with your other judges too much.
Exactly.
So good. And I know, how many roughly cheeses do you think you'll be tasting? Is it maybe 16 or something?
Yes, 16 now, and about 45 before, and then another 14.
It's a bit of a day.
It is.
I know, you've got to keep your palate and drink plenty of apples.
Thank you very much.
I'll let you go. So here we've got Thomas Hurt. Thomas, hi, how are you? This is quite a special moment in the world of cheese, isn't it? And welcome to the Super Jury.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also a special moment for me. It's the first time I'm a Super Jury member.
Yeah.
I'm so excited about it.
Oh, well, we're excited to have you as well. It's great. We're 14 judges from 14 different countries, so quite different palates. Be it from if you're based in India or South America, as opposed to a canton in Switzerland. They're different cheeses they're used to eat, but that's the joy of your palates.
That's exactly. I'm from the heart of the Alps, from Switzerland. We have a lot of cheeses, but what I see here, it makes me so excited.
Yeah,
it's so exciting to be here.
And what was the Super Gold that you put through this morning?
Oh, it must be kind of Gouda style, but it's 100% goat cheese, and it has such a nice caramel smell rolling to your tongue down the throat. It's so nice. It was a wow.
Yeah.
It was such a wow.
Good. Well, that's what you want. We want a good wow here, in the World Cheese Awards.
I hope to find a wow here.
Yes. And also, any of the 14 into the Super Jury, they're going to have a real wow factor, but also someone's life will change today. We hope they've got enough sheep, goats, cows, camels, whatever, because there's going to be a big demand for that #1 supreme cheese.
I think so.
Yeah.
We'll do our best.
Good. I'll let you crack. I know you've got a busy time, but how exciting, and thank you very much.
Thank you too.
For joining us on the Super Jury. There you go, Thomas Hurt. So brilliant. Layla, and we're in amongst it. This is when, we like a laugh, we like a bit of fun, but this is serious business for some serious cheesemakers. To you.
I am with Ruth. Hi, Ruth. Hi. From the Canary Islands, and this is not your first Super Jury.
No, this is the first.
So you are well versed in the process of our penultimate stage, second to last stage.
Well,
and you know all of the kind of intensity and the decision making that goes into it.
Yeah, maybe the cheese must be show you where it's come from how the procedure, how the environment, the nature around there, because the cheese is another way to enjoy the landscape where the animals and the flora and the people who the cheesemaker and the chef do their work. So if they do completely perfect, the cheese show you that.
Yeah, and I suppose the earlier stage when you have 40, 50 cheeses, it's maybe easier to pick your best ones. But now, because all of these cheeses are excellent, is it more difficult?
Yeah, for me this is the worst part. Because when I decide which cheese I love it, okay, I'm so sure and I completely okay to defend in front of anybody. But this 40 cheese now is really complicated because you taste one, a 9, another one, another 9, another one, a 10, another one, a 10, and you say, oh, I need just one, and it's really complicated.
So then at this stage, the differences are so small.
Yeah, it's so subtle.
Because the quality is already so good.
Yeah.
So then what are the tiny differences you're looking for?
Maybe the balance or aftertaste, when the cheese that you fall in love are in your mind, and at the end you say, this is mine for sure. When you finish, your body say that you feel comfortable with this cheese, and you understand there are like a message between the cheese and you, and at the end you say, that's mine.
That's your cheese.
Yeah.
It's like a communication, and when I've been speaking to judges today, so many have used the word love, fall in love, like they have a relationship with the cheese, and I find it fascinating what an emotional response the cheeses can make. Ruth, I think, we don't have long and you have a lot to get through. Thank you so much for speaking to me. I'll let you get on with it. Thanks.
Thanks.
Here we go. You see, you don't want to get in the way between a super jury judge and maybe a cheese iron or a knife. But anyway, particularly if it's a Viking, Sven-Erik Backlund is definitely a Viking. Yeah. This is, I tell you what, this is it's quite tense at this stage.
Yeah, it's really amazing this year. It's quite some really good cheeses. And on my table this morning, I got 5 golds and 6 silvers, I think, and a lot of bronzes. So it was a really good table, and the level this year, it's really high. Good. So, and I got a few good ones here as well. So, yeah.
What was the one you gave a super gold to?
It was a Montbéliard milk cheese, so a really good one. I have never tasted that cheese before, but I long to meet the maker of that cheese and have a good talk to him, because he made a really good cheese.
Or her.
Or her, maybe. Yeah,
absolutely.
Could be. Yeah.
And what type of cheese was it?
Alpine
okay,
style.
so it was a harder, but lovely.
Yeah.
Aromatic,
really good,
floral,
a really good one. I could eat the whole piece.
Well,
I probably did.
Well, but we need to get to the super jury.
Yeah, most of it I took.
Yeah. You don't want to get in the way between a good cheese and Sven-Erik. You know, you could get trampled in the rush.
Yeah.
But enjoy, great.
Thanks.
And we're going to talk to your fellow judge here, Susie. Gosh, this is the bit where it's great to see everyone, but also you do realise that there are some remarkable cheeses here, and the one you're going to champion, that's quite a responsibility.
It certainly is, and it is so hard.
Yeah.
But the most amazing flavours and textures and incredible finishes on some of these cheeses, and a very, very challenging job ahead of all of us, I think.
Yeah. Well, good. You're very good at it. You've done it for a few years, for one, still so young, and but great that. And what about the cheese that you championed at your Super Gold this morning?
The cheese we had this morning was just incredible. It was decorated with passion fruit seeds.
Wow.
Beautiful visual, and that delicate flavour from the passion fruit that had infused the cheese was just exceptional. Really excellent quality, so hopefully it come through.
I can almost smell that. That must have been amazing, both texturally and on the aroma and the finish. And what about anything that's so far? I know you've only just started, but anything you're particularly excited?
At the moment, I'm thinking this is absolutely incredible. It's if you look at that, it's coated with vegetable ash. Incredible texture, really buttery, creamy texture, amazing finish, coats your mouth, and quite an intense, robust, almost peppery flavour. So yeah, loving this.
Yeah, good. Well, good. And just look at some of these, Shauna. Sorry about that, just down below us. But these are some amazing cheeses to come. And we can, what have they been washed in? What they've been finished in? I mean, that's a look at that. The rind on that. That's quite incredible. I mean, there's a lot going on. And again, some of these cheeses might have come from a long way away, and the journey that they've come on is really important. But again, this is where some of the 104 to go at. So, gosh, but I'll let Sven Erik crack on because I don't want to get in between him and his axe. There you go, Layla. Let's hope it's a less dangerous area down your end.
I am with the president of the Guild of Fromage, Roland. Lovely to meet you. It's the first time we've met today. Now, you have told me that you might have already decided your final cheese.
Yes, it's very, very difficult, but it's also fantastic moment. It's very important for all cheese maker and all countries, very different countries. And my cheese for this year, it's this. It's fantastic blue. Mm-hmm. Look at that.
Wow, look at that.
It's a cow milk, raw milk. It's natural in it, and also it's the flour. It's just a wood, sweety smile. The flour. Yeah, really.
The aroma.
For me, it's the best of the show.
Wow. Well, I wonder, so this is the cheese you will put forward as one of the final 14, and perhaps, maybe, it will win World Champion Cheese, but we don't know because there is still another stage.
Yeah.
There is still another level when the 14 of you are on stage tasting those final 14 and deciding.
Yes, it's very exciting, and 14 is really, it's a World Cheese Award. It's really the best contest around the world. And last week I am to Japan, and 1 month before I am to Azerbaijan.
Wow.
Yes, very important moment for all the cheese around the world. And really, the organization to the World Cheese Award is really very, very important moment of my life.
Oh,
thank you so much.
That's so nice to hear. And Roland, you know a lot about cheese, and you know a lot about all the different types of cheese awards.
Yeah.
What makes this awards, the World Cheese Awards, the most special? Why is this the best one?
The best one is very difficult because many cheese is really very, very interesting for all people, all countries, and it's very interesting also for the people. You understand? For the consumer, because the consumer, it's directly the judge every day, and I respect the cheese maker, because with the cheese maker, it's the original in the country for the cow, sheep, goat, and it's a natural. The environment around the world is very, very funny.
Merci beaucoup, Roland.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Pat McGuigan, Patrick being formal. I'm a Patrick, my second name. There you go. Never liked my name, Nigel. Patrick will do for me. I've digressed slightly. This is quite exciting now. You can feel the tension in here because you tell us where we are, a number of cheeses, and what the process is. Because you've done this quite a few times.
I have. I've had the honour of being on the Super Jury quite a few times. So essentially, we've every table's given us a Super Gold. So we have all the Super Golds behind us. So these are the cream of the crop, excuse the pun. And it's now up to the Super Jury members to go through these 104 cheeses and find a cheese that they love. And this is a cheese that they're going to take to the final and champion. So we have 14 members of the Super Jury, so there will be 14 cheeses championed in the final. And the way we do it, so we don't all end up with 14 blues or 14 goat's cheeses, is the cheeses are split into different styles, and the judges are split into groups, and we'll pick cheeses from those pools. So we get a broad cross-section of all the Super Gold winners.
Yeah, and we're not tasting 104 cheeses each. It's whittled down to whatever it is, 16 or something per person.
Yeah, by this stage in the day, Nigel, you've tasted 40 cheeses in the morning. If you had to do another 104 after lunch, you'd have people keeling over.
Yes.
So it's narrowed down, so you have a pool of cheeses to choose from. So you're not having to taste all 104, but you'll probably taste another, 15, 20 cheeses to find the one that you love.
You're on stage later on. It's you're used to being on stage with Super Jury, but it's a different role tonight.
Yeah, it's a different... I'm in Cheese Corner tonight, which is a new thing that we're doing. We're basically, every cheese that comes on is going to be judged by our judges. I'm going to give it a little explanation. So I'm going to be in the corner on a trolley. I've got a trolley. I'm not going to be on the trolley. The cheese is going to be on the
That's a heck of an image. Awash with cheese. We'll be wash rinding you, sorry.
So I'm going to have a trolley of cheese, and we'll have a camera on that trolley so you can get a really good close-up of the cheese so the audience can really see what it looks like. And I'm just going to give it a little introduction, what style it is, the flavours, the textures that you're getting from it. But I have to be very careful not to influence the judges in any way. I'm not going to tell them where it's from, certainly not who the maker is, and I have to be careful not to give my opinion on what I think of it. So I have to sort of tread a fine line there with giving information but not trying to persuade anyone.
Yeah, and we won't allow you into the nightclubs of Viseu too much tonight because you've got a busy couple of days ahead of you.
Yeah, that's right. No nightclubs for me.
No.
I'll be doing tours of all the cheeses for the general public tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Myself and Charlie Turnbull, the cat in the hat, as you call him, with his bowler hat on, will be taking groups of the public round the cheeses, giving them a taste of some special cheeses that we've brought in and explaining a bit more about what we do and what makes the World Cheese Awards so special.
Fantastic. And no playing with sharp knives?
No, you can see, rookie error. First cheese I cut into, I've got a brand new knife, super sharp, and I just nicked a little bit off my finger. Yeah. Charlie Turnbull hasn't stopped winding me up about it since.
He's talking to a man who cut the end of his finger off before he went on the radio with 8 million listeners on BBC Radio 2. And when I went to have it sewn back on in Accident A&E in London, one of the guys said, I was cooking one of your dishes last week. I said, could you just sew the rest of my finger back on and then we'll have a chat about culinaries. And there you go. You be careful. Patrick McGuigan, thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you on stage later.
Thank you.
A pleasure to be with Falco, all the way from Brazil. Hello, Falco.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very fine. It's so good to be here. This is my 6th time here.
Yes.
And the 2nd time as a super judge, so it's very exciting. It's a little scary because we have a big responsibility here.
So why do you keep coming back to the World Cheese Awards? Why is it special for you?
Because of course, we have so many cheeses, interesting, but it's not all about cheeses. It's about people. It's about people who produce cheese and people who sell cheese, cheesemongers. This community it's wonderful to be here. And I intend to come back and come back and come back.
And Falco, we are at the second to last stage. So you have a table of cheeses and you need to select your favorite. What are the challenges that you face now?
This is a challenge because here we don't have cheeses. All of them are perfect cheeses, technically. So here I'm looking for something more emotional, maybe something that talks to me, and something very special, very unique. So it's a very huge responsibility.
Thank you so much, Falco.
Thank you.
You've got some work to do, so I will leave you to it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well done. Your English is so good.
Hey, John Farron, very much live here. What an incredible day as well. I mean, everyone says that, but we've got them all here. I don't know quite how we managed to organise all the tasting the way through, but we've got the Super Goals being tasted at the moment behind us. 104 going to be whittled down to 14. Very serious business. Someone's life will change tonight. And also we've got Cheesemonger of the Year. That's cracking off as well.
It's obviously a great initiative. The World Cheese Awards celebrates those who make it. The judges are often retailers or other specialists, but it's nice to be able to celebrate those who sell it as well, so the cheesemongers. And there's some great initiatives around the world, Nigel, in terms of the Cheesemonger Invitational in New York, which I was fortunate enough to be at in June this year. Crazy kind of cheesemonger extravaganza, lots of noise, rap music, quite a bit of swearing actually. But what it does is it engages the young into our industry, and it's as important that we engage people at the sort of selling end of it as anything else. We've got the Academy of Cheese that's going on right behind us now, Cheesemonger of the Year, Young Cheesemonger of the Year, another important initiative which is just actually trying to say to people generally that a career in cheese retail is something. It's not just a Saturday job, and I think that's sort of an important thing. But there's a few issues flying around cheese at the moment. We discussed earlier about the those who produce the milk. Perhaps a forgotten art, like laying a decent hedge or some other thing, where getting that milk just right for cheese making is a skill. Looking after the animals is a good thing to do. So we've got to celebrate that, make sure that we've got young people coming in at that end of it as well, shepherds, herdsmen, and supporting them. And similarly at the making end, I feel like there's not enough technologists or people who understand the cheese making process who can educate the new. So there's, great day. World Cheese was brilliant, and it is, and it celebrates things in the cheese industry, but there's always some issues that get discussed on the floor amongst the judges.
Lily Morris, Young Cheesemonger of the Year last year, working from a family farm shop in the Usk Valley in Wales. She's come back to judge this year. They just interviewed her on stage. She was Alan Kirby from Booze up in the northwest was judging with a very experienced judge. I mean, her eyes were like, she was like in the sweetie shop. It was just to see that young generation coming through, but really taking on the business side of it as well.
Yeah, and the enthusiasm there. I find that really quite rewarding about World Cheeses and Young Cheesemonger, encouraging that. But not only that, there is someone who works with Lily who is actually here helping us. She's a lady called Anna, who's a Portuguese speaker actually. She works in Usk, and she's here, and she's just so invested in cheese. She wants to come out here, fly here, help out, so that she can sort of initiate or kickstart her career in cheese and selling wonderful cheese.
Yeah. And there's been a bit of a renaissance in artisan cheesemakers in the last decade, hallelujah, because it was tough for them, but certainly in the UK. But the Academy of Cheese as well, that's an initiative. Feels like it's been around for a long time. It actually hasn't. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I think I remember the first meeting for the Academy of Cheese with Mary Quick, Charlie Turnbull, Ros Wins, a few others. We had it, I remember it was in Holland Park near Whole Foods actually, and we sat down and sort of everyone agreed that we needed some sort of framework that could educate properly with different levels. We looked at the WSCT model for wine. We looked at the ACS model in America, the CCP in America, and did more. And now we're about to launch the Master of Cheese in the next year or so. We've got our first fellow this year. So we've gone from, I think 6,000 people have taken courses with the Academy of Cheese now, which is pretty impressive. Yeah. But critical, those things. There's not enough education, training, certainly in the UK, possibly globally, of not just of young people and people generally to actually enjoy their cheese, know where it's from, understanding ingredients, being able to cook. Understanding that would just help so many problems, pillars of things like obesity, nutrition, affordability of food, accessibility of food. There's some big pillars there. I'm now getting too serious. You need to
lighten up a moment. Actually, on that moment as well, you could do that. Get them into schools, people, inner city schools, and just say this is a career path for you. Yeah. Well done. It's taken a huge amount of organisation to get it to this point as well. There's 2 more days of the massive cheese show. We're going to do cheese tours and everything. Well done to you. But on quite a serious note, great shirt, kid. John Farron, there you go. And look at that chest hair. It's got me going chest hair. Let's move on, Nige. Layla, over to you fast, please.
Susie, so lovely to see you.
Thank you.
We met yesterday for the first time. How has your super jury deliberation been today? Because I know you are a seasoned super juror, but it must be a little bit different every time.
It is so hard. I mean, every year it just seems to become harder and harder. The quality is just exceptional. And I think, as you were saying a moment ago, you see something and it really just stands out for you, but you then work your way through 15 other cheeses and you're like, oh my goodness. So it's a very big decision. But what I chose, literally in every way, it looked beautiful, it was very delicate in texture, had a wonderful follow through. It was just amazing.
And tell me a bit, Susie, about why you keep coming back to the World Cheese Awards. What is so special about this?
I absolutely love it. It really is a highlight on my annual calendar. I love just seeing everybody every year. I love sharing stories. It is obviously amazing seeing new cheeses. But yeah, generally it is just the most exceptional experience and wonderful event. I just love it.
And in your line of work, do you get to try this kind of caliber of cheeses on a day-to-day basis?
No, unfortunately not based in South Africa. I think being here on an international platform and you literally have the best cheeses that people have submitted from around the world, it truly is exceptional. And when I go home and try and explain this to people, I mean, you just can't put it into words. It's just exceptional.
Yeah, it feels like such a privilege even to just be here.
Yeah.
Even if you're kind of not even getting to taste it, which we are, which is incredible. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Susie.
Pleasure. Thank you.
So the judges, the super jurors, are somehow, by some very incredible miracle, are managing to select one from their table of already excellent cheeses. And they are gradually being put on the table for the final 14. So, folks, we're talking about the 14 best cheeses in the world. This is quite an accolade. And then, of course, what will happen is the very final stage of the day, where those 14 jurors each taste all of those final 14, score them, and then the world champion cheese will be decided based on those scores. Earlier today, there was a lot of noise, music, buzz, and now the atmosphere is very kind of tense and important, and you really get a sense of how important this moment is in the day, because it's reaching its culmination of so much energy and so much time and so much work. I mean, when you think about the amount of work that's in this room, it's incredible.
Mansi Azani, hello. Gosh, hi, how are we? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
But there's a bit of a tension in the air, doesn't it? You get to this stage.
It is. There's just so many lovely cheeses to choose from, and I don't know which one to pick.
Nice problem to have. And then you've got to wrestle, because you've got to work out your other judges who's championing what, haven't you?
Yeah, and you kind of have to choose before others.
You get ready to elbow them out the way and not be too keen on one. Go, oh, maybe I'll have that one. Yeah.
But also be very mindful.
Yes.
To pick the best.
There's a lot of work gone into getting cheeses to this stage. You know how much hard work that is as well.
Yes.
And what about the Super Gold that you chose from your table early? It might seem like hours ago, but earlier this morning.
That was from the Jura region.
Right.
Pardon my French, but it's basically a beautiful big wheel of cheese with the face of a clock on it.
Wow.
Yeah. It was beautiful to look at, and I thought, let's see what's inside. But the inside was amazing as well. So, yeah.
What do you think it was the significance of having a clock on the outside?
Because the Swiss make amazing clocks, watches and clocks, as well as cheese.
I was just making sure, honestly,
testing my
no, brilliant,
European
so the Jura, as in, that's
yes,
it, that part, which could be Switzerland, France, whatever.
It could be, I think this was this.
But great. And what about anything else that's just caught your eye that we'll keep to ourselves at this stage? World Cheese Awards TV. Yeah.
It's one on that table. I might be.
Just describe it.
It's blue.
Yeah.
But it's creamy and decadent at the same time.
Wow.
For me, it's a bit different from regular blues.
Yeah.
I'll talk more about it on stage if I pick it up.
Yeah. Was it a big cheese, or how big was it? Was it a big truck?
It's a smallish wheel.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't chosen it yet, but
no,
I think it's a contender.
That must be quite a thing. You're just keeping your eye on it, looking over there, making sure. Yeah, but hedging your bets. Yeah, well, that's great. How long have we got you here for?
Another, I think, 10 minutes.
No,
Then we
I
just
meant
like-
in Portugal.
In Portugal.
Here.
I'm here for a week more.
Yeah.
I'm going to visit some friends in the Douro region.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is a great part of the world.
beautiful-
But
beautiful
life, tell me, I know you've got to get back, but just about when you're not here, at home, work, what are you championing at the moment? How's work going?
We're starting the Artisanal Cheese Society of India.
Wow.
That's new.
Yes.
Very excited about that.
Yeah.
Other than that, Indian cheese is the best it's ever been.
And the possibilities in India are just so remarkable, with different cheeses available. I mean,
And we have so much milk.
so exciting.
Just needs a little bit more structure.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of milk and a lot of good milk.
Yeah.
And we have new cheesemakers coming up pretty much every year. There's a host of new cheesemakers coming up.
Yeah.
Everyone's excited about cheese.
Yeah, well, I hope for you and your team. Again, it's
Thank
another
you.
finding and encouraging
Yeah,
people.
thank you.
And I think we're good. We're going to go. And,
okay,
we've got her in person. We've got Layla, who is with us later on stage. Yeah.
Hi again.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, I'll see you later.
Gosh,
Hello.
it just feels like, it just suddenly got a little bit serious, didn't it?
That's exactly what I said earlier. There was kind of like loud, it was raucous music, there was a lot of buzz, and now the silence is kind of
deafening.
Deafening. Well, it comes with a real sense of this is so important to the people in the industry.
Yeah.
And what I love is that the super jurors and all the jurors today have totally understood that brief. They know how important this is. They know how important this stage is. And then, of course, we've got the next stage, the final stage. And they take it so seriously because, some of these are cheesemakers themselves. Some are retailers. They know the amount of blood, sweat and tears that go into making these things. And it's not the easiest industry in various countries around the world. And they put their hearts and souls into it. So, this is people's life work is here, and that's what's being judged. And
someone's life will change later on when there's no doubt when we're announced as supreme champion. I mean, you hear of people buying another extra 100 cows or whatever they do, or a flock of sheep, because the demand will be absolutely astronomical. But it does take time with cheeses. Some of them, cheddar's 2, 3, 4 years of aging. So it's a big thing, but it is great to be able to really shine a light. And I look forward to you interviewing the winner later on.
Oh my
We'll
gosh.
announce it, but let's hope they might be in the room, they might be on a screen. We don't know, but we'll hopefully contact them, because their life will change today.
Can't wait.
We have a panel of 244 judges that are going to be with us from 39 different nations. So we scour the world to try and find the best possible individuals in cheese, whether they are a producer or a retailer, a technologist, a grader, a milker. They understand cheese. We work really hard at building and putting the teams of judges together. Every single team has been looked at for their different qualifications, if you like, in cheese. So we will put a producer with a retailer, for example. They all bring something different to the table. And what we want them to do is to be able to bring their own expertise, but also they will be learning from their fellow judges as well. Judging at the World Cheese Awards is totally blind. So the judges know nothing about the cheeses that are in front of them. They'll have 45 cheeses and they are identified by a code. We want them to judge them blind and be as unbiased as possible and judge the cheese purely on taste. We know that due to our hard work and the diligence of finding these judges, that they are going to discover the best cheeses here today and ultimately the world champion cheese.
This is our biggest ever World Cheese Awards. We have 4,786 cheeses. Over the last few weeks, cheeses have been making their way here from 47 different countries. and a lot of them have been coming via 20 consolidation shipment points. That means that the smallest cheesemakers can send their cheeses locally in their country, and we take care of all logistics, pay for the transport, and it means that this competition really is open to everybody. So once the cheese arrives, the team work really, really hard to check in every single cheese. And remember, the judging is completely blind. So the cheeses arrive with just a code on them. There's no branding, there's no name of the cheese. We check the cheeses in, the producer at the other end can see it's arrived, and then everything is ready on the tables, ready for the judges to taste.
great. It's all going to be fun. We're going to have a great time, guys. Pardon? I love cheese, yeah. I hope so. It'd be funny if at the end of the day I'm like, I'm done with cheese. Never again.
Bem-vindos a Viseu, Portugal, para a 36ª ação dos Prémios do Jesus Mundiais.
That is a brilliant effort, Nigel. That roughly translates to welcome to Viseu in Portugal for the 36th World Cheese Awards.
Yes!
Woohoo! I have never seen so much cheese!
Every single time I've been to this, it just blows my mind.
Absolutely wonderful. This is something that is in my calendar, fixed there every year, and I cannot feel happier.
It was a very long trip, but do you know what? It's absolutely worthwhile to come here and be with my once a year big cheese family.
I love it. We have got 240 judges from 40 countries going to eat a lot of cheese.
It's a beautiful ricotta that reminds us the fresh flavors of Portuguese cheese.
These two cheeses move me. They make me feel alive again.
That's a winner. That's the cheese that your customers are going to come back for.
$104 tables. Each of those will be coming up with a super gold.
This is our Super Gold, so it is a Gouda.
This is a walnut-wrapped, unpasteurised cow's milk cheese.
It's small but mighty.
So now things get really serious in the world of cheese because we're down to 104 super golds. So each of the judges probably has maybe 16 to taste, and then they're going to champion one of those cheeses on the super jury.
So many lovely cheeses to choose from, and I don't know which one to pick.
Every year it just seems to become harder and harder. The quality is just exceptional.
We know that due to our hard work and the diligence of finding these judges, that they are going to discover the best cheeses here today and ultimately the world champion cheese.
Please welcome to the stage your hosts for the World Cheese Awards 2024, Nigel Barden, Leila Kazim, Katja Alder-Agiz and Patrick McGuigan.
Wow. Thank you all for what a beautiful warm welcome that was. It is incredible to be here today and to be at this point of the day, because I think we can all safely say that the entirety of today has been building up to this moment. And I don't know about you guys, but I can feel the intensity in the atmosphere. Like, you can cut it like a knife because it's very important. We are, of course, down to the final 14 cheeses. And within the next few minutes to an hour, we are going to know the final champion cheese for 2024. I should mention it's my first time at the World Cheese Awards, and everyone has told me it's such a spectacle, it's such a family, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, I need to see myself. I can confirm that that is how I felt today. It's been an incredible day, and if you guys, if it's any of your first time as well, I'm sure you've felt it as well. Nigel, you've been at a lot of these before. How have you found today?
Well, great, and we've got some of our younger members here as well. We're loving all that as well. It's fantastic. It's been this is the 8th time that we've gone overseas, and it's really special. Thank you, Portugal, for making us feel so very welcome. And it has been a remarkable day. I can't still believe that basically nearly 5,000 cheeses have been tasted today, and then whittled down to all the super golds and then the super jury, and the quality of the judges and everything, and the family of cheese from around the world. So many familiar faces. The joy of the family of cheese is that these are the relatives we want to speak to. So there you go. Go, Katja. Good luck with translating that, anyway.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Leila. Thank you, Nigel. It's a big pleasure being here with you guys. E agora em português. Tem que ser em português. Olá a todos. Boa tarde. Olá. Olá!
Whatever she
Sejam
said.
muito bem-vindos à 36ª edição dos World Cheese Awards. Estamos tão felizes que, pela primeira vez, este grande espetáculo acontece em Portugal e numa cidade tão bonita. Estamos no coração do nosso país. Estamos em Viseu! É. Esta cidade que tem uma longa tradição nesta arte da queijaria. Portanto, faz todo sentido estarmos aqui convosco hoje. E este World Cheese Awards é muito mais do que um evento, é muito mais do que um concurso, porque acaba por nos fazer lembrar desta arte de produção de queijo, o saber fazer que passa de geração em geração e é, no fundo, um símbolo da nossa identidade cultural. Hoje aqui vão ser e foram avaliados 4.786 queijos por um júri composto por 240 especialistas. Portanto, foi obra. E vamos descobrir hoje qual será o melhor queijo do mundo da edição de 2024.
She's very good.
Tudo o que eu disser está ótimo.
I think before we move on, we should please welcome also Patrick, who is in Cheese Corner today.
Hey.
A round of applause for Patrick. Patrick will be providing a little bit of insight to each of the final 14 cheeses as the judges are tasting them. Now, a word about the judges. We can't really get past this point without 14 very important people. Now, of course, all of the 240 judges who've been here today from 40 countries around the world are all very important. But we've got a final 14. And it's up to these guys to decide on the world champion cheese. So I think without further ado, it's about time we invited the super jurors onto stage. Please, could we give a very warm welcome to Peter Martinsson from Sweden.
The Silver Fox, the matinee film god, the handsome man that he is. And from Italy, it is Michela Bianco Brevo. Hey. Grazie mille. Ciao.
And all the way from the United States, we have somebody with a quite magnificent beard, I should might add, Joey Wells.
Whoa! Joey the rock star from Texas. Yeah. You can take the cheesemonger out of Texas. There you go. Fantastic. And from Spain, it is, of course, a very special Ruth Lozano Rodriguez. Hey. Woo. Woo.
And from mine and Nigel's home country, the United Kingdom, we have Jason Hines.
Whoa. I'm always worried when he brings his bag on stage with him. I wonder what he's got in there, his own cheese irons and so much more. Oh, from Turkey, fantastic. It's Nisha Biber. Whee.
And all the way from Brazil, we have Falco Luis Bonfaldini Araújo. Woo. Woo.
And from India, the very special and the very here, it is the brilliant Manti Jazani. Woo-hoo.
And then from Norway, please, a very warm welcome to Sven Erik Buckland. Woo!
The Viking is in the house. Be very afraid. There you go. From South Africa, been the Super Jury judge for a number of years. She's brilliant. Susie O'Regan.
And of course, a familiar face to so many people from France. Please welcome Monsieur Roland Barthélemy.
Whoa!
With an absolutely wonderful beret.
If the beret fits, there you go. Absolutely. Well done, Roland. And from Portugal, of course, the home judge on the Super Jury, Manuel Maia.
Well.
And all the way from Mexico, we have Georgina Yescas Angeles Trujano.
Brilliant. I've got hair envy. Fantastic. Brilliant. And from Switzerland, the very special, the very here on a Friday in where, Portugal, where else? It is, of course, Thomas Hurt.
Ficámos assim a conhecer o nosso super júri, estes 14 especialistas que vêm dos 4 cantos do mundo. Eu diria que têm uma difícil tarefa entre mãos, mas muito saborosa esta noite.
Wow, I mean, what a lineup. Folks, you've got a big task ahead of you, no pressure, but, you know, there's a lot resting on your shoulders, and what I love here is that there are some Super Jury members who have been on the Super Jury before, and also some first-timers. So I'm sure you've all been kind of sharing your expertise with each other. Right, we've got 14 cheeses to get through, so I think it's time we introduced cheese number 1, which is a soft, pasteurized goat's milk cheese with a half-ash coated rind.
Então estamos a conhecer agora o queijo número 1, queijo de cabra meio revestido com carvão vegetal. E agora pedimos ao Patrick, o Patrick que é o nosso crítico de queijo, que nos conta um bocadinho mais sobre este espetacular queijo, Patrick.
Yes, exactly.
Patrick has never sounded so
Patrick compreende
romantic.
tudo o que eu digo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Let's look at this beautiful cheese we've got in front of us here. It's if we can get in closer on it, it's a really interesting one because it's a square cheese, it's a goat's cheese, and if you can see closely, you can see we have ash on one side. So we have a coating of ash on the outside. On one side, we don't have any. I've tasted all of these cheeses previously, so I've already tasted this one. I can tell you inside, the texture is incredibly glossy and silky. It's very gooey cheese, made with goat's milk. The flavors are quite sort of herbaceous, and there was a little bit of spiciness there. I have no idea where this cheese is made. I don't know who the producer is. But it's a kind of classic lactic goat's cheese with a twist. A little drizzle of honey would be very nice with this cheese. And if I was going to drink something, I'd be looking at a Sauvignon Blanc, something white and with a bit of crispness and some fruitiness to go with this delicious cheese. But it's not about me, it's about what the judges think. So I think we should hand over and see what they say.
Wow. Some of these judges hopefully will have tried some of the cheeses before. Some of them will have championed them, but they can't champion them maybe early in the day, but not when it comes to the Super Jury. Okay.
Estes queijos que o nosso júri está a provar vieram da seleção de 104 mesas que nós temos aqui atrás de nós. Ou seja, cada mesa tinha uma equipa, um júri de 2 a 3 pessoas e em cada mesa foi escolhido um super gold, um super queijo. E foram 104 os finalistas e o nosso júri de 14 especialistas analisou 104 e escolheu 14. E é esses queijos que eles estão a provar agora.
Thank you, Katia Aldiagash. Thank you very much.
Muito bem. Very good.
Thank you. Back of the net. Okay. First cheese, judges of a Super Jury. You marvellous people from 14 countries around planet cheese. Okay, if you're ready, will you please vote now?
And we should say the scores are out of 7.
As pontuações vão de 1 a 7.
5, 5, 4, 6, 7, 6, 6, 6, 4, 4, 6, 6, 6, 5.
Okay, wonderful. I think a little round of applause.
3.
Yes. Merece este aplauso.
Now, the judge, there we go, who put this cheese forward was Susie. Susie, would you mind standing up and giving us a few of your thoughts as to why you put these cheese forward?
I absolutely loved the way it looked. That very decorative vegetable ash just cut through the middle, and it really caught my eye. It was extremely delicate and creamy and silky, as Patrick said. It finished very smooth and lingered, and it had a very peppery note, which was quite unusual and quite savory. So for something that was very delicate in texture, it had a wonderful, fairly strong finish. And I just thought all round it was absolutely perfect.
Thank you, Susie.
Susie. Posso traduzir bocadinho, é melhor, não é, Leila? Leila, I'm going to translate a little bit. Susie é a nossa júri da África do Sul. O júri aqui cada júri escolhia um queijo e tornou-se o seu sponsor. Por isso a júri falou em nome deste queijo. Ela diz que ele tem um aroma muito delicado e isso foi o que a impressionou mais e saltou logo à vista e ao sabor. Então esta foi a opção da Susie e muito bem escolhido.
And I can reveal, well done,
yes,
that the cheese, our first cheese, came from Spain.
Ooh, round of applause.
Espanha.
Spain got one in the final 14.
Okay, so we're underway. One cheese down, 13 to go. So I can tell you that our cheese number 2 is a soft, raw use milk cheese.
Estamos a falar que o queijo número 2 é um queijo curado, feito com leite de ovelha cru, flor de cardo, pasta macia, manteigada e cremosa e uma bonita cor de marfim. Patrick, what can you tell us about this cheese? Fala-nos bocadinho sobre este queijo.
Well, this is a cheese that's probably going to be familiar to a lot of our Portuguese audience. It's a type of cheese you see that is made, not just in Portugal, but in other parts of the world as well. Sheep's milk cheese, and it's made with vegetarian rennet. And the rennet that's used comes from the flower of a thistle called the cardoon. And what it gives you is this amazing, this is a cheese you cut the top off and you dip in. A spoon cheese, this is, or breadsticks, or just your face. You get stuck into a cheese like this. And that thistle rennet gives the cheese a wonderful kind of breakdown, so it goes very gooey, very glossy, very buttery, but then you get this lovely sort of herbal bitterness to these cheeses as well. I tasted this one earlier, and it was a really, really good example of that sort of balance. So, yeah, a sheep's milk cheese made with thistle rennet and a very sort of soft and gooey and one to scoop.
One to eat with a spoon. And the judges, are they using spoons? Yes. I'm happy to report they are given spoons for the more liquid cheeses. Lots of deliberation going on. And of course, you have to remember that these judges have been tasting cheeses all day as it is. And now they're on to the 14 best out of almost 5,000. So the level of granularity that the differentiation now comes to between these cheeses is really small because they're all excellent cheeses and they all agree on this point. But being able to differentiate between each of those, I mean, that's where the expertise of our diverse and varied panel members from all different disciplines really comes into its own.
A Leila está apenas a explicar-nos que o nosso júri está aqui a provar os queijos desde as 10 da manhã. Portanto, todo o dia. E a diferença entre alguns queijos é muito pequena, é mínima. Portanto, eles precisam ter tempo para saborear, para sentir, para cheirar o queijo. E é esse que este nosso júri acho que já acabou de fazer. Portanto, estamos prontos para a pontuação.
Okay, I think the judges are ready. Judges, please could you reveal your scores out of 7 now? Ooh. Ooh, wowie. Okay, so we have
Really
got
good.
7,
It's fine.
6, 7, 6, 6, 6, another 6. We've gone up to 7. Feels like Strictly. 6, 5, 6, 6, 5, and a 7. Wow, I think that needs a round of applause because that people like that cheese.
We did, and I can tell you that it was championed by Manuel Maya. So we're going to make sure to stand up and please, and we'll give you a microphone. You have a microphone. I can relax a bit and run back over here while you just tell us about that amazing cheese.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with this cheese. In fact, I found it among many of these Serra das Estrelas I've tried. This one quite balanced, voluptuous. It's really a sublime match of protein and fat, and quite balanced. It's really a fantastic cheese.
Obrigada, Manuel. O Manuel Maia vem de Portugal, portanto, está a jogar em casa esta noite e é um dos nossos, é o único elemento deste super júri que é português. Ele distinguiu este queijo por ter, aliás, ele sente-se familiarizado com este queijo, tem uma textura muito equilibrada, um sabor muito equilibrado, portanto, achou-o fantástico, daí a sua escolha ser óbvia. Agora, vamos saber então de onde vem este queijo. Eu tenho aqui um palpite.
Now, of course, remember, all these cheeses are judged blind, but I'm very pleased to share that this cheese is indeed from Portugal.
É! E temos aqui uma claque de Portugal.
Woo! How wonderful to have a cheese from the home, the hosts up in the final 14.
É uma maravilhosa sensação, Leila.
Can we just, I just think that people need to see inside this cheese.
Oh, yeah, let's have it.
There's no point looking at the outside. Let's just have a quick look at this. Hello, look at that. Beautiful. Can we see that?
You can hear the groans in the audience.
Pass the breadsticks. Give me a spoon. That's ready to go.
All I need is a spoon and half an hour. Wonderful. Okay, so that's cheese number 2. We are now on to cheese number 3, which is a pasteurized used milk cheese washed in rum and wrapped in tobacco leaves. Ooh, this one sounds
Seguimos viagem. Vamos agora conhecer o queijo número 3. Uma vez amadurecido, ele é refinado com rum e envolto em folhas de tabaco. Patrick, I know that you know much more about this than me. Patrick, conta-nos mais então sobre este incrível queijo.
Well, you say that, but to be honest, I've never really seen a cheese like this before.
Me neither.
It's a sheep's milk cheese. It's quite hard in texture, if we can sort of see the... we don't know, I'm not sure of the age of it, but what it's wrapped in is tobacco leaves, and these tobacco leaves have been dried and smoked. And when you smell this cheese, it has this amazing aroma of sort of tobacco leaves, this sort of fragrant perfume. There's also been some rum used on this cheese in some way. And I don't know if it's in the cheese, on the cheese, but when you taste it, you can get that sort of sweet alcohol flavour, but also the sheep's milk flavour, so that sort of slightly animally note and a bit of sweetness. What would I drink with this? I mean, again, I'd be looking at maybe sherry or port, something with some sort of dried fruit notes, an Oloroso maybe to drink with that. Maybe some membrillo on the side, just something with a similar kind of perfume and fragrance. Very unusual cheese. I'm really interested to find out what the judges think and where it's from as well, because I have no idea.
And our judges, there you go, Katja, yes.
Não, agora vamos então saber a pontuação do nosso júri. Não sei se estão prontos, penso que sim. Vamos lá, conhecer a pontuação. Let's go to vote, please.
Here we go.
Wowie.
7, 7, 5, 7, 6, 7, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 5, 6, 6.
Round of applause.
Impressionante também esta pontuação.
And the jury member who nominated this cheese is Thomas Hurt. Thomas, let's pass the mic down to you if you could stand up.
Yes.
Of course, you gave it a 7. Tell us a bit about why you love this cheese.
Well, you know,
Just before we do, actually, I'm sorry about that, but we're just going to go with the scores again. Apologies, just because we had a technical glitch. So we're just going to get you to score again. Sorry, apologies.
So please, could you hold up your scores
if you
one more
please,
time?
Vote.
Vamos ter que repetir aqui a votação.
Okay. Thank you, Roland. Very good. And that's Manuel. It's great, but unfortunately, it's back to front. But there you go. Apart from that, I am a mind reader, but not on every case. 7, 7, 5, 7, 6, 7, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 5, 6, 6. There we go.
Agora sim temos a votação.
Okay, Thomas, please share why.
Oh, it's my turn.
It is your turn. You have the stage.
You know, the first moment I saw this cheese and I read the description, it was this kind of curiosity feeling. Then after the first bite, I had kind of explosion of flavors in my mouth, getting like this tobacco feeling, but it's not too strong, not rude. And underneath, I felt some kind of cacao, something. So I'm still thinking of what kind of flavors is more in it. For me, it's just like a wow, this cheese.
E o nosso júri, Thomas Hurt, viajou da Suíça até Portugal e escolheu este queijo porque tinha realmente a primeira vez que experimentou uma explosão de sabores na sua boca. Algo como o cacau, e foi isso que o impressionou. Agora, vamos então seguir.
Well done. Fantastic. And we're going to go to our fourth cheese.
Oh, but we need to reveal the country.
Okay. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, indeed we do. Go on.
And we can reveal that cheese number 3 is from Italy. Well done, Italy.
Acabamos de descobrir que o queijo número 3 vem da Itália, um queijo italiano.
And Nigel, tell us about what cheese number 4 is.
Number 4, it is a semi-hard raw cow's milk cheese with added cream.
Vamos agora conhecer o queijo número 4. É um queijo semiduro com adição de creme, amadurecido por 9 a 12 meses, único na combinação do sabor cremoso e maduro.
This is...
Patrick?
Thank you. This is an interesting... This looks sort of alpine. This feels like it's been made in mountains somewhere. Who knows where. It's got this very orange rind, which suggests it's been washed to give it some sort of pungency. And when you taste this cheese, you get that. There's a kind of beefiness to it, a kind of meaty flavour to it. It's aged for between 8 to 12 months, and it's made with organic cow's milk. So it has a richness and a savoury quality, which is really, really delicious. It's very long when you taste it. It stays on the tongue a long time. To me, this would be, I mean, you could do all sorts of things with this. Have it on a cheese board. You could also cook with it. It would be great. A slice of this on a burger, melted, would be a fantastic thing. Fondue, perhaps. What would you drink with it? I'm thinking something dark. Beer. I'm thinking a sort of a Belgian ale, a double or a triple, something like that would really sort of come into that sort of creamy, meaty flavour.
Thanks, Patrick. Anything to add, Katja? No.
No.
Okay.
We can continue. O nosso júri está a acabar de provar este queijo, que tem características muito especiais, notas de laranja, como acabámos de ouvir, e penso que estão prontos para a votação. Leila, they are ready to vote.
And just to point out, what you might notice on the tables are little pieces of apple, because the apple really helps cleanse the palate between all of the cheeses, and these judges need that. Okay, judges, I think you are ready for your scores. So please, could you raise your scores for cheese number 4 now? All righty, we've got 5, 4, 7, 7, and another 7, 6, 6, 7, 7, 5, 6, 5, 7, and 5. Round of applause. What a spread there.
Parabéns a este queijo.
And that cheese was championed and nominated by Michela Bianco Prevo. So, thank you, Michela. Grazie.
So, as I'm Italian, I couldn't but consider also the emotional side of the cheese. And I went a little bit beyond the conventional criteria. Of course, I considered the technical aspect, but for me, a cheese has to transfer emotion. I'm thinking to a cheesemaker as an artist that is putting his hands because he creates the cheese, his mind because he knows where he wants to go when making the cheese, and of course his art. So my idea was to choose a cheese, a piece of art to submit to the other judges.
A Micaela de Itália viajou de Itália até Portugal e escolheu este queijo. Eu diria que ela escolheu este queijo com o coração. Considera que cada queijo é uma peça de arte e foi com emoção, deixou-se levar pelas emoções nesta escolha que fez. Muito obrigada, Micaela. E agora vamos saber de onde é que vem este queijo.
And we can reveal that cheese number 4 is from Switzerland.
3, there you go.
Suíça, parabéns.
Okay, on to number 5. I think we're making good progress. Check in with the judges. Thumbs up, thumbs down. How are we doing? Yeah, 4 out of thumbs up. Okay, cheese number 5 is a semi-hard raw cow's milk cheese.
Então, o queijo número 5 é um queijo de leite de vaca cru semiduro, amadurecido entre 8 a 9 meses. E agora o júri já está a provar o queijo número 5. Há pouco a Leila disse que nós temos aqui nas mesas pedaços de maçã para que o júri possa, entre cada prova, ir tirando sabor e estar outra vez preparado para novos aromas. Agora, Patrick, é contigo.
I'm just checking this is very similar to the last cheese in appearance. So, again, looks like something that might be made in a mountain. But the flavour was quite different when I tried it earlier on. Really, some different notes, more kind of... I got something more of the soil with this cheese, something a bit more earthy. Still had that richness from this washed rind that's giving that savoury flavour. To me, this felt like something to use a bit like raclette, to heat it up and scrape it over potatoes and have it melted all over potatoes, maybe with some lardons. Really, really good cheese for cooking with. But again, it could work on a cheese board equally well. I wanted something fresh to go with it, so I was thinking something like cornichons, something with some acidity and some crunch, just to cut through. And to drink, I'm drinking a lot today, aren't I? I'd go Pinot Noir, so a red wine, a light red wine, but it has an earthiness to it, which I think would work in with those earthy flavours that I found in the cheese. So the same, but actually quite different.
Okay, you can just talk about that?
O júri está agora pronto para votar após esta explicação mais detalhada e pormenorizada do queijo número 5. E vamos lá conhecer a decisão final deste exigente júri.
Okay, brilliant. Judges, cheese 5, are we ready? Well, hang on, put your things out. I'll go get ready. You've got to have a bit of sense of it. Are you ready? Please vote now. 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, 6, 5, 5.
Round of applause for that cheese.
Salva de palmas para este queijo número 5.
And the judge who put forward the cheese was Ruth. Ruth, please stand up and tell us why this was your favourite.
Yeah, it's on. You should...
It's on.
Yeah, no. Yep.
It's on?
Yes, it's on.
It's perfect. Thanks. Well, I would like to express why I decided this was the cheese, the masterpiece, because the good cheese has inside a message, always to express when it's come from. And when I put a first bite in my mouth, I went to the mountains, to an standing landscape, and see the cows grazing this amazing flora with diversity. And then I thought on the shepherds, the really hard work they do every day in order to produce the wonderful milk. And then, of course, the cheesemaker, with work every day with patience and devotion to have this marvelous cheese. And of course, it's more than a cheese, it's more than a flavor, because balance the richness and the subtle of the aromas, and the texture is absolutely amazing. I'm really sorry, but I fall in love with this cheese.
Acho que todos percebemos que a Maria Ruth de Espanha ficou definitivamente apaixonada por este queijo. Aliás, o queijo permitiu-lhe fazer uma viagem até às montanhas e quase conseguiu ver as vacas a pastar. Ela enaltece de uma forma muito positiva o trabalho duro destes produtores, que só pode ser um trabalho feito com muito amor e muita paixão. E agora vamos saber de onde é que vem este queijo.
Absolutely. And Ruth, we've all fallen in with the cheese and fallen in love with the cheese in our lives as well. There you go. And I can reveal you that cheese to fall in love with is another one from Switzerland.
Woo! Well done.
Parabéns.
Excellent.
Suíça, uma vez mais.
So our sixth cheese, I can reveal, is a semi-hard, pasteurized cow's milk cheese.
E passamos para o queijo número 6, estamos quase a meio da tabela. É um queijo de vaca semi-duro. Mas eu sei que o Patrick sabe muito, muito mais do que todos nós sobre queijo. Patrick, conta tudo. Tell us everything.
Thank you. Well, different shape. Similar in style to the previous two, but again different. So we've got less of a washed rind on this cheese. And the thing that struck me the most when I was tasting it was the texture. It was kind of bouncy, a bit sort of bendy and pliable, which suggests to me it's maybe a little bit younger. But it had a kind of like deep, soulful flavour, like a bassy note. I think it's that savoury quality that we're talking about before. And it just went on and on and on. At the same time, you could still taste the milk. So creamy, savoury, another really sort of good example of a cheese that could be made in the mountains, but I'm not so sure with this one. This is one that has got me perplexed. So I'll be really interested to see what the judges make of this one, and the person who championed it as well.
And the judges are deliberating, and I don't know if any of you guys have watched a cheese expert professionally taste cheese, but it's quite a spectacle in itself. It's an aroma thing first, comes to the nose, then it goes into the mouth, and it's a bit about the mouthfeel. And I love the faces of concentration that I love to watch you guys doing it. And I think we are ready.
Yes,
okay.
we are ready.
So, could the jurors please reveal your scores for cheese number 6 now? Okay, we have got 6, 7, 5, 6, 5, 7, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6, another 6, and finishing with a 6. Round of applause for cheese number 6. Lots of 6s.
And a round of applause for the Viking Blood Axe, who actually nominated it as well, of course, in a very fine form. And he's going to stand up, and we won't miss him. He is, of course, Sven-Erik Backlund. Hey, good evening to you, my friend.
First of all, what struck me about this cheese was actually the smell of the cheese, the sweetness in the smell, and the brothiness of the taste, I think was excellent. And then you sort of feel the creaminess and the long aftertaste of the cheese. It was, in my mind, a perfect cheese. And it would be be great, I think, to grate on some warm potatoes as well.
Oh.
It would be great.
O nosso jurado Sven, da Noruega, ficou desde logo impressionado com o cheiro deste queijo e depois com a sua cremosidade. E por isso ficou-lhe logo na sua cabeça, daí ter esquecido a seleção deste jurado. E agora vamos saber de onde será este queijo.
And I can reveal the country for cheese number 6 is Switzerland. It is
Outra vez, Suíça, parabéns, o terceiro.
For Switzerland. Wow. How incredible is that? Okay, on to cheese number 7, which is a semi-hard pasteurized cow's milk cheese. The curds are washed with a passion fruit infusion. This is a really interesting one to look at.
O queijo número 7, feito com leite de vaca pasteurizada, encontramos um ligeiro aroma a maracujá, usado para lavar a coalha. 40 dias de maturação. E o Patrick, it's up to you now.
Well, things have taken a bit of a left turn here. This is, I've never seen a cheese like this before.
Nem nós.
It's a first for me. It's a cow's milk cheese. It's really young. So we're talking 40 days maturation. It came, if you can see, you can see that this is how it stood up on the board. What you've got on the outside, can you see those little dots? These are passion fruit seeds. But then when you flip it over, underneath, you've got, here we go, you've got blossom stuck to the bottom. And the thing, when I was tasting this out the back, there was this amazing aroma of passion fruit. I suddenly felt like I was on a beach or something. So you can, there's a really strong smell of passion fruit when you smell it and when you taste it as well. So in the background, there's this sort of mild, milky cheese, but really what you're getting is a lot of tropical fruit flavor. I mean, I was thinking, I don't know if that time of the day, but I was thinking an IPA, like a tropical fruit IPA with lots of those kind of pineapple and passion fruit flavors would be absolutely amazing with that cheese. So yeah, a first for me, and yeah, fascinated to find out where it's from.
Percebemos que o Patrick ficou realmente impressionado com este queijo tão original, onde podemos até ver as sementes do maracujá, não é? E o nosso júri está pronto para votar?
Yes. Are we ready, our jurors? Exciting, here we go. Good drum roll. Will you please vote now? 5, 7, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 4, 4, blimey.
Round of applause.
Blimey. That's, yeah.
And Jason, it was yourself who put this cheese forward as your favourite. Please tell us why.
Who would have thought, hey?
Well, for me this year has been a spectacular year because I have seen the cheese world at a crossroads. In the wine world, there was the new world and the old world, and I think we're getting to a period now in the cheese world where the new world is beginning to appear, and it's mind-blowing. I love it. I was very fortunate to be in Brazil and taste lots of Brazilian cheeses in April, and I have just come back last week from Peru where I tasted loads of Peruvian cheeses. I want, when I eat my cheese, what I've learnt from those visits is I want more from my cheese. I want what I've always wanted. I want good body. I want good acidity. I want good flavor. I want good length. I want all those things. But I want more. I want beauty, and I want surprise. And this cheese, for me, embodies all of those things. Because it's at once, it's fresh, and yet it's got amazing acidity. It's got the passion fruit, Patrick, which you mentioned, but it's got elegance. It's got, but above all, it's something which is clearly a taste of its place. And for 30 years in the cheese business, These cheeses coming from the New World are, enlightening my cheese galaxy with flavour and with surprise.
O nosso jurado, Jason, de Inglaterra, ele diz que o queijo está a entrar felizmente numa nova era e ficou impressionado com este queijo, porque para ele o queijo é muito mais do que a textura, do que o sabor, é também o aspecto, a beleza, e por isso ele tem que ficar impressionado. E este queijo, com este aroma tão especial e tão frutado, foi definitivamente a sua escolha. E agora, de onde será este queijo originário?
And that change of life moment for Jason is absolutely apt, because that cheese came from Brazil.
Woo! Brazil!
Yeah. Well done, absolutely. Jason Hein, Brazilian, well, who would have thought? Absolutely, cheese. Now, halfway stage, why don't we look at the leaderboard and just see who's doing what so far at the moment. There you go. Those are our top 5 cheeses. Exciting, another 7 to go. What a great way to spend a Friday. Absolutely, this is rather gorgeous. And I can tell you that the next cheese, our 8th, there you go, is a hard, raw cow's milk cheese. It's a raw, hard cow's milk cheese.
E vamos então para o queijo número 8. É um queijo duro, produzido com leite cru, envelhecido durante pelo menos 8 meses. Nós há pouco tivemos a ver ali a tabela, portanto estamos a entrar na última parte, na segunda fase da avaliação dos queijos. Patrick, are you ready?
I'm ready.
To tell us a story about this cheese.
This is a big cheese. I mean, this is a small piece from a very big cheese. This had a lot. I was tasting it earlier, and it had this kind of buttery quality to it. But like when you cook with butter, and it starts to caramelize, that sort of brown butter flavor. So I mean, if you imagine how big this cheese would be as a whole, we're talking a hefty piece of cheese. It's only been matured for around 8 months, which is a short time. These big cheeses can be aged for a year, 2 years, but this is just 8 months. And I think what you get from that is you can still taste the milk. So that buttery quality that I was talking about is not that far removed from the milk, but it's starting to pick up these kind of more roasted, I go back to savoury, kind of soulful flavours. Another great cheese for melting, brilliant on a cheese board, maybe with some roasted nuts on the side. And you could pair a big red wine with this, something Portuguese perhaps would work really well with this. Lots of fruit, a bit of tannin would stand up to this cheese really nicely.
Thank you, Patrick. O Patrick aconselha a comer este queijo com um bom copo de vinho tinto. Portanto, vamos aceitar esta dica. E agora, a pontuação, caríssimo e especialíssimo júri, vamos a isso?
Okay, jurors, I think you're all ready. So please, could you reveal your scores out of 7 for cheese number 8 now? Okay, we got 6, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6. Over here we have got 5, 5, 4, 6, 5, 5, and the final 5. Round of applause for cheese number 8.
Which was championed by Nisha Bieber.
Yes, I like this cheese because lavender and creamy and buttery and different aroma and long finish. And I like velvety and elegance taste. I like. Thank you.
Thank you.
A nossa jurada ficou impressionada com a elegância, com a cremosidade deste queijo, e foi isso que a impressionou. A nossa jurada, que vem da Turquia. E agora vamos saber de onde vem o nosso queijo número 8.
And I can reveal the country of cheese number 8 is Germany.
Alemanha.
Okay, we are on to number 9. This is a washed rind, semi-hard, raw cow's milk cheese.
E viajamos até ao queijo número 9, textura suave, queijo feito exclusivamente do leite cru das vacas. E agora o nosso júri está prontíssimo para provar mais um queijo. Já temos aqui um prato cheio de queijos.
Okay, what have
Patrick?
Yeah, so another big cheese, another washed rinder. Interesting when you look inside. Can we see inside? Here we go. Look, you see these little, got a few holes developing on the paste on the inside, and absolutely fascinating. If you look on the edges, you can see some writing, which is inscribed on the outside. I tasted this one earlier, and again there was that sort of lovely, pliable, bendy texture. So this is it's not a hard cheese. It's more like a semi-firm cheese. So still has that lovely sort of supple texture. And again, we're in those sort of brothy, deep flavors that keep on going. So there's a bit of savory, but also some fruitiness, some nuttiness, a kind of balance of all these different flavors working together to give you quite a long finish. And to me, they sort of came in stages, almost like a staircase of flavors that kept sort of building up. Really, really good example, I think, of this cheese.
Thank you, Patrick. Um queijo semiduro, frutado e que o aroma se perpetua na boca por algum tempo. E o nosso júri também já tem de certeza a resposta para nos dar a avaliação do queijo número 9.
A fruity, nutty staircase of flavours. Of course, well done for translating that if you went anywhere near it. Number 9, particularly if you live in a flat. But on the ground floor, a bungalow. Here we go, judges. Whoa, steady, Tiger Thomas. Thank you. Will you please vote now? Oh. Georgina, amazing bouncing. 6, 5, 6, 4, 7, 6, 7, 7, 6, 5, 7, 7, 6, 5. A roller coaster of scores.
Já temos a pontuação.
Yeah.
And the juror who put forward this cheese is Jerry Wells. Jerry, please stand up. Tell us, how did this cheese move you?
Hi, thank you. The first impression that I had of this cheese was just visually looking at it. It's an absolutely beautiful cheese. It has this very elegant embossed rind and simply gorgeous. The raw milk, horned cow cheese. I loved the rich velvety texture. I loved the buttery mouthfeel. It just sort of spreads across your entire palate and coats it thoroughly. And it's absolutely stunning. And the thing I loved about it was the complexity of the flavors. The umami, the brothiness, and then the herbal that comes through from it. And as I ate it, I could just picture these beautiful cows in their fields enjoying their grass. And it was transportive.
Beautiful.
Nosso jurado Joey dos Estados Unidos da América ficou impressionado desde logo pelo aspecto do queijo, depois a textura, mas o que o impressionou ainda mais foi a complexidade. Daí ter escolhido este incrível queijo. E agora, de onde será este queijo proveniente?
Katia, absolutely. I can reveal for the fourth time tonight that cheese came from Switzerland.
Suíça pela quarta vez.
You Swiss are on a roll. A Swiss roll. There you go. Here all week. Thank you very much. It is, moving on, our next cheese. Soft blue pasteurized cow's milk cheese made with mascarpone and vermouth. There you go.
E o próximo queijo é um queijo azul de vaca, particularmente cremoso e pode ser comido à colher, equilibrado. A doçura do mascarpone combina perfeitamente com o amargo do vermouth e do mofo. Patrick, it's all about you now.
What have we got here?
Yeah, what have we got, Pat?
What have we got here? I need my spoon again, I think. It's not porridge. This is a cheese. It's a blue cheese. And what they've done, I think, is take some of the blue cheese and then mix it with mascarpone, so a soft cheese, a cream cheese, and also soaked it in vermouth. So vermouth has a lovely sort of bitter quality to it. And then they put it back into the cheese. to create this. I mean, this really, you do need a spoon or a paddle or something to get through it. It's amazing. It's really interesting. So that vermouth flavor really kicks in at the end. So at the beginning, you've got this sort of sweetness from the blue, the kind of boozy, fruity blue cheese. And then you get this little kind of herbal bitterness that kicks in from the vermouth. Again, this is a cheese I've never seen before. It's a really interesting combination of flavors and textures. And I'm intrigued to see how this scores. Again, another new one to me. I'm learning all the time at this World Cheese Awards.
Patrick, nós também estamos sempre a aprender. E tal como tu, também ficámos impressionados com a textura e o aspecto completamente diferente deste queijo. Não só o aspecto, também o sabor. Uma novidade aqui no World Cheese Awards. E agora o nosso júri tem que votar.
Okay, judges, for cheese number 10, please could you reveal your scores now? Okay, here we go. We've got 7, 4, another 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 4, 6, 4, and 5. What a range. Round of applause for cheese number 10. That's a lot of different numbers.
Well, there'll be one stunned super jury judge, but let's hear from her as well. Georgina, yes, Cass, you loved that cheese, so please tell us more about it.
Olá.
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 Eu sou mexicana, mas eu morei 2 anos no Rio, então eu falo português. Eu só queria falar que seu país é incrível. Vocês têm um país incrível que tem queijos hermosos e vinhos excepcionais.
Ei. Georgina, já estamos apaixonados por ti.
And now, this cheese caught my eyes first because of the box that it came in. It was so special and different. I love different things. So when I just saw the box, I thought, this must be amazing. The texture, when I tried it was creamy, it was soft. At the beginning, I thought, maybe it won't work. But then it was so balanced for me because of the mascarpone. It was so soft and creamy and sweet. And then the vermouth gave that hint that it needed to have, you know. And the blue, the mineral, it was so unexpected. But at the end, it was very balanced. So as you can see with the scores, someone loved it and someone didn't. But for me, it moved me. It made my heart feel like warm. So that's why I chose this cheese. And I think because we need to be bold in life, and this cheese is very bold. So I loved it.
Obrigada, Georgina. Georgina gosta de coisas e de queijos diferentes e ficou desde logo impressionada com o aspecto deste queijo. Depois não foi difícil ficar ainda mais envolvida com a textura, com o facto de ser um queijo extremamente equilibrado. Obrigada, Georgina. Não te esqueças, Georgina, que Portugal também adora o México. E agora vamos saber de onde será este queijo que não foi consensual na votação do júri?
And I can reveal that cheese number 10 was a second Super Gold for Italy.
E é um queijo italiano, pois claro.
Okay, cheese number 11. We have got a hard blue raw cow's milk cheese.
E passamos para o queijo número 11, estamos a entrar na reta final. É um queijo azul, queijo de vaca, uma receita original, feito com o leite do rebanho do próprio produtor. E agora chegou a hora de provar. Patrick, are you impressed again?
Well, I love the shape of this cheese. It's like a cheese tower we've got here. It's cow's milk. The texture that's the first thing that hit me with this. It's like almost like a fondant texture, like if you're making a cake, you know. And then when you taste it, the flavors, the beauty of blue cheese is it can sort of tick all the the main flavor groups: salty, sweet, savory, bitterness. And this was doing this. It kind of, I kept picking out those kind of simple flavors, if you like, but when you put them all together, it became a complex cheese that sort of had a shape to it as I was tasting it. It kind of filled my mouth and had a richness that that you want from a good blue cheese. So beautiful tower, beautiful flavor, beautiful texture.
Sabores simples que em conjunto se tornam complexos. Um aspecto bonito, um cheiro bonito, um sabor. Melhor ainda, vamos ver o que é que o nosso júri achou deste queijo.
A tower of complexity. Lots going on. Will our judges be enamored? I want to climb that tower. Is anyone worth finding out? Judges, I think you've got the hang of it now. Will you please vote now? 7, 4, 5, 7, 7, 6, 7, 7, 6, 5, 6, 6, 5, 5. Wow, there you go.
Oh, wait.
Muito bem.
A roller coaster again.
Now, the judge who put forward this cheese is Monsieur Roland. Please, could you stand up and tell us a little bit about why you put forward this cheese?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Michael.
Merci.
Boa tarde, meus amigos e amigas. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui. Viva Viseu, viva Portugal!
Viva Portugal e viva França também.
It's my blue. It's a favorite blue because it's very simple. Very, very simple. It's a feminine blue. It's a strong and soft at the same time. It's the best.
Good luck, Katia.
É uma canção, é simples e ao mesmo tempo é o melhor. Daí a escolha do Roland Barthelemy, I don't know if I say well, it is, que o jurado que vem de França. Um beijinho para a França. E agora, vamos saber de onde vem este queijo.
Oh, and Roland, I can reveal that the cat in the hat, that your cheese was from the United States of America.
Woo! Nosso queijo que vem dos Estados Unidos da América. Roland, obrigada.
Moving on, our next cheese is a soft blue pasteurized cow's milk cheese matured in gin.
E a viagem pelos melhores queijos do mundo continua. Estamos no queijo número 12, queijo de vaca. Este queijo azul é maturado em gin. Patrick, gin cheese?
Yes, gin cheese. It really is getting to that time, isn't it? Gin and tonic at some point. You can really smell the gin. It's really coming off this cheese. You know that kind of floral aroma that you get with gin? It's coming straight off this cheese. There's a whole family of cheeses that are called drunken cheeses, where you essentially soak the cheese in alcohol, and it soaks into the cheese and gives you this sort of boozy, fruity flavour. I'm pretty sure this is one of these. They've soaked it in gin, and it's worked well. So you can taste the cheese. It's a creamy, spicy, salty blue cheese, but then you can also taste the sort of heady, fragrant gin flavour as well. Comes together with this lovely sort of soft, crumbly texture. What would you drink with this cheese?
Gin.
More gin.
Give me a gin and tonic. No, I just want a gin and tonic now, please.
Yes.
Can I just have... No, okay. But that would be a great match. I'd love to try that with a gin and tonic, with a piece of blue cheese. That would be fascinating to try.
Quite unusual, but I think it's okay.
Okay, let's do it.
E o júri já provou este queijo cheio de complexidade, está a fazer as suas notas finais e preparado para votar. Podemos avançar? Vamos a isso, à votação então.
Okay, I think the jurors are ready. So jurors, please could you reveal your scores for cheese number 12 now? Okay, we have got 7, 7, 7, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 6, a 5, a 6, a 5, a 4, and a 7. Round of applause.
And which crazy guy championed this gin-soaked cheese? Well, of course, it's our rather brilliant, very handsome Swede. It's Peter Martinsson. Tell us more, Pierre.
Well, this is what you could call a wild cheese. And, well, I don't know if I'm so wild, but...
yeah, you are indeed. You have your moments.
Yeah,
I've seen you in the sauna. Move on, for God's sake.
This was really applying to me because sometimes we think that we have to think outside the box. A lot of the blue cheeses are considered mostly for the elderly people, like me. Not you, of course, but like me. But when you think outside the box and you take new steps and make people curious about how you can add new taste to cheeses, then you can also use it as an eye-opener to bringing new people and young people who are very curious about fancy food and exciting food. And then I think it's a good way to do it. You have to try it. And besides that, it's a fantastic good cheese with creaminess, saltiness, sweetness, and it calls up for me as a cheesemonger. Please take another bite, and I love to do it.
E nós estamos curiosos, Peter, para experimentar este queijo. O Peter, que vem da Suécia, diz-nos que este é um queijo que nos obriga a pensar fora da caixa. Temos que experimentar, ver o outro lado. E esta é uma experiência que para ele valeu a sua escolha. E agora vamos saber de onde é proveniente o queijo número 12.
And I can reveal it is another Super Gold win for Italy.
Itália. Parabéns, Itália.
Okay. Oh, we're on the last stretch. Cheese number 13, which is a semi-hard blue pasteurized goat and cow's milk cheese.
E agora sim estamos mesmo a entrar na reta final. O queijo número 13 é um queijo azul de leite, de cabra e vaca. Prensado semissólido com base de gouda. Patrick, I know you have always things to tell us, so...
Really? This is really interesting. We're into mixed milks. We're taking milk from different animals and putting them together. So we've got cow's milk and some goat. And I'm not sure what the percentage is, you know, if it's 50-50 or 80-20. But what you get for mixing the milks is a kind of, the cow's milk gives you that creaminess, and the goat's milk gives you a little bit of spice, a little kick. And so when you taste this cheese, you get that. It's what you would expect from a cow's milk blue. So it has that sort of creaminess, the spiciness, some fruity flavors, and then there's just a little kick from the goat's milk at the end. It's got a really interesting rind as well, with lots of sort of mold development, which is, if you taste the cheese near the rind, you get flavors coming in from that area as well. So there's a lot to unpack with this cheese. I was thinking if I was going to drink something with it, I'm completely obsessed with alcohol on it, but something sweet, so like a Moscatel, sweet wine, or you could go port very easily with this. A tawny port with this blue cheese would be a great match, I think.
Patrick, aceitamos as tuas sugestões. É sempre bom saber o que é que devemos e podemos beber com queijo. Patrick, que é o nosso crítico de queijos, que tem um percurso incrível nesta área. Portanto, obrigada, Patrick. E agora, acho que estamos prontos para conhecer a votação do nosso fantástico júri. Vamos a isso?
Yeah, and Pat, there is a world of low and no drinks, by the way, and soft drinks. Anyway, allegedly, but there you go. Okay, one more cheese after this, our 13th cheese, judges. We've got the hang of it. We're nearly there, the home straight. If you're ready, will you please vote now? 4, 7, 6, 4, 7, 7, 7, 5, 5, 5, 7, 5, 4, 6. There you go.
Round of applause.
Well, no.
Parabéns ao queijo número 13.
Now, the judge who put forward this cheese is Mansi Jasani. Let's pass the mic over to Mansi. Tell us, why did you love this cheese so much?
Hi, everyone, firstly. So, just like Alice in Wonderland, the phrase curious and curiouser, that's kind of what I thought of when I picked this cheese. It was, usually a blue cheese is something for me personally has a very long finish. But this one was uniquely very short, and it just felt like I wanted more and more of it. At first, it was creamy and buttery and sweet, like cooked milk. But there was this, like you said, there was this slight white pepper finish to it. But it also had this nuttiness. I imagined myself with a dark chocolate cone and having it instead of ice cream. Also reminded me of this chicky, which is this Indian, peanut brittle, jaggery and peanut brittle. So, yeah, it was lovely. Thank you.
A Mansi, a nossa jurada, que fez uma longa viagem para estar aqui connosco, veio da Índia. A Mansi diz-nos que este queijo é um queijo complexo, um queijo azul, que normalmente se prolonga, o sabor prolonga-se na boca. Não é o caso deste. Este é um queijo que o sabor se sente logo, não é? E daí ter sido a sua escolha. Obrigado, Mansi. Vamos agora saber de onde é proveniente o queijo número 13.
Okay. Yes, indeed. Mansi doing a huge amount for actually the variety of cheese that's coming out of India at the moment. Brilliant job. Thank you so very much for all of that and all the work you're doing. And by the way, I can tell you that cheese is somewhere we've been twice already for the World Cheese Awards, and they've won it 3 times. That cheese was from Norway.
Woo! Noruega, o queijo número 13.
I know. Our final cheese, the last of the 14. May the last be first, we don't know, we'll find out. But I can tell you that it's a wash, rind, raw, unpasteurized cow, sheep and goat's milk cheese. We're going crazy, we're mixing up those milks.
E agora sim chegamos ao último queijo, o 14º queijo desta tarde. É um queijo de vaca, ovelha e cabra, não pasteurizado, amadurecido por 6 meses. Patrick, it's the last time that I hear from you. É a última vez que te ouço comentar um queijo.
I bet it's not, Katia. I really bet.
We can always go to the pub later. Don't worry about that. So we've added another milk. So this is 3 milks in 1 cheese. So cow, sheep, and goat. And what does that give us? Well, we were talking about the piquancy that you get with goat's milk. There is a bit of pepper in there, a little bit of spice from the goat's milk. The cow's milk gives you that sort of butteriness, the creaminess, and the sheep's milk gives you a sweetness. And when you put them together, there's a lot going on just from the different milks. It's also got this interesting washed rind, which has quite a kind of pungent aroma. And so that's bringing some sort of meatiness, some beefiness, some savory umami qualities to the cheese. So the texture's great as well. It had a really sort of, quite a sort of crumbly texture that sort of almost a bit grainy when you were tasting it on your tongue. So put it together, and there's a lot to unpack in this cheese, a lot of different elements. And yeah, I don't know, let's put some buffalo milk in next time.
Eu acho que o Patrick podia estar aqui o dia todo a falar sobre este queijo apimentado, meio doce e que com tantas sensações que provoca, não é? O nosso júri já teve tempo de experimentar este complexo queijo? Já?
Okay.
Vamos pontuar?
Judges, for the last time today and for the last time for the World Cheese Awards 2024, please could you share your scores for the final cheese now? Okay, we've got 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 7, 6, 7, 6, 6, 6, another 6, 5 and a 4. Congratulations to cheese number 14.
And I can tell you that cheese was championed by Falco Bonfadini. So there you go. Let's give you a microphone. If you haven't got one, you have. There you go. For the final time tonight, we're going to hear from our last super jury member.
It's so nice to be here. I have studied English for moments like this, but people, I'm from Brazil and I'm in Portugal. Kátia, could you help me, Kátia?
I help you. Don't worry.
Boa tarde, Portugal. É tão bom estar aqui. É muito bom estar aqui e pela primeira vez com 2 brasileiros no palco, porque estou eu e um queijo brasileiro também que está aqui. E é muito bom estar com vocês. E esse queijo eu escolhi, Patrick disse tudo sobre o queijo. São 3 leites de 3 animais diferentes, cada um com sua característica. Eles conseguiram trazer para o queijo a característica de cada animal. E ele tem intensidade sem ser excessiva. Então ele também tem carne, ele tem muito sabor, muita complexidade, sem passar do ponto. Então, para mim, esse era o melhor queijo. Muito obrigado.
A lot of flavor in this cheese. So, muito obrigado. O Falco, que vem do Brasil, é uma honra ter aqui o Brasil tão bem representado. Foi a apreciação do último queijo dos World Cheese Awards 2024. E agora queremos todos saber de onde vem este queijo tão especial.
Yeah, absolutely. Over to you for a country revelation.
Yes, okay, so the final Super Gold win of this evening and this year is from Spain.
A nossa vizinha, Espanha. Parabéns à Espanha.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. The gold envelope. That's incredibly quick, I'd have to say. I think Christabel and John Farron there, they've been doing all adding it up and everything they've done. It's brilliant, because this place is going to go crazy in a minute when we announce.
Get ready, guys.
Silverstream done a great job, all the crew, for looking after us. Our jury, our super jury, will you please stand up? We'd like to make a massive round of applause for you. Thank you so much. This is the time. Going to take your pictures. Now's the time. Here we go. That's it. Brilliant.
Parabéns ao nosso incrível júri. E agora está tudo aqui muito nervoso neste palco dos World Cheese Awards. Pela primeira vez em Portugal, na cidade de Viseu. Vamos saber quem é o grande vencedor?
And of course we've got people, the 14 cheesemakers who've made these amazing cheeses from around the world. Some might be in the room, some might be on Zoom. Some might be in nightclubs, but we're going to get hold of them anyway. But we're hoping that we can speak to them if they're not here. And in whatever language it is between us, we will make some fuss. So just before we reveal that, Katia, let people know how it's going to
O Nigel acabou de dizer que nós não sabemos onde é que está o vencedor deste queijo, o vencedor de 2024. Podemos ter que falar com ele por Zoom, pode estar aqui entre nós, não fazemos a menor ideia. O envelope vai revelar tudo. I'm nervous. Estou nervosa, vamos lá.
How is everyone feeling in the room in general? Can we have like a show, like if you're feeling like, please raise your hand. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's some double hands going up. Yeah, okay.
We were in Trondheim. It was an amazing experience then. There was a Norwegian blue cheese that won it. It would be remarkable. We've had some great 9 different countries around the world have won this amazing accolade. Someone's life will change tonight. They're going to need a lot more goats or sheep or cows or camels or whatever the winner is, buffalo. But less of me, more of it. Layla, here we go.
Oh my goodness.
The Supreme Champion Cheese 2024. Their lives will change. It is World Champion Cheese 2024. It's a sheep's cheese with less than 10 employees. I'm going to need a little bit of help, Katia.
I can help you.
It is
queijo de ovelha manteigado, queijo soalheira Quinta Pomar. Estamos a falar de um queijo português.
The winner is from Portugal. Sonia Maroio.
Sonia Maroio.
Não consigo acreditar nisto.
Portuguese winner.
The Portuguese winner. Wow. Estamos a falar que a avaliação foi feita através de uma prova séria. Portanto, temos aqui o grande vencedor do World Cheese Awards em Viseu 2024.
Wow, look at all our finalists. There she is.
Sonia.
Oh, there she is on Zoom. Sonia! Oh my goodness! Hello, congratulations. We've just dialed you into this room. You've got a whole audience looking at you. You've got thousands of people watching live online who have all just discovered that you are the world champion cheese producer of 2024.
Temos a certeza que este prémio vai, de alguma forma, mudar a vida desta empresa. Sonia?
Can I see Sonia? Where is she?
Where
Sonia's
are
coming
you?
back on the screen, don't worry. And you can ask
Okay.
the question, will get translated for you as well, Lily.
Okay.
Okay, Sonia, I think let's first begin with a little bit about who you are. Tell us where you're based, a little bit about the cheese that you make.
Sónia, conta-nos tudo sobre quem tu és e a empresa que fez este queijo. Portanto, conta-nos um bocadinho a história deste queijo vencedor da edição de 2024.
Don't go quiet on us now, Sonia, for God's sake. We need you.
Sonia is there somewhere.
Yeah.
We got a little glitch.
Ela deve estar mesmo a entrar.
We temporarily lost
Enquanto isso,
yeah, wherever she lives, she's got a poor signal.
But I mean, let's just recognise for a moment that the winning cheese is Portuguese.
Yes,
No, Leila, and a cheese that I know very well, and I love it. So, estamos a dizer que é impressionante este ser um queijo português, um queijo que todos conhecemos também. Enquanto a Sónia não se junta a nós, se calhar vamos falar aqui um bocadinho com o Manuel. Manuel, este foi um queijo que escolheu, e eu tenho a certeza que escolheu com o coração.
Shall I speak in English, of course?
Oh, hellfire, we don't give a... whatever.
Well, in fact...
There she is.
I mentioned back on screen.
What can I say? It's wash rind, ship's milk, Serra da Estrela. It's on the heart of the Portuguese. It's an icon. It's like our Eiffel Tower.
It's the best. It's the best.
And Manuel, as good as you are, we have Sonia back. So we're just
Sonia,
going to...
okay.
yeah, but thank you so much.
Sonia,
Obrigada,
can you
Manuel.
hear us okay? Sonia, give us a thumbs up if you can hear us.
Yeah.
Hola.
Hola. Sonia,
Hola.
congratulations
Sí,
again.
sí. Oye, solamente decir una cosa. No es queso de Serra de la Estrela, es Serra de Garduña.
Serra da Gardunha.
Vera Baixa, es la estrela de la Serra da Garduña.
O queijo é proveniente da Serra da Gardunha. Agora sim. Sónia, o que é que está a sentir neste momento?
Uy, mucha emoción desde esta tarde que ligaron, porque estamos en los 14 finalistas, mucha emoción, mucha vontade de continuar a trabalhar, un equipo excelente de trabalho, muita cosa e muitas emociones juntas.
A lot of emotion, and he said also it's teamwork, and she realized the importance of the team of this cheese.
Okay, and where is Sonia based and what kind of cheese does she make?
Sónia, onde é que é a sede da vossa empresa,
Sim, sim.
da vossa produção deste queijo?
Estamos en Serra de Garduña, en la Costa Azul, estamos en Sollera.
Na costa sul da Serra da Gardunha.
Estamos entre Castelo Branco e Fundão.
Entre o Castelo Branco e Fundão. Portanto, continuamos na região centro.
Beira Baixa.
Na Beira Baixa, exatamente. Portanto, o prémio vai diretamente para o centro de Portugal.
And Sonia, it must...
Exatamente, o centro.
It must feel special winning the World Cheese Awards as it is. But how extra special is it that you have won in the year where it is hosted in your own country?
Sónia, este ano temos a certeza que ainda é mais especial porque o queijo que venceu é produzido no país onde está a acontecer o World Cheese Awards.
Exato.
Que sensação é essa?
É isso mesmo, é isso mesmo. E é muito importante para a nossa região.
And can I ask, where is Sonia now? Is she at work? She looks like she's in an office.
Sónia está a trabalhar neste momento. É que parece-nos que está a trabalhar. Só assim se consegue manter uma produção de sucesso.
Okay.
Sí, sí, estamos a trabalhar. Comenzamos 6 da manhã e terminamos 7 da tarde, pouco mais. É uma empresa familiar.
Sonia is
E a única
working
maneira
until
de conseguir
7.
o êxito é o trabalho.
Always working.
That shows the dedication.
Yes, the
That's what
dedication.
gets you a world-winning cheese. That
And
kind
the
of
success, I
And the
guess.
success.
The reason.
And Sonia, can you tell us a bit about how this award is going to change your life, your work, the importance of what you do?
Sónia, pode dizer-nos como é que este prémio vai mudar a vossa forma de trabalhar? Que importância é que isto vai ter?
Oye, irnos superando. Ya tenemos ganho diferentes premios no World Tincho de Oro y diferentes premios. Y es continuar a trabajar para conseguir más y ir a lo más alto. Pronto, tener mucho entusiasmo en tu trabajo, más nada.
They will continue to work. It's the success, the secret for the success. Obrigada, Sonia.
Obrigada, Sonia. We're just
Sonia, take a picture with us. Smile, Sonia.
Mañana estamos ahí.
Sonia, olhe para a frente e sorria, porque está também na fotografia do vencedor.
Amanhã estamos aí.
Ah, ok.
Amanhã vamos a veros a todos.
Sónia, fique connosco mais um bocadinho para a fotografia. Sorriso, Sónia.
Sorriu. Estou feliz.
A Sónia está muito feliz e fez o sorriso dos vencedores. Parabéns ao queijo português vencedor. Obrigada, Sónia. Ao queijo vencedor da 36ª edição dos World Cheese Awards em Portugal. Não podíamos estar mais orgulhosos. Leila?
Okay, what a wonderful, my goodness, what a wonderful evening. Nigel, Katya, Patrick, I've just had the best time.
Leila, brilliant. What a great day. All of you have been brilliant. Well done. Portugal, thank you for looking after us so well. Indeed, obrigada. Much appreciated.
Well done.
We've had a great day, and let's go and see how it's been captured on screen. Run VT for the great, marvellous World Cheese Awards 2024.
Was a real big pleasure.
Here we go.
Agora sim. Foi um prazer enorme. Não se esqueçam que o evento vai continuar até dia 17.
104 tables. Each of those will be coming up with a super gold. They'll be awarding bronze, silver and gold as well.
This is our super gold, so it is a Gouda.
This is a walnut-wrapped, unpasteurised cow's milk cheese.
It's small but mighty.
So now things get really serious in the world of cheese because we're down to 104 super golds. So each of the judges probably has maybe 16 to taste, and then they're going to champion one of those cheeses on the super jury.
Cheese number 1, a soft, pasteurised goat's milk cheese with a half-ash coated rind.
It was extremely delicate and creamy and silky.
Balanced, voluptuous.
Creamy and buttery.
For me, it's just like a wow.
In my mind, perfect cheese.
I love the buttery mouthfeel. It just sort of spreads across your entire palate and coats it thoroughly.
I fall in love with this cheese.
Queijo de ovelha manteigado, queijo soalheira Quinta Pomar. Estamos a falar de um queijo português.
The winner is from Portugal. Sonia Maroio.
Sonia Maroio.
Não consigo acreditar nisto.
Portuguese winner.
Thank you.